Good morning. Bon dia. Aloha. Kakahiaka. Yeah, it's another day in HB, and guess what? The waves are still here. Lexus, U.S. Open, a surfing presented by Pacifico, gearing up for another day of surfing action. What a morning, and we've had a great run. Defending champ, Levi Slauson, he's going to be first up this morning. Anat Leilior, the Israeli surfer, is going to be in the mix. We're going to get into our women's this afternoon. Jake Marshall, trotting down the beach, has been in fine form here, Southside Huntington Pier, and it is promising to be another great day of high-performance surfing. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar. Mitch, good morning.
Great morning, Kaipo. It's the weekend already. I mean, Friday, day 7 out of 9 that we have here at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing. A lot going on just outside of the competition. 2 local heroes getting inducted into the Hall of Fame over across the street at Huntington Surf and Sport, talking about 2-time Open champion Courtney Conlog and our very own late night Jay Larson, too. So big day as well.
Yeah, congratulations to Jay Larson, late night. And well deserved. He's put HB on the map in his own way.
Absolutely. A lot of great movie parts as well. And we talk about, you know, what the pier's done for a lot of those people. Courtney Conlog, she won this event twice in the past. Now a lifeguard right here for the city Huntington Beach too.
Yeah, and you know what? I'm going to say you're a semi-HB local. I've really enjoyed my time here, Mitchell.
Thank you. Yeah, it's an amazing
Thank you for the welcoming.
place.
You rolled out the welcome mat.
Oh, it's been great. Plenty of swell. We're going to see that a lot more today. It seems a bit straighter out there right now with that predominant south in the water, but should get really fun this weekend. A bit more northwest going to be involved over Saturday and Sunday too.
Hey, Mitch, let's send it down to the beach to AJ McCord. I think she's got the call for the day. AJ.
Tell us about the conditions.
All right, well, we'll get back to AJ on the beach as we get that audio going. We are moments away of starting the first heat of the day, 35-minute heats today. For the men, we're in the round of 32, so this is the last round with 4 surfer heats before we get to head-to-head competition.
Key round.
Yeah, big round.
Yeah, because a 9th with 4 events that are counting this season out of the 5 events that they have available, I would say that's a keeper result already. Everything else has to be a quarter or better realistically, Kaipa. But you make it out of this round, I'd say you have a guaranteed good result out of the 5 events.
Yeah, and you know what? We talked about it, Mitchell, a lot yesterday. The depth of talent that we're seeing here, like every single heat seems action-packed.
100%, and especially starting off the way we're going to be doing today. I mean, you have a defending event champion out there, 3 other guys that succeeded very well yesterday afternoon too, and yeah, I'm really looking forward to this day. But as we said, I mean, people know how important this event is. Only 2 events into the season. There's a couple of QS International 6000s that we have before the next event over in San Sebastián in Sao Paulo, but this is really a key component to what's going to be deciding those people that potentially qualify, you know, heading into Newcastle in early 2027, Kaipo.
Well, let's check out the cast for the first heat of the day. Jake Marshall from Encinitas, California. Also from Encinitas, Levi Slauson, Luke Thompson, and Taj Lindblad, who had a buzzer beater yesterday, putting on some great surfing. New to the Challenger Series, I can't wait to see what Taj is going to bring today.
Yeah, and the Lindblad family has done very well here in the past. Sister Sawyer has won this event twice before, so great memories for the Lindblad surfers, and especially when you consider the amateur events too. This has been a location where they've had to compete at multiple times throughout their amateur and junior careers. So won the region last year, won, you know, a few events. I was over there in Pismo when he defeated Luca Messinas in the month of January. And the kid's, you know, very talented, needs to keep it together right here in these 35 minutes if he wants to advance, because he's got 3 tough customers, 2 CTers, and 1 guy who was a spot out of qualifying for the CT last year, Kaipo.
Yeah. I love Taj's story, winning the QS over here, but also not just a professional surfer, but he's pretty good on a horse as well.
Yeah, he is. You know, they have a couple horses themselves, and you know, one event that he won in Morro Bay a few years ago against Nolan Raposa in the final, actually rode his horse up to the podium coming out of the water in his jersey. And you know, once again, I think it just goes to show the depth that we have right now in the region. It's a very strong region worldwide. There's a lot of great surfers. Hayden Rogers, it took him a while to be able to qualify for the CS2. So there's been a lot of names that haven't qualified that are now on the Challenger Series for a good reason, Kaipo.
Yeah, so of course we have our cast. We have a boatload of championship tour surfers in this Challenger Series. For example, Luke Thompson, who's a rookie on the championship tour. And we have all these new names that are coming up that we're getting to know. Luke Thompson, remember he took a win in Bolito last year. That's how a key component on how he earned his spot on the 2026 championship tour.
Yeah, the odds of you winning an event and not qualifying are extremely low. We have seen that before. Levi's actually one of those people that wasn't able to do it last year in that sense too. He won this event. He's our defending event champion right here at the Open, but yeah, Thompson last year won the event in Bolito. The very next week surfed as a wild card over at J-Bay. You know, was up against one of his idols in Jordy Smith, eliminated in the elimination round, but I thought he surfed incredibly well at that event right there with a good performance. And now he's a rookie on tour, so you know, he still has a lot more expectations, but you're absolutely right. He's pulling double duty right here, having to do both the championship tour and the CS.
Yeah, and back to that kind of storyline is that we're halfway through the year on the championship tour. Surfers who have noticed themselves lower in the rankings, doing some insurance, surfing in the Challenger Series to perhaps, if they perhaps need to qualify through the Challenger Series to stay on tour.
Yeah, and Jake's one of those guys too. Out there right now, number 23. You know, top 22 requalify.
So he's one spot off of that top 22.
Yeah, and Crosby Colapinto, who's coming up in the next heat, he's hovering around 19-20. So it's those guys that I would say 15 and lower are really the ones that need to dedicate a lot of time right now to the Challenger Series too. It's going to be grindy, but I mean, all these guys have been through this before. I mean, you do the QS regionally. I mean, back in your day too, you had to do all the NSSAs, all the amateur events. They're used to it. It's a lifestyle, and they know what they've elected really when it comes to the sport that they've selected as a pro career.
Yeah, Levi Slauson last year one spot off of qualifying for the championship tour.
He's deserving of being there. You know, he had really bad luck in a lot of heats after his victory right here. I always go back to the heat that he had at Pipe. It was an afternoon heat at the Challenger event, and got a little windy, wasn't perfect anymore, and you know, he had to be patient waiting for a specific wave to make it out of the heat. But that's the game we play, Kaipo. You have heats where you're just fully on a roll, things are going completely your way, and then you have others where nothing's going your way. So need to regroup right here. Didn't have a good result over in Bolito, so wants to make up some lost points.
Marshall finds the left, and that thing just chomped him up. No chance on that one. Interesting conditions that we have this morning. You alluded to a little bit more of a straighter swell.
And the tides are lower this morning too in comparison to what we have seen. That got pushed back just a little bit later. But we have seen negative tides really early. I mean, before the sun comes out, you know, for the majority of these mornings. But you see the high is going to be 11:34, right about noon, and then the low just before 5 p.m. So not a huge difference, but it will make an impact, especially when it comes to that northwest winds that we are expecting once again this afternoon. Lower tide and northwest winds, waves are already quick. You got to be a lot quicker right there.
Yeah, not a lot of coefficient right now in the tides, but it will be something that the surfers totally pay attention to, especially if you have an afternoon heat.
Yeah, and you got to be quick into getting into these waves, and you know, especially in the four-person heats, you got to get busy early.
And a paddle, Levi Slauson paddling straight past. Here we go with Taj Lindblad. Lindblad looking down the line, loading up, and a big hook for the San Cruz surfer, and unable to ride out. I thought he was on his way to a big score.
You and I both, and unfortunate right there that Taj wasn't able to ride out, because he would have been in a good spot in this position early in the first 5 minutes to be able to have a good score on the board. But still lots of time, half an hour left. That's a full heat really when you look at the majority of the heats that these guys surf. Just a setup turn down the line, readjusts his footing, goes up and vertical. But this is the thing about that very low tide that we have this morning. I mean, you just see that convergence of the water, and that's the situation we're talking about. Thompson had the inside, and Levi tried to go around him, but I personally rather go, especially at the beginning of the heat, early morning, let that one go. Let them play it out. Yeah. I don't think there was a block involved right there.
No. Luke Thompson was pleading his case, that's for sure. But yeah, nothing called on that. Continue play.
Yes, exactly. I mean, go out there, prove yourself with your own abilities. Tactics definitely going to be a factor later in the heats, though, especially in this round. Oh, runner right here for Levi.
Slauson finds this left, big backhand float, getting air on the way down, hooks it into the lip. Nice start for Levi Slauson.
That was strong, especially when you consider that we haven't seen many of those floaters over the course of the last 2 days.
Jake Marshall, wave number 2 for Jake. Biggs hook off the top, and one more time, talking combo. Yeah.
That was mean. That wave's moving so fast, Kaipo. His reaction time was superb right there on the second one.
Combo nation for Marshall.
Well, look, that's the advantage that these guys that have lived here, practiced here for a number of years are going to have over the rest of the field. I mean, how comfortable did he look after the initial fall on the 07? Like right now, he's going to be converting on a large number this morning. Sharp Eye team rider for a long time. Mark Suzuki, Yufu Penrose, they've been here. His own shaper now, Taylor Clark, who's been doing a lot of the load management over there at Sharp Eye now too. So the first turn very strong still down the line, but look at his reaction time, just getting to that second bottom turn and getting to the lip as quickly as he could, transitioning out of the first one. Very technical, keeps his feet in the same place the entire time and just maintaining that momentum and that pace on that second turn. Extremely impressive by the surfer out of Encinitas. That should be a large number. And then Levi, this is what I'm talking about. These floaters, those are difficult. That wave's moving so fast and makes up for the second turn as well, just getting there with enough time to get the combo. Well done by Levi. But, we've seen Andy, we've seen Brett Simpson do these floaters in the past. High degree of difficulty and a lot of risk on your body too, Kaipo. That's a lot of torque that you're putting on your knees, on your ankles, on your hips. It's really difficult to land with that amount of speed and maintain it going down the line.
Yeah, especially using the floater as a functional maneuver.
Yeah.
The floater really invented by, I want to say, one of the first proponents of the floater, Shane Horan, who's actually the first U.S. Open winner here in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, back when it was the OP Pro, was
OP
it back
Pro,
then?
I think it might have been 82 or something, yeah. Did a backside 360, which at the time was a incredible maneuver, and won that final. Now you can see Jake Marshall with that huge score, 8.17. Marshall's already gone excellent. Looks like he's on his way to the next round.
Well, he's halfway there pretty much. You drop another one of those and your chances of making the heat are, I'd say in the 90th percentile.
Luke Thompson goes to the air, has to ditch that board. Now you also notice that Jake ran up the beach with the current to reposition himself. We got our notes today from Tours and Competition, no jet ski assist today, so that's something that's changed.
Yeah, smaller swell today too.
Lindblad, big hook there, big explosion, and again just gets caught up.
Well, that's a second one, and on the third, you don't want to, get into this rhythm where you're falling on multiple waves in a row. So those are the two throwaways where right here at the beginning of the heat you can't afford to have, but the next one you definitely want to convert when it comes to confidence and using that in the back end of the heat, Kipes. Oh, close to the pier too.
So maybe paddling to the north side of the pier to take the current and get up.
So good awareness right there for a lot of people watching at home. Waited for that white water to hit him first and then eventually go through to the pier, because if you get one of those white waters when you're in the middle of the pilings, you're usually getting set up right against one of them.
Yeah, and all those barnacles exposed on the pilings, that's a sign of a low tide. All right, well, there's Luke Thompson, a little bit better effort for the South African. Just started off with an offer at 0.87. He's going to get a better score on wave number 2. Now it's time for the run and paddle.
So this is continuation of the same wave. Usually don't get a huge score with whatever you add on afterwards once you go down to the prone position, but could get a clean finish. He does. Runaround going to be essential today, Kipes.
How does that work, Mitchell? When you surf a wave, you go prone, and then you get back to your feet?
Well, it's the same wave, though, so it'll be just the one score. But, yeah, it's a good question for a lot of people watching back home. They're like, wouldn't that be a second scoring ride? Technically, it's still the same wave that he stood up on the outside all the way to the inside. So you go prone. It doesn't look good because there's lack of flow. There's disruption of flow right there, but it's still the same counting wave.
Here's a replay.
This one comes in as a 5, so he's on the board. Great timing right there on the backhand. A bit extra slide with the release at the end for Thompson. So the South African, he's got a score on the board. He's competing in this one already.
Yeah, it is going to be a pretty athletic day for our surfers with these beach runs.
Absolutely. Got to be able to use your endurance, use those sprints to your favor. And right here, you know, ask for the situation. If they've had it with the beach announcers too, take your time, get your breathing underway, and make sure that you're actually using this run around to your advantage.
Yeah. Well, let's say good morning to Tanner Gudauskas. T-Dog, what's going on?
Yeah, boys. I've just been listening in and just loving it. How good is the surf today?
Good.
What are you seeing down there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone?
Well, I will be honest. So these events are really interesting when you're in the Athlete Zone because the first couple days it's like so fun. It's almost like a party. It's like a festival in here. And then as you get closer to the weekend, I think all of the surfers start to feel the points that are available and what is really on the line. And so it gets slightly more tense, I would say. You know, it's a little bit more. People are into crews now, you know. To my right, I have the Spanish crew. To my left is the Australian crew. And then a completely different approach. I see Hayden Rogers and his crew just on the beach, out of the zone. Taj Lindblad, his whole crew is way down the beach. So I think the thing is you really want to harness that energy and surround yourself with people who are supporting you and just kind of like vibe check. Just throw the blinders up and just make sure you're getting into your own chi spot and giving it a good run, because this is essentially what opens up the door for finals day. I feel like these are the heats where you really have to pound it out, and then that makes the campaign for those massive points. So it's definitely a lot more on stake.
Tanner, when you were competing here in Huntington Beach, how did you get into your chi spot? How did you get focused on comp day?
It's so funny. So I'm like, my palms are actually sweaty standing there. It's so gnarly. Like, I never came into the zone because there's just so much energy and stimulation around you. There's people, you're looking at the competitors in your heat. And so there used to be these bleachers to the far south that aren't here anymore. Like, they were huge. There were so many rows, and my whole family, we would just, anybody from San Clemente really that was coming to support, we'd all sit in the south end bleachers. And I found that it was a really cool way to get my own space. I'd listen to music and I would just watch the lineup. And I think for me, when I'm getting ready for heats, it's so important to just look at what's happening in the lineup. That's like actually the only thing that matters, and you want to see where the good waves are coming. Are they habitually coming there? So sometimes when you're in these kinds of areas, it's just different kinds of competitors. Some people really thrive on that energy, that friction, but like for me, I like that quiet space to get ready for heats like this.
Thanks for checking in, Tanner. We are just thrilled to have
Mamma mia.
Gudauskas on the broadcast. Mamma mia. So is that complete? Taj Lindblad attacked it, big hack, but the question is, I'm proposing to you, Mitchell Salazar, was that a completed maneuver?
Why? Why do we have to do this so early? There's Papa Mark right there. Great surfer himself, legend in San Clemente. Coach Ryan Simmons down there too. And I think that's kind of what he's talking about as well. You know, these are those moments in these heats where you look back on it and it's like, if I would have been out in front of the whitewater just a couple of extra feet. I mean, because he does an amazing turn right here, Kaipo. There's a lot of commitment right there from Lenny. And you can just see his board's pointing south instead of towards the beach once he's riding out of it. And I think judges have a big task ahead of them right here with deciding whether or not this turn's complete.
That turn that he does, I feel like that's a signature maneuver for Taj.
For sure. I mean, you have the one on the backhand, which is just going up in vertical, and right here, fully committing to the layback. But it's going to be a big decision. If it's complete, it's going to be a huge number, and if it's incomplete, well, unfortunately, it's just going to be another throwaway for Taj.
Yeah, he's listening to the on-site announcers and to see if the score has not populated on our score screen. And Simo doing a morning jog.
Yeah, Simo's helped Sawyer out the 2 times that she's won this event in the past, and they've worked together a number of years when it comes to the USA Junior program too. So Lenny's very familiar with Ryan's work.
All right, well, we always like to have reporters throughout the entire field, and we have AJ McCord. She's down on the beach in Huntington. What's going on, AJ?
Well, Kaipo, I've been down here kind of talking with the athletes and the coaches about the changing conditions today. And obviously we're losing a lot of that size that we got from the Hurricane Genevieve swell earlier this week. But the current is still very present, which is why Taj Lindblad, one of the surfers in this first heat, is among the ones who are running up the beach. I was catching up with Ian Gentile, Coach Reynos down here, and they were both saying that the key today is going to be picking off your moments, finding the corners, finding where you can do one big hit and make sure that you come down with the score scores. And even though the size of the waves is a little bit smaller, that current is still ripping through. So I think we're going to see a lot of runarounds today, and it's certainly something the athletes are preparing for.
All right, well, thank you. Thank you for all the reporting and investigation there. Taj Lindblad, Mitchell, judges said, you know what, that was a 6.07.
So they're going to maintain that consistency throughout the day with things that are similar to that. So he converted in a big moment right here. Talked about him needing to build that momentum on wave 3 after the couple of falls early on. So 19 minutes on the clock, he's in the heat kipes.
Yeah, and we were talking about, you know, the swell being a little bit smaller today than the past couple of days. With that, let's check in with Surfline and see what the forecasters are saying and look at the satellite imagery.
Yeah, good size swell mix still from that Hurricane Genevieve. And, you know, that south swell coming from the hurricane is good. Also some lingering south-southwest swell, but it's really going to be the gradually easing south-southwest, or the southern hemi, I should say, that will be, you know, dissipating later on this afternoon. But for this weekend, I mean, we're going to be seeing some amazing waves, 5 to 7 feet on the faces. Slightly onshore this morning. It's going to be way more onshore this afternoon. That's something that we have been expecting, though. North-northwest winds coming later on today, and should be cooling down the temperatures when it comes to the water this weekend too, I should say. And then the next 2 days is going to be really fun and rippable. 4 to 6 feet on the faces when it comes to Saturday. Sunday slightly smaller, but at that point, only 2 people in the water each time we have a heat out there.
Yeah, yeah. And, you know, when I looked at that hurricane on the satellite imagery, I noticed that it was zooming by Mazatlan. You want to shout out any spots for the public over there?
Just
Mazatlan?
cannons. They have the Mexi Log Fest, so that's the only one that I'm going to say. So people actually know that way, but I got a few just in the back pocket over there. They on hurricane swells, they get very good.
You don't want to share that information
With Uncle?
well, just with our global audience.
Well, there's a straight flight from LAX on Alaska, and there's one from Arizona. So if you do eventually want to go over, yeah, a couple of available options right there. You can also fly from TJ Tijuana on Volaris.
But where do I find the left-hand point?
Well, that's something we have to talk about one-on-one over there. So, Uncle, I know I'm staying over 6 months over in Honolulu with you, so you can stay a week with me over there in Mex.
Okay, great. It's always great to team up with you, Mitchell. Luke Thompson needs to get going here. Looking down the line, the South African snaps off the top. Nice projection there, pops it up, unable to put it down.
Saw shades of Jordy Smith in that combo right there from Thompson. A lot of speed, and I love the intensity right there. Maybe, you know, just making sure that with the smaller wave, he wanted to get an excellent combo if he did land the air, but the intensity of the first one, great spike right there, a lot of good energy, and that's something that at this point, you know, Tanner made an excellent point right there, where this is the round really where you're still a little nervous, because there's a big difference when it comes to the points on the line in this round in comparison to at least getting a 9th guaranteed in the round of 16 Kaipo. So they know the significance of this one, and both Luke and Jake see each other all the time on the CT, so they have that in the back of their mind. And once again, you have Taj out there and Levi, 2 guys that could easily win an event on the Challenger Series. Looking at the replay, just great energy, smaller wave, but look at how clean it is off of the bottom. Really strong, aggressive, and then he knew that in order to convert with an excellent score, he was going to have to do something amazing right there. Tried to go for the air, incomplete, but currently still in 2nd place, Kipes.
Yeah, and you mentioned the points difference. I mean, if you get a 3rd or a 4th in this round, that's only 1,900 or 1,700 points. If you exit competition here, you make it to the head-to-head competition in the round of 16, it jumps up to 3,300 points.
Yeah.
So you pretty much a whole another 1,000 points if you make it out of this round.
It's not impossible that you know, you won't qualify if you do have a couple of, you know, bad results in this round or the round previous. And that happens if you have multiple victories, right? We've seen that with Cole Houseman before. We've seen that with Rio Waida as well. So it is a possibility.
Yeah. Let's see what is translating here. Nothing really going on. You know what, Taj Lindblad, he's been pretty busy. I know you're a baseball fan, Mitchell. And Taj, he's a baseball fan as well.
Yeah, he is. And threw out the first pitch at the Halos game the other night with his team manager, Brett Simpson. What a surreal experience. He said it's a dream come true really for him. You know, growing up in South Orange County, most people tend to go to Angels games over the course of the summertime. And, you know, especially during the event window as well, pretty special. And doing it with Brett, who's won this event twice. He grew up a lifelong Angel fan too. And yeah, amazing. Said 25-mile-per-hour strike, but it was over the plate. So props to Lenny, man, doing some good work over there at Angel Stadium.
We're going to see him on the championship tour if he makes it through
the trials heat.
Over at Lowers. So he's already in the trials. So he's one heat away to have his kind of debut on the CT when it comes to the Lowers comp.
And Levi's going to be there too. So there's a really good heat that's available. I know there's a spot for the San Clemente board riders available too. And then after this event, the highest rated North American seed on the Challenger Series. So yeah, there's a couple of big names right there that are looking, you know, to get the wild card into that event at Lowers.
Yeah, it's going to be a great event. After we roll through the South Pacific, coming back to California with the championship tour.
In September at Lowers, based off of the way it's been, 4 to 6 feet, that's all we need.
Yeah.
That's a lot to ask for, but I mean, let's throw it out there this early.
Yeah, well, it's been a pretty consistent summer, so let's hope that this trend continues in the Pacific Ocean.
Jake, been quiet since the 8. Went out there, paddled, and still looking for a backup score.
Hey, we're going to take a break from the opening heat of the morning, but we're going to be back with much more. Jake Marshall's already gone excellent today, 8.17 right here. Let's take a look. Last year, Levi Slauson at the U.S. Open of Surfing, and a big victory from the surfer from North County, San Diego.
And just talk about being on a roll the entire time throughout the event too. I mean, the early rounds are pretty much flat, and then it picked up, you know, especially with the change in format. You know, we had to go into the round of 16 with 4-person heats. He made that adjustment as well, into the air with the rail surfing. And the biggest moment of his young career so far, Kaipa, winning the Open right here in Southern California.
Yeah, that air game, absolutely incredible.
No, and the clips that he's been posting on his social media lately, he did a couple of step-offs with his Pop Solomon back in, you know, Baja, Mexico, where he's been living the last few months. Some sick barrels, and Levi's just really talented everywhere. Love to see him in the barrel. He has CT competition. He surfed at the Point. I want to say it was last year as a wild card too, and he surfed with a bad ankle and still was ripping. So number 11 last year on the CS rankings. I want to see him in the top 10. I want to see him qualify.
Yeah. Well, what's right in front of him right now is a priority situation and just needing a 2.5 to get into the top 2. Looks like we got a split peak here. We're going to go with Jake Marshall on the left. Marshall already has gone excellent. He backs up that 8.17, and I think he's coming through this heat. I think he got the job done. Hey, I hate to put in the refrigerator so early,
There's his coach, Chris Gallagher, one of the greats out of Santa Cruz, been living on Oahu's North Shore for a good number of years now. Seems like he's a bit more relaxed after that. You kind of saw him put in the sunscreen, rub it in, and now he's like, okay, I can chill out just a little bit right now. Look at how calm Jake is. I mean, after that 8, it just seems like he's really been in a good rhythm, you know, with being on the better waves throughout this heat, and this is going to be a great backup to the 8.
Here's on the other side, the right-hander with Taj Lindblad.
So it was a split peak. Liddy right here, just a quick one, in and out. So that won't be a big number right here in this heat, and it's really going to be a fight for second at the moment, Kaipo. Luckily for, you know, white, green, and blue, everybody has a score above a 5, so they're in the mix right here, fighting for the runner-up finish in this heat.
Yep, it's in the refrigerator for Jake Marshall. You called it. It's a fight for second. 7-point ride, 8.17, 15.17. Highly likely to move out of this heat.
Right. Even if he gets dropped down to second, to be able to better that heat total is going to be.
You put 15 points up. I mean, that's
today. Yeah.
It's most. Yes, it should be done. Scratching into this, gets to his feet, and unfortunately for Luke Thompson, a little off timing.
And there's a really interesting thing right there. Taj pushed him and pressured him to go on that wave with lower priority, and Luke was already committed to the paddle. But it's so offsetting pace-wise when you're getting into the wave late, and you could just see how he's always off rhythm with the rest of the wave once he was actually surfing it. So it's just going to be a throwaway, and unfortunately a bad conversion with priority for Thompson, who is still in second place. But those differences right here in the last 10 minutes of the heat are big.
Yeah.
And they're really emphasized a lot more because the backup scores are small and the requirements aren't big either. So this is where, under priority for Thompson now, you need to make up for that one mistake here.
Well, checking out Taj Lindblad's second priority. Just needs that 2.1 to move into the top 2. And Levi, who's only ridden one wave, being very, very patient out there, holding on to the priority.
Yeah, and you can just see, I mean, that ripping on the outside today in comparison to the last 2 days where it's been predominantly on the inside. That's really why we've had the ski assist the last couple of days. Maybe Thompson having a look here closer to the pier, but no, gonna let that one go.
Yeah, you know, we'll see if Taj Lindblad can pull it off.
Going left.
Beater. Here is Lindblad going left. Nice snap to begin with. One more time. Needs to hang on, rides out, got the job done right there. Taj Lindblad's going to go into second in advancing position.
Yeah, only needs the 2, as you're saying. With just under 7 minutes on the clock, he's going to get the situation change, add pressure to both Luke and Levi right here. And, you know, Levi pretty much out of the picture when it comes to positioning with the other 3 dudes so far. After the 5, he's been completely by himself towards Machado's Peak. And there is a relationship with Encinitas where Rob's from the same area as Levi, so maybe he feels more comfortable in that area, especially going left. We saw him drop multiple excellent scores on that peak last year when he won the championship right here at the Open.
This is a 4.9.
So, you know, the first turn is really just a setup, much more aggressive on the second one. Gets a little hung up coming out of it though, but it's a good backup at this moment.
Back and busy, Taj Lindblad gaining momentum.
Good work.
The back half of this heat, and great work from Lindblad again to really ensure his spot in the top 2.
Well, and especially under priority, you know you're only surfing once today. Might as well do as much as you can with these waves available that are coming towards you. I really dislike it when a lot of people just let waves go, especially when you're under priority. If you know that your scores aren't necessarily the strongest out there right now in the context of the heat, you still want to keep surfing, and especially if you're building momentum through the course of a few waves. So these right-handers, they're coming against the grain the entire time, but what it does, it steepens up the wave a lot more than when it's running down the line on the left. Great conversion, 2 turns in the pocket the entire time. I think the 4.9's gone.
All right, well, continue to build upon his scoreline, Taj Lindblad. And still, he's not in the clear because Luke Thompson, and especially our defending champ, Levi Slauson, we've seen the air game from Levi before. We know what he can do.
Well, and You know what's so funny about Taj? He fed horses Nacho and Ranger yesterday before he came to work. Pretty sure he did the same thing today because working right now.
Talk about a all-star analyst. Mitchell Salazar knows the names of Taj Lindblad's horses.
Well, gotta give props.
That's incredible, Mitchell.
Props to, you know, our great crew in the truck too, doing some amazing work. But yeah, I don't think those are the only 2 horses they have either.
But doesn't Taj also compete in rodeo?
Rodeo, yeah. No, he's the coastal cowboy. They do it all.
Wow.
Him and Sister Sawyer.
Wow.
It's cool that you, as surfers, you want to stay true to yourself, right? Have some authenticity, and especially nowadays with social media, how do you market yourself differently than everybody else? And it's cool that you have that concept of, you know, the Western kind of style right here in Southern California, really bring out that style within your own surf too.
Yeah, boot cut jeans, I guess.
Absolutely, cowboy cut with the boots and everything. The big old belt buckle, a little cowboy hat over here. Say y'all every now and then on the beach.
I think you have a little vaquero in yourself.
Oh, claro que sí. Especially, you know, after work, a couple Pacificos in too. Bring out the best in me. You having fun this early in the morning? It's only heat 1.
You got me laughing first thing in the morning. I love it, dude. Yeah. Oh, man, scratch. Thompson looking for a ramp. Going to have to go to turns right here. Just a little car for Luke Thompson. Needs a big number, 7.47.
That was cool.
Tosses it up there, puts it down on the air reverse. Looking for a little reform. Gets caught up in the whitewater, but he needs a big number.
Well, and judges have really been evident when it comes to, you know, them wanting to see you on the steeper sections on something a lot larger out there. But the one thing that I will say about this wave is that that's surfing that we haven't seen that much on the rights over the course of the last few days. The carve was extremely impressive, no hiccups whatsoever, and straight into the air too. So that was a great combination. Smaller wave, as I said before, but I mean, just speed, power, flow on the first carve really brings it all the way through and straight into the air afterwards with the grab on top of that. So the wave a bit softer, shoulders off, but at least he's going to improve on the 5. I mean, I really like that style of surfing. Element of surprise and progress right there on that one.
Yeah, so he should reduce the requirement for himself after the number locks in, and it does a 5.37. Now the requirement is 7.1 for Luke Thompson.
Good work. I mean, with 2 minutes to go, there's still a chance out there, and same thing for Levi. Well, Slosson's only had 1 wave, though, Kaipo, in 33 minutes out there. He needs a high 6, pretty much a 7, and talked about his air game last year. That's what got him the title here at the Open. He's going to go left, though, on this one.
Here he goes. Large set wave for Levi Slauson. Goes right, attacks the lip, but just gets compressed on that landing.
And he was kind of waiting for that wave to approach him differently.
Jake Marshall just having fun at this point.
And I think Levi probably, you know, looking back on it now, he's probably going to watch the replay and just think that he wanted maybe a bit more speed coming out of that turn right there. It's complicated because with the tide being this low and maybe, you know, coming up throughout the day, you see a lot of those sections back off, and you want to make sure that you're matching the same speed that you're going at it with the pace of the wave, right? But at this point in the morning, I still think that speed is your friend. It's a big advantage to have out there, and especially with his quick feed on the backhand. You know, that was a wave that he probably wants to have back once again, but a minute to go. I think Taj is going to play a lot of defense right here, Kipes.
Oh, yeah, on cue. Here comes Taj. He's just going to trail Levi, use his priority to block him, and he's just going to have him locked up. Levi just going to try to escape, but I don't think there's any escaping Taj Lindblad at this point.
Not at all. 45 seconds. Only way it's going to happen if there's a 2-wave set, and bummer for Levi, dude, because you know, it didn't have the result that he was expecting over in Bolito. It's going to be another throwaway by Challenger Series standards now in the next 3 events, and especially with the International QS 6000s. Realistically, I would say you got to at least make the semis at one of those or make the final and win. And then now at the other 3 CS events, it's got to at least be quarters, Kaipo, every time. So,
oh, man.
Yeah, he's going to have a tough road. It's not impossible, though. We've seen it. And at number 11 last year, he's got a chance.
Just right in here for Jake Marshall, and he's moving on into the round of 16 along with Taj Lindblad. Tough start on the Challenger Series for both Luke Thompson and Levi Slauson.
And Jake Marshall, surfing great, under the radar. He's been the first seed of the morning the last 2 days, and guess what? On the glass once again, Kaipo, more than 15 points first thing in the morning.
Yeah, great start for Jake Marshall and a solid performance from Taj Lindblad moving into the head-to-head competition in the round of 16. More action on the way. Southside Huntington Beach Pier. Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, by Pacifico, live life anchors up, and by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Jake Marshall starts off the day in an excellent way. Moving on into the round of 16 with a commanding performance in the first heat of the day. 15.2 wave total, and Marshall just is going to saunter into the round of 16. Kaipo Girl, along with Mitchell Salazar. That's a great way to start the day, Mitch.
Absolutely, and then heading into a format which benefits him a lot, head-to-head matchups, heading into the round of 16 now, Kipes.
Check out this next heat. Gabriel Clauser, Iago Dominguez, Ian Gentile, and Crosby Colapinto. The Cross is in the water.
Another amazing heat, stacked one. Iago Dominguez has surfed great. Gabriel Klausner has just been going for things on the back end on these big lefts, and the kid out of Ubatuba, Sao Paulo, big fan of him. Number 5 in the regional QS when it comes to South America, one of the hardest regions in the world, if not the hardest as well. The Brazilian Storm very well alive right here in HB with this young kid in the red. Got a tough heat out there though. Gentile, CT experience, Dominguez coming up, and this guy, runner-up a few years ago, Kipes.
Oh, we talked about the Cross in the water, and there he is doing his thing. Powerful surfer.
Yeah, he is.
It just seems like every year he's bringing us more and more too.
Well, and he's matured. His body's changed. He's become a full-grown man right now in his early to mid-20s, and currently number 19 on the championship tour, so he's pulling double duty as well, hovering right there where that cut line's going to be at the end of the year. Lord.
That's some quick reaction time for Ian Gentile.
That's some power by the surfer out of Maui.
Oh, Klausner. Big hook off the top, but just gets caught, catches a rail, unfortunately. I love the bottom turn. I love the leverage that he had coming off the bottom, but just got caught up on the top.
Yeah, it seems like foot slipped right at the top of the board, so it's going to be a throwaway for him, but he already has a score on the board, so
whoa,
he's in a good position in this heat right now with still pretty much 31 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, we got to catch up to that. 7-point ride in the scoreline for Gabriel Klausner.
I'm telling you, this kid just has something about him right now. Nothing crazy when it comes to the air, but just unreal, and he doesn't mind who he's going up against.
Nice looking
Big
set wave for Crosby Colapinto, and coming really close to the pilings right there. He's going to get washed through.
You got to be careful right here.
He's definitely going to get washed through. Oh, maybe not.
Well, it's
my bad.
Still in the impact zone, though.
Oh, yeah. Still not in a comfortable situation.
I'm hustling right here. Still got to make it back out, because that's really the point of no return, where you just between the pilings right next to the pier. Got to make sure you're getting under the whitewater.
The Crows handled that with no problem. Not only do you have the best surfers in the world, you know, here, you also got the best paddlers and the best duck divers in the world.
Yeah, and a lot of experience at this event. He's made the final before, lost to Eli Hanneman back in 2023. And outside of that, won the Jacks Pro multiple years ago on the regional QS side. So great surfer, as you said. Not only got him better throughout his years on the championship tour, very well versed in every kind of wave. Really good on the barrel, great in the air, and of course, his rail surfing is one of the best on the planet. We see it with that first turn right there, very explosive on the second when he just gets a little hung up in the white water. And look at the size of this wave. I mean, Crosby's what, 6'3"? That wave was easily overhead for Colapinto right there, Kipes.
Oh, you're giving Cross 6'3".
You don't think so? 6'2", 6'3"?
6'2". I don't know.
Well,
find out.
You know, depends sometimes. I think nowadays the kids' dating profiles, they go up like an inch or two, and then the girls are like, oh, it's truly 5'11". If you're saying you're 6'2", it's like 5'11". So got to give him, you know, the extra inch right there.
Of course, yeah. 6'3" all day long. Let's go. So we got Gabriel Klausner out in the lead with a 7 and just the, you know, throwaway score. He's going to search for a backup. I like Ian Gentile and his approach at the beginning of this heat with just some solid surfing, laying a foundation with that 5.83.
Yeah, pretty much a 6 for a single turn. And then the Klausner right here, he dropped a 7, so nearly unanimous right there. 3 judges going the 7-point ride, one a 7.5 and one a 6.5. But yeah, talk about a talent-rich region. Very difficult. They have a lot of events right there in South America too, and it's really Brazilian heavy, right? But you have Peru, you have Chile, Argentina has always had great surfers. But I think, you know, for a lot of these guys, especially from Sao Paulo, iron sharpens iron, man.
Yeah, yeah.
And there's so many guys that rip.
It's very competitive, you know, with the Banco do Brasil series in Brazil, you know, and every single one of the surfers there in South America really talented field, really hard to get a big result because there's so much talent there.
Yeah, you win an event
and
there,
passion, yeah.
You're elite.
Yeah.
You know, like you got to go through a lot of rounds. There's a good number of surfers and a ton of different waves on their schedule too when it comes to the regional QS Kipes.
Yeah. Bom dia to Walter over at Nossa
Praia, our dude. I miss you, Walter. You're the best. Picanha master himself.
Magic in the meet. Here we go with Crosby Colapinto. That was a cool little lip glide right there. Had to get to it really quickly, but goes complete.
Yeah, and that's going to be, you know, something strong.
Ian Gentile catching up with him.
Right next to the piling right there when he straightened out. These guys are truly going for it this morning, Kaipo. Right next to the pier.
Decides not to shoot the pier like the Beach Boys song, but here we go. This is the 7. Oh, big, straighty.
Yeah, and, you know, that's the thing about the rights. They give you a good ramp, a good section, especially taking off with that much speed. So that's a 7-point ride from Gabriel. And then Gentile, the 5.83, a lot of commitment with that one turn. Really like the blowtail by the surfer out of Maui.
I'm really liking the return of the straight air. I want to encourage surfers to do more of those. We saw Cole Hauschman in Bolito do a giant one in that final.
And we've seen it be used in multiple different ways. It can be used as a single maneuver. It can be used transitionally as well if you're at a point break or even at a beach break like this to maybe cover some distance, Kaipo. But variety is really the thing that we want to see.
Yeah.
You don't want to see the same air over and over again, and especially at a venue like this, where historically speaking, I mean, the straight air has always been one of the most impressive maneuvers. I mean, Shane Besson really made it to his finals right here with those straight airs.
Master of the big straighty air. Was hanging out with him last night. Christian Fletcher's in town.
Mm-hmm. The OG I mean, San Clemente, the lowers left right there. You always see Christian Fletcher just going with that straight air over there, especially with the big boards that he rides nowadays. Extra buoyancy, getting that flotation over the white water. And this is the last one to Crosby, so waiting on the score. Just a one turn, but wow, he was flying on that section right there, straight through the lip. And it seems like he's going to get his best.
Gabriel Klausner tosses that one up and puts it down. Cat-like reflexes there. That's right. Wow. Already got a 7. I mean, it wasn't a huge wave, but it was a very impressive air.
And talk about a dumpy section too, where he lands. That is a lot of strain on your knees, on your joints right there when you're landing. On your board too, you typically see a lot of boards broken or creased when you're landing in the flats like that. So he's gonna get well rewarded because of it too. And another big thing too, I mean, we haven't seen many airs throughout the event. So adding a different element right here, great looking board underneath his feet with a sharp eye, but just very technical spin right there, lands in the flats. It's not a full rotation, but still super well done by Klausner. Has the 7, and this could, you know, be a strong backup right here in the first 11 minutes of the heat. He's surfing a great heat.
Oh man, yeah, he's at the moment he's running away with it. But we have to acknowledge Ian Gentile with a 5.83 and a 5.07 currently in the lead. Gentile likely going to go down into second for the situation as we wait for the score from Gabriel Klausner.
Yeah, and Dominguez right here talked about the surfer out of the Basque Country. You know, he's made 2 heats already. He started in the round of 80, and this kid rips. Get him on a big left-hander out there. One of the best surfers coming out of the European region too. Really want to see him perform on a bigger set wave out there, and I think that has to be a point of difference for him today.
First win of the morning, Jake Marshall. He's on the glass with Rosie Hodge.
That's right, the second day in a row that we've seen this man in the first heat of the morning. Jake, just from Encinitas up the road, talk to me about your game plan coming to the US Open. I know that you've decided to stay in a hotel and just the decisions behind that.
Yeah, it's always like, it is nice to be at home, but that drive, like, it can just get a little tiring after a whole week, you know, of going back and forth, and just takes one bad day of traffic to be regretting your decision. So I've kind of done both, but I just like staying up here, and it just kind of puts me in a good like comp mindset too, because I'm just focused and I'm here and I'm not like just at home like maybe getting distracted or something like that. So it's just nice to kind of like be up here and be 100% focused, I think.
And midpoint in the season, doing double duty on the championship tour, you're on that cusp for qualification, 5th in Bolito. Tell me about your season so far and your goals and how you're going to kind of head into this next part of the year.
Yeah, I mean, I think these challenger events have been really good for me. Like, I almost had like, my confidence was pretty shot after Brazil. I just was like super bummed on just how my season was going on the tour. And with this no more like 3-man heat on the tour, like you don't have really much time to surf yourself into rhythm kind of. So it kind of can just get gnarly. Like you're traveling to all these places, you're warming up, and you just lose the first day. And it kind of can just get a little taxing like mentally and stuff. So it's been really good to just do these events and make some heats and kind of just like compete, you know. Like I've surfed a bunch of events this year, but I felt like I actually wasn't surfing that many heats. So this has been like really good for me, and I feel like I'm finding my rhythm again, like kind of like surfing some good heats, getting some good scores, and just like getting that like almost just like winning heats and just getting that momentum going. So I've been really stoked to do the Challenger. Like I don't really mind coming down and doing these events. Like I love competing, and no matter if it's on the Challenger or the tour, like I'm going to be stoked to be there and surf some heats, and especially here close to home. Like growing up in Southern California is a huge event for all of the kids who grow up around here, and like you watch so many rad performances over the years. So this event's like really special for me, and I just love competing in Huntington.
Best of luck in the rest of the event. Thanks for the time.
Yeah, Jake Marshall. A little update on scores as we come back. 6.93 for Gabriel Klausner. We're waiting for that score, so Klausner goes into the lead. We saw during that interview Ian Gentile catch a wave for a 5.4, so Gentile currently in second place.
Yeah, he's converted on 3 waves already. Every score that he's got above a 5 so far, so excellent work by Ian. And Jake, runner-up to the title right here at the U.S. Open back in 21 to Griffin, so has a lot of good memories. He's made it into finals day multiple times and touches on a great subject right there. For anybody that's from the area that grew up coming to this event, as a Grom, just looking up to a lot of, our idols right here in North America, has a lot of significance. And that trophy looks good, right there in your living room too if you do end up getting it. So this is the 5-4 that you're talking about from Ian. First turn strong, gets the second snap, slide of the fins, and right in the JS's now. They're looking good underneath his feet.
And also, Jake staying here in Huntington Beach instead of, making the commute from Encinitas brings me to a Southern California phenomena. The Pendleton stretch. No exits, no cities, but yet can have tremendous traffic.
What was it?
How and why?
The one year we worked the finals at Lowers, we carpooled. And we had to go down to Las Pulgas Road, which is the last exit before heading down that stretch of the 5 right there where Camp Pendleton is. And you're like, hey, there's traffic right there. We got to go all the way around. It's an extra 20 minutes right there. So, yeah, I mean.
How and why?
Welcome to SoCal, baby.
Caltrans, address this for us, please.
But, it is a great point that Jake makes right there, too, because from here to Encinitas, it's typically at least an hour, I'd say. I mean, if we're really going for it, it'll be 45, 50 minutes.
Yeah.
But you avoid that, and you never know what traffic's going to be.
Right. California petrol prices, I think, is like $10 a gallon here.
So you're spending pretty much the same thing on a room compared to what you're going to spend on gas anyway. So
I exaggerate, of course. It's not $10 a gallon. Not cheap either.
No, not at all. No, but there's just comfort in staying around the area right here, not having to do that drive, and wake up a little earlier, too, on your body, especially the last 4 days of competition. That goes a long way.
Yeah,
so, yeah, I think it's a good decision by Jake.
Smart investment.
Absolutely. And, especially at this point of your career when you have a bit more financial help as well, is there really need to want to suffer per se, in that sense? Absolutely not.
So we're waiting for the score for here for Gabriel Klausler. We're catching that replay. It's not going to change the situation, however.
No, it's a 4.87, but the guy's ripping right now, Kaipo. I'm telling you, the sharp eyes look great. He just looks in form and in a great rhythm out there right now. He has the 7, the 6.93. Both of those counting scores have been on theirs. And then he takes the turn and pretty much a 5 with a single maneuver right there on the forehand.
So I feel Gabriel Klausler, this is his first year on the Challenger Series.
Full time.
Yeah, full time. He did get some wild cards in the Challenger Series in Saquarema in the past.
Yeah.
And made an imprint there, but now we're going to see him all year.
Yeah, and once again, the youth over there in Brazil, it's a difficult region to qualify in South America. You have a lot of talented surfers. Remember, Miguel Tudela, I think he won 5 events in a row in the South American region, which still to this day, I think, is a record that you're doing that consecutively in a row. But it just goes to show how difficult it is to be able to qualify right there. There's a lot of talented surfers that still haven't made it to the Challenger Series. I mean, Wesley Dantos, it's his first time, full-time on the CS as well. And talking about Iago Dominguez and how impressive he's been out of the Basque Country, number 4 when it came to the European rankings last year. Big fan of this guy's surfing. Goofy footer, really quick in the pocket, quick in transition too. And of course, as we all know over there in Europe, you got to be great at beach break surfing yourself, Kaipo.
Yeah, it's been a quiet heat for Dominguez so far. Ian Gentile looking to secure his second position.
Lord.
Big slash on that oncoming section for Gentile, looking to improve on a 5.4.
4 waves.
Yeah.
He's caught 4 waves and he's converted on all 4 of them.
And 5s, when we look at the judging scales, 5s are considered a good score.
Yeah, average, technically, because a 6 or under is going to be considered average, poor, fair, depending on the
Very
context
good.
of it. Yeah, but
above 8, excellent.
You see the 5s and the way he's surfing, anybody on any given day would be stoked to have multiple of those waves in a free surf. And the guy's been able to do it in the first 19 minutes of this heat right here.
Yeah, rock solid with his surfing, Ian Gentile. Here he goes.
Yeah, and changing program with the boards too, right in the JS's now. The carve into the big layback hammer right there. And it's just really the positioning of his entry point into these waves. Brings it back and then straight into the layback right there. Looking very strong as Gentile. Surfer out of Paia, has CT experience himself. Excellent in barrels. He's made it into the semis before when it comes to the Lexus Pipe Masters. He's looking to requalify once again, Kibes.
Yeah, and I like what you're talking about, catching onto the board. I mean, the tractor team has been making a push in 2026. Could 2026 be the year of the tractor, of the JS Industries? Jason Stevenson has really, and I don't think he's recruiting people. I think people are like gravitating towards his boards right now.
Well, and I think especially here in California, they have the JS Garage in Oceanside right now. Brent Riley, the whole crew right there, they're doing a great job of promoting. The addition of Kanoa Igarashi, I think, is huge too. Of course, Jack Robinson been there lately as well.
Kaoli Voss.
And Marco Mignon.
Yeah.
You know, he kind of goes under the radar when it comes to his performances, but he's added some good points when it comes to the Surfboard Empire Shaper rankings on the CT.
Yeah, those monsters look like they're money. Here we go. Dominguez, we've been waiting for him. What's he got for us? He's got a vertical stab on the lip. He's going to make it 2, looking really good pace and tempo-wise through this. He's been waiting a long time and unable to close that one out, but some quality turns before going down. Ian Gentile's going to close out here.
Yeah, that one a quick one for Gentile, but Dominguez needs a mid-7 right now to be able to move up in a second. He's going to do the runaround on the inside. So he waited a long time to be able to get a third ride on the board. There's going to be another counting ride on the inside, but smaller wave kipes, just really to reposition himself.
Yeah, just wants to get to the south.
And you could just see the spring that he has when he gets to the bottom turn right there. Very springy style of surf, and you know, great up beach breaks. Got a little ahead of himself, and it was the change of pace in the wave and the back end of it too. And you can see much steeper right here at the beginning of it. Straight up and vertical, very well done. Adjust right there with that down carve too. But see how he's still going at the same speed and the same pace and trying to maintain it on those last 2 sections. It wasn't dictating that same pace at the end of it. And that's what the pier bowl does with converging swells, especially with these against the grain rights. The first 2 turns very strong, and then right here, he just tries to maintain that same speed that he had at that beginning. But that's where you want to be, doing a little bit less, but with higher quality at the end, Kaipo.
Wow.
He's fit.
Talk about athleticism. That is a sprint to the south.
Well, the majority of their waves are beach breaks. They're used to this, especially with, you know, the wind swells that they get over there in that part of Europe. They're surfing a lot of these waves.
Holding on to his leash right there, you know, with one hand, that's the art of running with the leash on, because without controlling that leash, we've seen some, I wouldn't say comedy, but you can do some pretty big crashes there.
Some comedy.
Yeah.
Some comedy, depending on who you ask.
It's a surfer knows the feeling. Yeah, I mean, everyone's done it. All right, we're coming back with more action. Currently, it's Gabriel Klausner in the driver's seat. Heat number 2 of the morning at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Check this air out. It's happening here all week. Huntington Beach, Crosby Colapinto with a giant air reverse the cross out here in the second heat in the morning. Kuiper Grow along with Mitchell Salazar. Fireworks.
Spin to win.
What's going on right there?
That's going to be a good conversion right there from Crosby. A very close heat for second and third right now, and it seems like Colapinto going to get a good score on the board. Big crew down here on the beach already. There's the Colapinto camp in the background. Hayden Rogers as well, supporting his good buddy Crosby. And we talked about him being so complete and diverse in his approach to any kind of wave out there. Great reverse, nearly a full route, but getting enough speed and pop right there at the beginning of the wave to get that projected launch down the line, Kaipo. So we talked about this being a close heat for second. Look at the difference in points between Crosby and Ian now.
So Ian, who's been very consistent in the 5 range throughout this entire heat, now bumped down to third because Crosby Colapinto for that air, 6.67. Talk about air, big alley-oop, but goes down Iago Dominguez.
Like the idea, you got to be able to go for things right now, especially needing, one of the best scores of the heat right here. And Dominguez understands the situation he's in at the moment, Kaipo, up against people that are on the championship tour currently, have CT experience with Gentile, and the young powerhouse out of Brazil in Klausner. So heat's not even close to being over right now with 9 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I love the effort there by Iago Dominguez. That was a giant alley-oop.
Well, and if there's one thing that's benefiting right now, you can see 3 guys are matched up right together. He's surfing the peak way to the south at the moment by himself. So take advantage of that right now while you can, because as soon as those 6-5 minute mark starts hitting, you'll be seeing a lot more people want to come play some defense over towards you. I think right now the focus for Crosby, given where Ian is at with priority and how close it is between him and Gentile at the moment, I think he's going to be electing to maybe stay a little bit more on Gentile.
Yeah, we can see that. The cluster of the 3 surfers there at, the lineup that would typically be the pier bowl.
Yeah, totally. That one peak closer to the pier. They're on the side where it seems like the left is still available for them. It'll be a much shorter, quicker one heading into the pilings, but as of right now, that seems to be the option. Been able to go right multiple times. All 3 guys, they've been able to convert on both rights and lefts too. So 8 minutes on the clock right here. It's game time for Gentile, being able to convert and get his best wave. And as you said, the only thing that's been, bad for him is that the 4 scores that he had at the beginning of the heat, they haven't broken a 6, and that's what he's needing right now. But I mean, once again, those 5s, they're well-earned scores. He's been ripping in. I think in the end, it's just going to need a little bit more right here to be able to get that score touching the good range.
Surfers a bit on the treadmill. The drift, the current is obvious for all of our surfers having to paddle just to stay in place. Dominguez down the beach finds the right-hander and exploits it with some quick backhand surfing. Pumps the fist, needs a 6.8. I like the surfing. I like the quickness. I don't know if it's a 6.8 though.
Probably not, but if you improve on the 5.07, that'll help. So if you would make the requirement a bit smaller, that's probably what he's thinking right here. But I love the attitude, I love the energy, and it's necessary at this point of the heat too. He's the one person that still hasn't broken the double-digit marks when it comes to his combination.
Priority with Ian Gentile, and he takes this wave. Tosses it and tossed that one away. So he's still going to be searching for a 6.05.
With that wave, it was the only way he was getting the score, though. I mean, it was going to be the same approach, and it would have been a similar score with the 5s if you would have just gone for a single maneuver right there at the end. It would have been simple. So I think that's a smart move, and he's breaking away. I mean, he's just trying to get away from both Gabriel and Crosby right here, Kaipo. That's repositioning move here on the inside for Ian.
Yeah, it is going to be a busy day. Take a look here again with Ian Gentile.
Well, and he had priority, so they had to give way to him right there. Tight snap in the pocket, and had to go for a major maneuver right there at the end to be able to get that score touching the good range, a 6.05 to be exact. And this is Iago's last, so he does improve, gets a 5.5, so not the 6.8 that he was needing at that point, but big difference on this wave. Flow, no disruption of it, really tight in transition, and the bass surfer, he's back in the mix, Kipes.
Yeah, 6 point. Now he reduced his requirement, needs a 6.38 Yago Dominguez. Ian Gentile still looking for a little bit over of a 6-point ride to get into second. Crosby Colapinto in a semi-control situation. Oh, Yago Dominguez finds a little left-hander, maybe just some repositioning there. But Crosby Colapinto in a really good position, holding on to first priority and in second and advancing position.
Yeah, and now both those guys are starting to move over towards where Yago is at the moment. So, as I said, I think that 5-6 minute mark is where you start making sure that you're playing a lot more defense, especially when it comes to good positioning out there. The one thing I will say about Yago is that he's good in the air, going both right and left. So, haven't seen that attempt yet when it comes to the right-handers. They're shorter and punchier. We've already seen 2 completed airs from Klausner in this heat and 1 from Crosby Colapinto, so not impossible. And Klausner was asking for a situation as we see Chiquilin.
Al Cleland Jr., nicknamed Chiquilin?
Chiquilin is pretty much like little guy.
Ah.
So since I've known Al, he's what, in his early 20s now. I've met him when he was 3 or 4. He was always Changuito, little monkey, or Chiquilin, little guy. So,
Yeah.
you know, he's still short, but he ain't that little anymore, Kyle.
No, he's not. You know, and he's such an interesting story, Al Cleland, where he's just like had to, you know, growing up in Mexico, but, you know, being a white guy growing up in Mexico, he said he'd have to fight and battle throughout that. It toughened him.
Absolutely. And
it shows you like his warrior attitude right now.
yeah, and if there's nobody that represents Mexico better with the culture than him.
Yeah.
You know, he's authentic, he's just his pure self, and dropped 15 points yesterday.
Yeah.
Event champion 2 years ago. Watch out for him. He's been on a roll so far.
Yeah. I love the surfing of Al Cleland Jr. All right, we're down to under four minutes, and maybe some stress setting in on Ian Gentile and
Yeah.
Dominguez.
I was about to say, so green and red still sitting on him, so they've elected to sit on Ian right now, given that he has a smaller requirement for the score.
Yeah.
And I think they've recognized that the less, maybe a bit further south, they're runners. So unless you're really getting one major maneuver and you're getting that speed at the beginning of the wave, they feel like it's better to protect the pier bowl and take away the right from Gentile. They're taking a risk by letting Yago go by himself, of course, but I think with 3 minutes to go, they feel they'd probably burn too much time paddling over to Dominguez and not being able to play enough defense.
And it looked like, you know, just a little while ago that Ian Gentile was going to try to kind of escape this zone, but now he's put himself right back in there.
I think he tried, and then they just moved over. They stopped paddling, and they let the current move over to him.
Something big happened because Yago Dominguez taking a bow. Cross. Big lip glide, solid surfing.
Yeah, it was.
Square over his board.
Large wave, too. So 2.5 right here. He used priority in a great way. If he improves on the 5.2, he's done his job right there, which could easily be done with a single maneuver on a, you know, wave that size. These heats, you look at the round, everybody's up to pretty much 11, 12 points now, and this is where you know things are getting a lot more competitive.
And this is the kind of action that we're looking for, you know? This is so exciting because the performances from all 4 surfers in the first 2 heats of the day, outstanding. Let's see what Yago got.
Well, first turn strong in the pocket. The second one even better with this timing too. So that's a combo of major maneuvers. Best claim of the event as well. So Dominguez loves it. So do I. I think that's going to be a good number by today's standards, Kipes.
And Ian, just a quick one there. So really what we're anticipating is the number for Yago Dominguez. Gets that 6.38 and he moves into second place.
But Crosby, with the one single turn, how much does he improve if he does on the 5.2? So what they do in a situation like this, there's times where they drop one score first to see, you know, if it'll change the requirement, but seems like Dominguez might be on his way to get the score.
Yeah, I feel he's going to get his number. Waiting for scores. We got 3 numbers in, but we can still not report to you whether he did actually get the requirement. Now we can. 6.53, Iago Dominguez goes into second.
Oh,
Whoa. That was rad.
it was cool. He's needing a 6.21 now, but still waiting on the last of Crosby as well. Oh, an interesting heat right here towards the end.
Well, if Iago's able to advance out of this, I'm going to say that this was a clutch performance from the Bass Surfer.
No doubt. 25 seconds, Kaipo.
Still no indication for Crosby Colapinto and his number.
And how clutch was Klausner opening up the heat that way? I mean, he's been sitting on the same 2 scores pretty much for 25 minutes now.
Crosby with a carve, just a little whitewater wave coming through.
Yeah, that's not going to
That's not
change
gonna
anything.
Change anything, yeah. So it's the previous wave score that we're really looking for. And now, Mitch, we wait.
Well, 2 scores right here owed. The air for Ian, it was cool. I just think maybe a little off kilter though. Awkward, I think is a good word to use right there. It seems like he was in between 2 minds about it. So this is the wave that we're waiting on right here. Needs a 5.36 or better, does Crosby. It's a big section right there, high impact maneuver, maybe not the spray that he was looking for when he engaged the lip, but it's a strong maneuver and needs a low 5, so I feel like it's right there. Great heat.
Yeah, great
All
heat.
4 guys just shredded.
And it's been back and forth as far as the Cross gets the number 5.67, got it done.
And Gentile now just waiting for that to make it official. But it seems like it's going to fall short on the 5s, Kipes.
Yeah, Ian Gentile is going to fall short. Iago Dominguez just momentarily in second advancing position, but it's Crosby Colapinto coming through. That's what he got, and he got the job done.
Needed a 5.38, so every judge gave him the score. Unanimous right there, so they had green over blue at the moment. And give it up to this kid, Kipes. Klausner.
Gabriel Klausner making an impact here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Crosby Colapinto also moving into the round of 16. We're going to move into a couple of commercial breaks. When we get a chance and more action coming, it's going to be Alan Cleland Jr., David Silva, Alonso Correa, and Lucas Cassidy all out in the water. When we return, check that air.
Rocket, but sometimes you...
Let's go to the Wayback Machine. This is 2024, where Al Cleland Jr. proved that he is one of the most well-rounded surfers in the world. We thought of this guy as just a total barrel hound. Well, came to Huntington Beach on a 1 to 2 foot day and absolutely ripped all the way to becoming your 2024 US Open champ. Al Cleland with those amazing memories. He's back. He will be competing in this next heat. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Tanner Gadauskas, and that's Al Cleland. Straight into it. Quick little tube on his backhand. Big snap.
Oh, wow.
Good morning.
Asking you shall
Yeah.
receive.
Hey, how you doing, Tanner?
Oh.
That was pretty cool.
Oh, my word. Yeah, so this is like the 19th great day of surf in Huntington Beach.
You gotta love it.
It's going up.
You gotta love it. Super clean this morning. Totally ripple. I'm Chris. That's Tanner.
What's up?
And we're super excited to bring you all the action today. Those first 2 heats were incredible. We saw huge performances from all of our surfers. And guess what? I guarantee you're about to get more.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this heat right here is stacked. You got Al Cleland, Alonso Correa, David Silva, and Lucas Cassidy coming at each other. And what this round is truly the bottleneck before you open up the man-on-man competition, which really is where those big points are on offer. And so it's a literal dogfight.
Yeah, this is kind of where you start to see the light at the end of the tunnel. But unfortunately, at the end of that tunnel, there's another amazing surfer. And then after that, there's going to be another amazing surfer. So it does seemingly get a little easier from here on out. But the flip side of that is you're going up against surfers that have been ripping their way through this contest. So here's our lineup. First time in a long time that I can remember here on the Challenger Series that we have 2 surfers representing Mexico, Lucas Cassidy and Al Cleland Jr. You got David Silva, Brazil, Alonso Correa from Peru. And there you see the peaks coming off the pier. And Alonso Correa, an absolute powerhouse, kind of your prototypical CS veteran. You know, this guy's been through every contest scenario. And he just belted that wave on his backhand. He's already got 2 waves. Quick up and out to start, 0.87, 4.33 on his first real opener. Score comes through for Al Cleland, 6.17. We're off to the races here.
That was such a technical backhand turn there, and I think we'll be seeing from Alonso and David that approach today. There's the wedge coming from the pier bowl. These rights, they have a lot of vortexing energy, so guys are able to get really pivoty. Alonso honestly almost didn't even look like he was looking at the lip there. He just threw the board up in that vertical position.
David Silva up and into the lip. Gets weightless there for a second. A little bit lateral, but not a bad way to start. Got to remember when these guys are coming down from those floaters and those big snaps, they're basically landing uphill. You know, it's usually flat, sometimes even downhill at certain spots, but here in Huntington, this trough through the middle.
Oh, let's walk it through. Are we in mainland Mexico? This is insane. I'm seeing Al Cleland in board shorts getting barreled and just bashing the lip. That was a great ride. And then this is the turn I'm talking about. Or maybe not. This is another ride from Alonso Correa as he's able to stab multiple turns. Comes a little bit unglued on that last one. And then this, in the scoreline, Lucas Cassidy is in the lead by virtue of what he has done here. And that is exactly what Lucas Cassidy can do to you in your heat. That was incredibly sick.
Yeah, that was a real proper back 3, and the way he landed was super technical with the water bouncing back up from that flat spot. Just makes that air that much harder to land because he was flying so high and for so long that the wave actually had a chance to break and then smash back up, but didn't look like it phased him one bit.
Well, he hails from the Pacific side of Cabo San Lucas, and there's a surf spot down there in Cerritos, real close to Todos Santos. That whole crew is really killer. And the north wind that prevails is an air ramp. It is a left that comes at it. And so Lucas, born and raised basically in the air on a surfboard, so he's going to feel real innate doing maneuvers like that.
He's about to do it again. See, I told you. That was awesome. Lucas Cassidy, but most likely not deemed complete. You really have to make it clear. I feel like that, you know, like the judges' attention to surfers completely riding out of their maneuvers started right here in Huntington Beach. I remember a wave from, I believe, Italo or somebody where they kept slow-moing, you know, the ride out, and it was like so on the edge, but they're really sticklers for making sure you still have forward momentum in the whitewater after your trick to get full credit for the landing. That might have been Newcastle too, you know. It's been a lot of beach breaks event. Here we go. Back to it. Cleland. Picture perfect backside snap to start this wave. Adds a second. Full force. 3-turn combo with more to come. I mean, this is looking like Al in winning form. You know, this is having flashbacks to his 2024 win here, but the waves are bigger and better, and that's actually working in his favor. You know how powerful he is. He thrives off big barreling beach breaks. He's loving it in the lineup today.
Yeah, this is his comfort. This is his sweet spot. And that wave, I think today with the conditions changing just slightly, it allows surfers to now utilize that deeper, more southern left, and it will swing under the pier bowl. So you saw that Al was able to get 3 or 4 turns there and not interact with that oncoming right section. So that is going to become into today's recipe. Al using it to his advantage. That's a really great score. He's already got a 6.17 on the map. Are we going to see 2 Mexican surfers make it through this heat?
It's looking like that right now. It'll be interesting too because Lucas Cassidy with the big back 3, 8-point ride. Now how do you judge a backside 360 air like that up against a 5-turn smasher?
Totally.
You know, it's like polar opposite waves, but they're both going to be big scores. And here goes Cassie again. Quick pump,
It's
eyeing the
lofty.
ramp. Oh, there we go. Great idea.
I think it is a
Send
great
it.
idea.
Yeah.
I think like we're contrasting 2 different styles. We'll see Alonso potentially take to the air as well. These rights.
Oh gosh, that was a bad landing.
It's what happens with sometimes there's no wind in the air and your board can slightly come off of your feet, and then you're projecting and rotating without it attached to you, and you're just praying that you don't come down landing on it. We're seeing a potential board swap here. Yeah, I think it happened. I think Alonso might have landed on his board, either buckled it or broke a fin out.
Yeah, that was sketchy. Yeah, that's exactly what you don't want to happen. Like you just said, Tanner. I mean, board flips. Looks like he landed right on it.
Yeah, so he's projecting as he hits the lip here. His board comes. Oh man, that's a pretty bad wipeout.
That is one of the worst wipeouts we've seen yet. Hope he's all right. Here we go. Cleland. I mean, could you have surfed that wave any better?
No, he just had such perfect timing, such great cadence. Every turn vertical, swung from the bottom directly into the lip, intention with the entire ride. So really great wave by Al Cleland.
We just saw right to the left of your screen, there was an ant coming out of a big barrel and smashing the lip. Super cool to just catch that out of our peripheral vision. And it's a huge number. David Silva drops a 917.
I mean,
This
these are
heat's
those
getting
heats.
wild.
These are those heats. We literally watching Al Cleland get pocket 6s. You feel like he's comfortable, and then all of a sudden, there's gorillas in the mist. You get a 9.17, get thrown in your face. David Silva to the lead, backup score a 3.17. So he's got a lot of opportunity to just close that door down.
All right, officially the highest single wave scorer of the event so far. 917 for David Silva. I mean, this guy's been here before, and he acts like it. You know, he goes out there, Terminator mode. He's super jovial, fun, cool on the beach. But this is a guy you do not want to surf against in a heat because he will make you earn it every single time. Cassidy, no go. But already with a couple nice scores. I mean, I feel like Lucas Cassidy is kind of right there with Silva. 8-point ride, so he's cleared for takeoff now.
I know, it's crazy. It's like seeing Lucas in that 3rd spot, you know his recipe. He's actually showing us on every single wave his intention. It'll be in the air. So you're seeing clashing styles here. David, very fundamental, a barrel to a lip line floater. That allows you to get the 9.17. So even if you don't have the airs in your game, still feel strong if you're competing here today, because very large scores on just, if you're just either surfing the wave with barrel or big turns on the big maneuvers, that's epic. Or Lucas, you go the different wheelhouse, you start rotating, you start lifting. So that's what we're talking about, Chris. Round of 32. It brings in these surfers that have different skill sets, and there's so much on the line. Everybody's basically throwing their biggest punch into the match.
Yeah, this one is going to be a bumpy ride because with scores like that already dropping in 23 minutes left, you know, the sense of urgency for your 3rd and 4th place surfers is going to be at an all-time high as we see Cassidy heavily involved with a big closeout snap. So he's got power as well. I mean, this kid's the complete package for sure.
Yeah, I was almost like, whoa, hold the phone here. That second turn had so much spice on it. He did a great job of reading the lip, getting out of there with that converging water. Lucas Cassidy backing things up. T-well.
So priority right now is with Cleland.
Yeah, so Chris, watch this.
wave.
He gets out of this first turn, gets into the bottom and gets up into the lip, interacts with that, blows the fins out the back, comes down, you see, barely hangs on to it. A strong kid.
I have a lot of gratitude for these replays because in the heat of the action, that was a rad turn. When you see the replay, you realize how impactful it really was. That was one of the best backside snaps we've seen of the morning. I'm not saying a lot because that section is really giving these surfers a lot of opportunity. Saw Cole Hauschman earlier this morning, and I said, bro, your turn at the end of that heat, and he just smiled like he knew.
Yeah.
I knew,
Oh,
he
he
knew,
knew.
everybody knew. He said that one felt really good. And as a surfer, and you lay it, I'm not saying I've ever laid into a turn like that, but you lay into a good turn that feels that good, that's gonna stick with you. That's gonna give you confidence and momentum.
You know, Huntington, when you get swell like this, it's a very right place for doing your best surfing possible. And whether that's in the air, in the barrel, on the wave. So yesterday, that turn, Chris, you're talking about, Cole Hauschman basically demoed a south swell wall. It's just fun for us because we get to see it from every different angle, slow it down, so everybody's winning.
You want to talk about demolition. So we just saw a really brutal wipeout from Alonso Correa, and I believe AJ has the victim of that wipeout.
Yeah, this is the kind of Sun Cruiser board check that kind of hurts every surfer's heart here, because look at this board. Alonso absolutely blew through the tail of this thing. We lost a fin box. It's busted all the way halfway through this thing. I'll flip it over so you can kind of see the top of it. Just busted all the way through. You heard in the Red Bull Athlete Zone just everyone's reaction to that landing, and it's because this is the damage that was done to this board. Tanner, I just can imagine that this is hurting your soul a little bit.
That's hurting everybody, and I mean, I'm glad Alonso's okay. That's the type of damage that you would see an airline
Yeah.
put a board.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen a board get that smashed by a body.
No, that's so gnarly.
Heavy. Worst case scenario right there.
The thing that happens in those airs is when there's nothing he could do. As soon as he let go off of the lip, the board disconnected, you can't reconnect. You're spinning yourself, pirouetting in your own way. So basically, you just got to brace for impact. So I'm wondering, we know it was Alonso's body that broke that fin out. Like, should we check in on Alonso? That's crazy.
He's back out there. I mean, this dude's tough as nails.
He is a warlock. He's ready to go. He's going to throw hammers down. If he gets on these rights, I'm sure we're going to see some lively backhand surfing.
We got 19 and a half minutes left. Lucas Cassidy in the lead. David Silva in second with that 917. He's just got a quick backup, a 317. Cleland now needs a 618. And Alonso, the board smasher, has a 433 and a 433. So he needs to gather himself right back up and get out there and get an 8+ ride. So inside of 20 minutes now, winner of round of 32, heat 2, Gabriel Klossner, starting to put together an underdog story, and we're here for it. You see now Alonso flying down the line. I thought he was going to try another air. That would have been really brave. All right, now we can get to Gabriel Klossner on the glass with Rosie.
Gabriel, we're so stoked to see you make it through that heat. The third round that you've made it through in this event, transitioning from Bolito where you lost in that first round, how good is it to get on a roll here at the US Open?
Yeah, I'm super happy to make it through. This round is probably the most important one because the gap on the points are huge. So yeah, happy to advance, and yeah, let's go man on man.
Love that for you. And just thinking about the different conditions that you've had to surf in through the first round of the event to now, can you talk us through how it's changed?
Actually, I had the same plan as the other days. It was like, go find the lefts and one big heat. But right in the beginning of the heat, I got lucky and I got on right. made an error and I backed it up with a turn in the X section. And right after, I made an other error in the right, and yeah, a 7 and 6.93.
Absolutely ripping. We'll see you in the round of 16. Thanks for the time.
Gabriel Klausner makes his way to the man-on-man round. He will face Taj Lindblad in his next heat. And there's always a couple names, right, that launch themselves through the draw that you might not know too much about. Well, guess what? Gabriel Klausner has arrived.
I mean,
we'll see more from him.
You're talking launching through the draw. We just saw in the background Lucas Cassidy throwing one of the gnarliest airs of the day.
Oh, that was so cool.
So Chris, loving these stories as they're playing out. Like, let's keep it on this heat right here. You have a couple veterans, you have a World Tour surfer, and then you have a young upstart like Lucas Cassidy, who's ready to prove it in front of the big names, throwing down pocket eights, dropping an 8.87 on his last air. And I love it. We saw it in the heat before. Gabriel Klausner coming up against those big names and just making sure people remember theirs. Look at this air. That's tweaky. That's wild. No grab, no need, no worries. Fully rotated. And then Al with this incredible lip line floater. Really good read.
So much control.
Yes, great read there. Doing the work before it got a little too nasty. This heat is just sick. It's just radical.
This has the makings of the highest overall heat total, with all four surfers contributing big numbers. And there we go again, flipping the standings. Al Cleland comes through on his last wave with a 6.30. Add that to a 6.17. He's now in second place. Cassidy backing up his opening 8 with an 8.87, going nearly excellent. Kid has gone straight Bachman Turner overdrive, taking care of business, Tanner.
Hey, I'm thinking about psychologically, if I'm Al Cleland, I have pocket sixes, but behind me, David Silva has a 9.17, and he's just stalking with priority, waiting for the wave he wants to ride. I would be so nervous, and I think you have to really be strong mentally in these positions, because that changes the game so much. That's actually 3 points higher than Al's highest score in his scoreline. So Al's thinking, okay, what do I actually need to do to delete maybe not even one of these sixes, but two, because you're assuming as soon as David gets a 5, let's call it right there, that goes to a 14 total. So changes the game completely. These heats always have those interesting dynamics. Like you said, Chris, this could be the highest scoring heat of the round. So when you're surfing in one of those and it's playing out real time, you actually have to level yourself up and start bringing out all of your bag of tricks to just make it through this round. You heard Gabriel Klausner mentioning the point difference into the next round, and it's imperative that you give it everything right here, right now.
100%. 14:30 left. And if I was lurking around on the prediction market, I don't know if I would have predicted that Lucas Cassidy was packing 2 8s, but now I feel dumb because I should have seen it coming. This kid is so gnarly.
He might just throw one for the soul right
I think he's gonna do something even bigger. I mean, you can just tell when a surfer winds up like that every time they stand up, and he's got that feeling, and he's, you know, his strike rate is huge. So this heat is living up to all expectations and more. Cassidy on top, Cleland in second. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back with more of that. Stay tuned. We are back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Music starts tonight, Tanner. Our Lexus music stage here at the US Open is going to be going off. July 31st, that's tonight, today. Real estate a la las will be on the sand. Tomorrow night, we got local natives and RC Drive. You still have time to get tickets, but they are going fast. Scan the QR code, come hang with us. It's going to be a golden hour beach party for the ages. Back-to-back nights.
These are great musicians.
Yeah.
These are insane bands. I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm gonna be sitting on your shoulders.
That's what we
Good
talked
view.
about yesterday.
Yeah,
Get the best view in the house.
exactly.
You think Hayden Rogers is loving these air sections? I'd say so.
You know, if you're a quote-unquote air guy, you're watching this heat, you're thinking, oh yeah, time to eat.
It's buffet time. I just received a text as we watch real time.
Oh my gosh.
There you go.
Stop it.
2 sections.
Don't do it. Oh.
Oh!
We're scoring, Tanner.
What?
This is the best heat ever.
Oh, wow.
That was so... It's not often that I'm speechless, Tanner. I talk a lot, but that one just kind of left me shook.
You wonder how you come back from absolutely blowing your fin box out of your board. Well, there you go.
Twice.
That
On one
is
wave.
Insane. Oh, my goodness.
And if I'm a judge now, I'm going, okay, so I'm judging crazy upside down 540s. I'm judging power surfing. Now I'm judging barrel riding, all in the span of a 35-minute heat. This is we're witnessing something really special here. I mean, we're talking about maybe 3, 4, 5 waves going to be in the excellent range by the time this heat's done.
I mean, how are we even talking like David Silva might not be safe? Like, he has a 9, and Alonso just dropped in. We don't know what that's going to come in at.
This is like more confusing and more action-packed than a episode of House of the Dragon. Like, I'm loving what I'm seeing. I just have no idea what's going on.
What a great read by Alonso. I would, myself personally, if I got that first section of that barrel, I'd be psyching. I'd be way out of there. He hits the brakes again and goes even deeper on the second section. Look at this. Through that, stalls, gets so deep and just comes out in the doggy door.
Earned every bit of this. 9.6.
Wow.
Alonso Correa with a 9.6, only in 3rd place.
Oh, no!
That's
How does that make sense?
insanity.
Like, is Lucas Cassidy tripping? He was looking in on that. It's a shootout.
I mean, yeah, you're surfing against this guy, but you have to be stoked for him. You have to just be stoked on life when you see somebody get tubed like that.
You know what? Here's the deal. Alonso Correa is so proficient in the barrel. He's gone over to Hawaii. He's had incredible performances at places like Pipeline, but you just don't assume he's going to put that down in Huntington Beach. Like, you're thinking condition-wise, he just is using that skill set right there. The same way Lucas Cassidy's taking it to the air, Alonso gets crafty. He gets creative, comes up with the highest heat score of the event.
And if you kind of laid out all these waves in a timeline, there's no way that I would believe you if you told me this all happened in the span of one heat.
No.
And we still have 8.5 minutes left.
No, I'm stressed out.
Al Cleland with his incredible power surfing now in 4th place. And here we go, David Silva. I mean, just take it away.
The dog's hungry. He's biting through the chain.
Wow.
David Silva's doing David Silva things.
That turn was lethal.
Whoa.
This is, it's going wild in here, and I know it's going wild in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Mitchell Salazar can barely contain himself. Mitchell, what is happening?
Guys, I'm here with my dog, Sean Gunning, the rest of the crew right here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. We are just frothing on what we're seeing right now. All I have to say, Latinos get it done. All 4 of these guys representing Latin America. You got David Silva, former C-tier, the 2 Mexicans out there, and of course the Peruvian and Alonso Correa. These guys are just going off. The conditions are epic right now. I mean, this is one of the greatest heats I've ever seen in my life, and it seems like Alonso, he's up and running again. What a big rebound, Chris, after, landing on top of his board, breaking off of a fin box, a complete fin too, and what does he need right now? 5.24 for second. He might be getting it with this wave, but this is absolutely one of the greatest heats I've ever seen in my life. We're only in the round of 32 right now, guys.
Yeah, thank you, Mitch. I mean, Alonso's going straight like RoboCop mode. He was just pretty much beaten down and left for dead, and then completely rebuilt himself, and he's come back bigger and badder than ever. So he did just get a backup for that 9.60, but so did David Silva. So Silva, 5.67. So he's starting to build a solid campaign as well. 3 9s in this heat.
A really expressive first turn. Did a great job of keeping his head moving down the line so that he found the space to make that poking vertical turn on the second re-entry. Alonso polishing that up. That's going to be right in the wheelhouse of a 5, maybe just under, maybe just over. But realistically, he's going to need to buckle in and get himself on another wave of substance, because David Silva is working the same game over, and this heat is well and truly not over.
6 minutes, 15 seconds left. Silva snaps it, gets the combo. Solid, powerful surfing from this Brazilian goofy footer, a veteran here on the Challenger Series. So now Al Cleland has to be thinking, it is time to really go above and beyond. Packing 2 6s like that in earlier rounds most likely would have got you through with a 12.47, but I think things have escalated today. The waves are absolutely perfect.
Yeah, and you could really argue that Al can just barely keep his highest scoring wave if he wants to make this heat. David Silva working his game over, he has a 9 and a 5.6. So it's a bummer to be in that position where Al's at. You really are going to have to get creative, or get a wave like Alonso, or go to the air like Lucas, so that you can see yourself getting in the game. Like, guys are now, all 3 of the guys in front of him are carrying excellent, almost perfect waves. Lucas Cassidy on 2 of them. So this heat has almost, the ceiling is so blown off that you really need to reapproach things and throw the kitchen sink at it.
I mean, this is probably the first heat that Lucas Cassidy's ever surfed with an 8.87 and an 8, but still has to be feeling a little bit unsafe.
Totally.
And if you have a 16.87 heat total and there's still doubt, that's saying something about how incredible the surfing has been in this 35-minute match. So Cassidy on top, Silva second, Correa with the highest single wave score of the entire contest in 3rd place. And one of the current best surfers in the world, Al Cleland, in 4th place, being an 8.61. I will not be surprised by any outcome. You know, if Al comes back, drops a 9, I mean, I'm ready for it. I'm preparing myself mentally, spiritually.
So watch this. Lucas Cassidy decides to give David Silva this wave. Even though Lucas had 2nd priority, David had 4th priority. So now we might potentially see a switch in the game. And this is where it is so unnerving to be Lucas Cassidy. You're sitting on 2 8s, yet these guys that are underneath you, they keep punching, they keep biting. David Silva got real crafty there and lit up 2 turns. So even though Lucas is in 1st, he needs to keep his eye on the ball to finish this heat out. It's like when you're him right now, this 3 minutes, 30 seconds that's left feels like an eternity. Every decision still matters. This turn right here, bam, lights it up. That's going to look so good from the beach. And then the classic lip line floater engaged with the lip, coming over the foam ball. Really, really well read by David.
Yeah, we needed to make some room in our top 5 list, all coming from this heat. Correa, pair of big backhand smashes. So 3 minutes, 14 seconds left. Silva just dropped a 6.73, solidifying his 2nd place position. Now Correa needs a 6.30, and Al Cleland needs now the best wave of the contest, a 9.6 or beyond. I don't doubt him for a second.
I know, and they're out there. We just watched a 9.6 go down. We know Al's really good in the barrel.
So basically this graphic is heat 3. This is Alonso Correa, David Silva, Lucas Cassidy, all just blowing apart our event top 5 list at 9.60. This has to be one of the most memorable heats for Alonso Correa's lifetime. I mean, to go from worst case scenario to best case scenario in the span of 4 minutes is just, it's stunning. This is a stunner.
And how sick is it too that it wasn't just an air show, it wasn't just a shootout. And Al has been throwing incredible backside hangers. We've had everything that you can produce within a competitive heat in this heat, and to see those top 3 scores, in the top 5, it's wild. I really, truly don't think you ever see that.
Yeah, I don't need any more coffee.
Yeah.
These guys provided all the energy that we need for the rest of the day. So inside of 2 minutes, here's where we potentially will see a little bit of tactical surfing.
Yes.
We haven't seen any paddle bows. We haven't seen any of that stuff in this heat. It's all been about the surfing. But now, with under 2 minutes to go, you know Lucas Cassidy is going to lean into every trick in the book to just try to keep Alonso Correa off a wave. I think Alonso's in the most dangerous position in this heat with that 960, needing a 630. It feels like those 6.3s are have been just falling from the sky, right? So
it's so crazy.
He's got to just like pray that no waves come through.
You might be wondering, okay, why is the first place guy sitting on the third place guy? But this is what you have to do in this situation. Alonso is so deadly. He has the highest score of the heat. You have to control something. For Lucas, he's deciding to sit on or around Alonso just to have his eyes on the waves that are going to approach for Alonso. He's one spot ahead of him priority-wise, so he's doing whatever he can to just close this heat out. This would be a huge result for Lucas if he's able to make it through this heat.
I can see Lucas fitting well on the championship tour.
Yes,
you know,
agreed.
not just his airs, which are amazing, but also he's got a lot of power. Obviously, he's a very smart competitor. The complete package you see here, second priority.
See, that's really smart. So
he
Lucas
just held off 2 surfers.
Yes, and he's waiting, and basically you're going to have to force Lucas to surf unless it's a wave that is really good looking. Alonso makes a break for the left by the pier bowl. We'll see what he does.
Well, he's going to pull in. Wave will close out, but I mean, imagine the emotions that Alonso Correa has gone through in this heat. Bummer. I broke my favorite board. You know, he's probably cut up and bruised from that wipeout. But then he literally goes back out and rides one of the greatest waves that we've seen in the history of the U.S. Open. I mean, am I wrong? Was that one of the best waves ever ridden at the U.S. Open?
It would have been truly one of the greatest comeback heat stories because you just feel so frustrated. He might have broke his magic board there. We don't know. Al takes to the air. Oh!
He wanted that.
After the heat.
Well, that'll go down as one of the greatest heats I've ever seen, and I think probably one of the greatest heats in 50 years of competitive surfing. I mean, that is, it's not superlative. I mean, the proof is right here. Look at these numbers. Thank you to all 4 of those surfers.
How great
for
is
that show.
Yes.
Yeah, that was. We're going to have to take a quick break. We need to gather ourselves. We've got a special guest coming in, but we're going to field 4 more surfers. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Stay tuned. Welcome back, surf fans. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. And we just watched a heat that will go down in history as one of the best ever on so many levels. And the worst ever on so many levels, because that was one of the worst wipeouts and the worst board smashes we've seen yet, but give it up to Lucas Cassidy, this young surfer representing Mexico, flying through the skies into a heat win and doing it up against two surfers that were holding on to high nines. So something special is in the air. I'm Chris Cote. This is Tanner Gudauskas. We're super happy. We're joined by an absolute legend, an icon of surfing, an icon for so many reasons. We got Patty Panisha. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on all the awesome happenings in this past week. I can't wait to dive into your story a little bit and watch amazing surfing with you as well.
Oh, sounds great to
Yeah,
me.
thanks for coming by.
Love it. Happy to be here.
So when we saw the forecast, we saw the weather report, everything coming together. It's this peak of summer here in Southern California. You must have been excited knowing that this year, 2026, the waves were going to be incredible. And of course, all the history that we've been talking about throughout this week. It's really the culmination of, surf history, what's happening right now. It's been going down. How's your experience been so far this year at the U.S. Open?
I tell you, it's a perfect storm here in a good way. Like you said, everything together. So the experience for me has just been overwhelming, I don't know, after I talked yesterday, probably dozens of women, even just walking here to your booth, have come up to me with tears in their eyes and saying, thank you for our history, because nobody reported on it back then,
Well, let's get some context here. So we would not have this movement in women's surfing that we're seeing these days without what Patty did in the late 70s, where basically you started the women's professional tour, correct?
Well, there were a lot of women in this continuum moving forward, so I can't own everything. But when Fred Hemmings launched pro surfing, he asked Randy Rarick to run the men's division, and he asked me to run the women's division.
And you must be so proud of what you've been seeing from the young ladies that we've had competing here this week. It's been out of this world.
They are what we had in mind when before that, in like 72 or so, when we formed the Hawaii Women's Surfing Hui, to educate the people about women surfing and then to encourage young women to surf. And I was just telling my husband, oh, this is what we wanted. They're there, I think.
I love that you're getting the recognition for that as well. You're basically in every Hall of Fame now, and as you should be.
Yes.
And let's get back to that for a second, because we've got four incredible surfers that have paddled into this lineup that's absolutely going off. I mean, we just saw probably one of the highest scoring heats in the history of the U.S. Open, and we're going to kick things off with Hayden Rogers pulling in, no barrel, closeout snap. I mean, that's exactly how you want to start your heat. And Nishi, super speedy surfer out of Japan.
He has had great rhythm this event. He was riding a red board matching the red hair in his last heat, switched things up, and he's got a fresh spark for today.
Yeah, you can tell he's surfing with a lot of energy. So this is a four-man super heat. Hayden Rogers, Jiro Nishi, Cole Hauschman, who did basically the turn of the event yesterday, and Eli Hanneman, who has springs for legs. If anyone's going to fly in this heat, it's going to be Eli.
They are getting so much out of these waves.
Oh, that's really well said. I mean, sometimes we think the last heat there was a wave that came through with two barrels. You really could close your eyes and think you're not in Huntington Beach. Maybe you're actually in Hawaii. These guys are making the most of the conditions, but we've had so much swell, and it's been such a special summer so far. It's really a treat to watch.
I like the fact the wind isn't up much yet.
We'll take it.
And how fun in Huntington Beach. You have all these past champions coming through. 2023 U.S. Open of Surfing winner Eli Hanneman. In that previous heat, we saw our 2024 winner, and now we're seeing Cole Hauschman, who just won the first Challenger Series event of the year, the Ballito Pro in South Africa, and it looks like he's carrying that momentum. And Patty, as you know, as Tanner knows, surfing is very emotional at a competitive level. Cole Hauschman, took to his social media just to talk about the frustrations and the pain that he was in from all these results he had that were not in his favor on the championship tour. But he made the decision to surf in the Challenger Series, and that decision paid off, not only with a huge win, but also just a confidence booster, reminding himself that he belongs, he is one of the best surfers in the world, And sometimes it just it takes a little bit of a reset as we see KJ coming through, swinging 4.93 and a 4.5 to start.
He has the rhythm right. He's able to get up vertically in the first turn and not sacrifice any of that maneuver and get into the second one. And as we see Cole, he looks like he's got a little bit of that glow. He's got the Bolito wind glow, where he's able to get a little bit special with all of these turns. It looks loose. This one right here, it's an air coping floater. Let's just call it that way. And then he comes directly off the bottom and just slowly turns the fins over. Whether or not that's a big score, it's unique. It shows the presentation. And Patty, I think even to, like Chris is talking, there's a certain level of showmanship to being a competitive surfer. And what's your take on that?
Absolutely. I'm watching what they're doing. We couldn't even imagine that back in that day. Our boards were long. And I think, yes, showmanship for sure, because that's going to catch the judge's eyes.
Yeah, and what is it that draws you about, because you formalized, you created the platform for competition. Ultimately, what was it that drew you to doing that?
Well, it was when I was in the Hawaii Women. Oh, here, look at this nice little right.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
There it is.
When we were in the Hawaii Women's Surfing Hui, what drew me to it was one of the women said one of us needs to go talk to Fred Hemmings and tell him to put women in his contest. So somehow it was me, and I reached out, and that just sort of started everything.
And I love that you're way beyond just an organizer and a leader. You have a strong resume in surfing big waves on the North Shore, and I'm looking at your stats. I mean, I need to read your complete autobiography because your story is so cool. So, in 1976, you qualified for the Lancers Women's World Cup. That was held on the North Shore. That was the first women's event broadcast on a national sports program, the CBS Sports Spectacular. How cool to have that sport legitimized so quickly. National news. I'm sure friends and family are watching. Wait, that's Patty on that wave? What was that like to be part of that first broadcast of women's surfing?
Well, I'm going to tell you what happened to me. My mother showed up. It was the first time she'd seen me surf because she just wasn't really into it. And she saw the waves and she said, "Those waves are too big." And
You're
she started, Italian grandma, right? And she started like yelling at me in front of like the cameras and stuff. And then she grabbed the back of my jersey and said, "Come back here right now." And and I ran into the contestants only area, knowing the security wouldn't let her in. I'm sorry, Mom.
Amazing.
But I had to focus myself. We were about to paddle out.
We need a documentary. We need a Patty documentary. Totally. How good is that? And so there were 6 competitors in the first event?
Well, you're talking about there were 12 in the World Cup. Yeah, and it was the first World Cup, and the funny thing, it was actually the 75 World Cup, but the season bled over into January, and so it was held in 76, so I don't know what you would call it then, 75 or 76.
Back to the action, Hayden Rogers. Oh, beautiful two-stager that went wrong. Loved the approach. Everything was going well until, of course, the uphill landing got the better of him. So 23:57 to go. Huge performance from Lucas Cassidy. Brilliant heat victory. He's on the glass now with Rosie Hodge.
Yeah, without a doubt, the heat of the century here at the US Open. Lucas, you locked in the 8-point ride on your first wave, but how did you stay calm? You rode 4 waves before locking in your 8.87. Everyone was going off. What was it like in the water competing at that high level?
Well, when I got my second 8, I believe no one had their 9s, and so I was still feeling pretty free because the heat hadn't been too developed. I had the highest score of the heat, I think, but yeah, after I got that, I was like, okay, I'm good. And then sure enough, 1 9, another 9. I was like, oh my god, it's the craziest heat I've ever been in, by far.
And I was looking through your results. You weren't at Bolito. How did you get into this event? Tell us about your journey to get here.
So I'm actually an alternate. I was 3rd on the list, and I got in a week before the event started, and so I came up here, picked up some boards, and I surfed here 2 days before the comp. I've been coming up here for my whole amateur career. Like all my Grom comps have been, you know, here, like NSSA, USA Prime, WSA. Like I've had so much experience out here, so like yeah, I feel really familiar with the place.
You look like you barely broke a sweat. How are you going to replicate these performances going into the rest of the event?
Well, I mean, I'm just kind of having fun. Like, there's been so many waves that, like, it's almost like the contest aspect of it has kind of, like, gone out the window. It's just, like, a free surf, you know? And there's, like, big sections out there, and it's just fun to, like, go out there and, like, just land my airs and, you know, do some big turns. And, yeah, I'm excited.
Incredibly fun to watch. We'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks, Rosie. Lucas, you got a couple big fans in here. That was such a fun show to watch. 21:50 to go. KJ in the lead for now. Hayden Rogers with the highest single wave score, 617. Chris Cote, I'm here with Tanner Gausses. We're joined by an absolute legend, Hall of Famer, Patty Panicha, and not just for surfing. So, Patty, after, you know, basically starting things up for women's competitive surfing, you went into broadcast journalism. And it's pretty cool to have you in here because, you know, we consider ourselves broadcast journalists, but you did it at the highest level. And, you know, when you're watching Rosie do these interviews, when you're seeing everything happening around the contest, all these cameras and everything, it must make you feel pretty cool that surfing has now kind of caught up to, you know, mainstream journalism. Tell me about that.
I think so. I think you guys are the real deal. You know, I don't see any less quality here, you know, that I saw at CNN. You make me lower my voice a little bit. You remind me I was at CNN. But, you know, then I've got my surfer voice up here. But, yeah, I love being able to watch.
For you, what's it like seeing, because you've seen the genesis point of creating a platform for competitive surfing, and then you've worked in the mainstream, and now it almost feels like these two worlds are melting with the Olympics, and now seeing how professional surfing has become, it must be really special for you.
Yeah, it is. I'd say bravo, WSL, because you took us to a new level, and that's so important. Not to mention the pay parity.
Which is a great thing to mention.
Yes.
Yeah, well, how much did you guys get paid in the first event?
Which one?
In the Lancers event.
The Lancers?
Day, yeah.
Okay, so I think they had a total of $7,000. Fred really went, that
nice,
was
okay.
big. That for everybody combined, you know. That was astounding because we didn't do that again, you know, for a long time, but he did that.
Well, I know you guys never did it for the money, of course. It was all for the glory of surfing.
No, I made $100 a month to run IPS. Randy Rarick made $200, but that was fine with me because he had like 3 or 4 times as many guys to deal with. And Fred was paying us out of his pocket. He wasn't making money either, so we were broke.
Honestly, I can't believe how far it comes, hearing these stories like that. Like, what I feel like coming through the system myself, it creates opportunity for you to take it seriously as a job and to become a professional athlete, and for it to be as a surfer is so special. And you guys started it, and it almost feels like it's on this rocket ship, and it's just going to keep going. And I truly wonder where it will go to next.
Yeah, and I don't think any of us were ever motivated by even today's pros. I mean, you're motivated because you love surfing. You can't not surf. You live and breathe it. And, you know.
Yeah, I think a lot of the surfers are, you know, obviously they'd be doing this for nothing. They do it because they love it, but you know, it's like getting paid to surf. That's like the icing on the ultimate cake. Patty, I met you last night, the first time at a really fun party, and I saw you were hanging out with Aaron Brooks and Sky Brown. You were there for the premiere of the Nowadays film. So we see Hayden up and into the lip, trying to back up that 617. Yeah, but Patty, that's basically we're watching the pinnacle of women surfing right now with those young women, Aaron Brooks, Sky Brown, that Nowadays crew. Tell me about that experience to watch on that screen Aaron Brooks, 2 huge frontside 360 airs on one wave. And I mean, coming from the beginning to where we are now, like, how did that make you feel looking up and seeing that level of surfing from these young women?
To be honest, when I saw it on YouTube, Red Bull's YouTube, I started crying. I was running around my house telling my daughters, come here and look at this. You know, they didn't care as much as me. You know?
I felt the same way when I watched Nowadays the
We've been
first time.
talking about it. We've rewatched that movie. It's so incredible, and it really speaks to the level being so incredibly high, and they keep pushing it.
Yeah.
Speaking of pushing, we know this guy's going to hammer it. There you go. That is some Cole Hausman trademark power surfing. Huge third turn with the slide at the end, adding some flair, blasting the tail off. He is hyped. He should be. That's going to be the highest score of this heat so far.
Wow.
In my opinion.
How wonderful is it? You, as a viewer, it's contagious. He's showing us how excited he is after that wave. This is the classic Cole Hausman. He's a bigger framed dude. He's going to put down the powerful surfing, but he has flair. This first turn for me, he starts at the midpoint of the wave and wipes up and then snaps the tail out over the lip, projects with this floater beautifully, creates a wrap right here. So we're seeing the variety start to happen, and there it is. We love it.
Oh, look at him.
So Hayden Rogers is an upstart from San Clemente. He is an understudy of Cole Hausman, and the way he surfs is all gas, no brakes. We've seen it in all of these lip line floaters. He's ready to go into those pinnacle moments. He has great air game. He's actually currently leading this heat, so things are starting to unfold. We've seen Eli Hanneman in the background throwing down massive airs. Might need to scale that back just a little bit to come down with them and get himself back in this game.
You know, you were talking about how far women have come, and what I always say, and I've said this so much, is one of the things in my gender and law class, because I teach law school now, is when the courts said these universities didn't want to give equal scholarship money to the women and the men. The court said, no, you have to, because sorry, I was watching this.
It's so good.
You know, it involves some opportunity and experience. And until you give the women the same opportunity and experience, they'll never keep up with the men. And so what I'm seeing now, everything has changed. We have younger men like you who you know, mentor them, accept them, fathers of daughters, even from my generation, that kind of change their perspective. So the opportunities and experience these young women are getting, this is just what we always prayed for.
I love to hear that, and thank you so much for calling me a younger man. That felt really good.
Well, I'm 73. So
Cool.
You're a youngster.
Cole, so progression and power. It's the reason why this guy has been a title threat for the last few years on the CT. Hanneman now, same story there. He's already done some huge airs, and now he's showing us that he can lean into a turn. 15 minutes left. Hausman, 7.33. It's enough to get him to the top spot, knocking Hayden Rogers to second. KJ drops to third, Eli to fourth. That could all change here.
This is that turn we talked about. This is the wave
Visceral.
prior to his last one. Great utilization right here. I love that projecting floater because it sets him up nicely to wrap it. That's unique in the landscape of these lefts that traverse towards the pylons and then blows the fins out over the rib in the convergent water there. And then this feels to me just for fun. Now we're seeing Cole really loosen things up and start throwing his air game at him.
Guys just want to have fun too. You know?
And then on this next one with Eli Hanneman, or the wave that Eli just rode, I feel like he toned it back. He's now competing in a different way. He's a little bit more focused to get scores on the board because, Chris, you mentioned it, when you are watching somebody have the heat of the century, right, and you're the next heat, you almost can't relax. You almost think, oh, it's on. Like, I'm definitely going to go to the air. I'm going to bring it out. And the alley-oop, Patty, we were talking, but in the background, that was a massive alley-oop that he almost came down with, showing the variety of skills that he has. But I love seeing him getting back in the game and getting ready to compete. This is the wave I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Look at that. Okay.
The speed that Eli Hanneman can get just right when he stands up is second to none.
There are some Hannemans in Hawaii. Is he from Hawaii?
He is, yeah,
Okay.
Maui.
Okay, yeah.
So we got 13:23 to go. Cole Hausman, he's in fourth priority, but he's at the top of the heap now, currently sitting in that number one spot. How's this thing gonna end up? We have no idea. These heats have been unpredictable, but incredible all throughout the day. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be right back with the culmination of Heat 4 here in the round of 32. Stay tuned.
I'm excited to get out there and surf with the pro surfers. I'm so excited.
We're here at the iconic U.S. Open of Surfing. If you know surfing at all, you know this event. This is the only Challenger Series event we actually bring rising tides to. It's really cool, really special on home turf. And we cannot wait to have the next surfer on tour come out of our Rising Tides program on the girls and the boys side.
I just remember when I was gone, like looking up to the guys who were competing on the Challenger Series in CT, and I think just coming in and giving back and sort of seeing them froth out on that, like, gets me super excited.
They always ask awesome questions every time we sit down for a Q&A. They ask a lot about career things. A lot of them have some funny questions sometimes.
This is my chance for my daughter to just see the pathway to happiness in life. So the ocean provides, and hopefully we can get her inspired to be part of it one day.
One of the special things about Hogue is that they're always investing in the community. Looking at World Surf League and Rising Tide specifically, the mentorship that is within that program is super special.
Whatever these kids want to do in life, it could be becoming a professional athlete, going on to a pro career, but they get to meet people who are doing it, get to ask questions, be in this intimate space with their heroes, and really grow out of it, get more confidence, whether it's surfing or something outside of it. We're cheering them on and hopefully giving them that first little kind of push into where they want to be.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and it's fitting that we just ran that piece about WSL's Rising Tides because we're sitting here with a legend, an icon of surfing, and a pioneer in many different ways, Patty Panisha. And Patty, in 1977, you and a group of women actually started the first Menehune event at Haleiwa for kids ages 3 through 12. So your influence is just running deeper and deeper. You must have been watching that Rising Tides clip right there thinking, oh yeah, I remember when we did that in 1977.
Yeah, that was the Hawaii Women Surfing Hui, the organization. So it wasn't just me, I have to keep saying.
A group of pioneering women.
The group, you know, Jeannie Chesser, Rel Sun,
wow.
You know, Sally Prang.
I just got chills when you started mentioning these names.
So, you know, we started that in Haleiwa, and I love the kokua heat. That's where the parent can come out and push their child into a wave. And we said, okay, every kid's getting I know that's kind of the thing today, but back then every kid's going to get a gift bag because we want them to be stoked, you know. And now I have a great nephew, and he's 8, and he's ripping it up in that contest.
I mean, imagine, I'd love to see a list of names of the kids that competed in that one in 1977.
And it still goes to this day, right?
It does.
It's truly one of the biggest Menehune events in the world. Possibly.
And then Rel started one in Makaha, too. So there's that one, too. She started that about the same time.
We could have done none of this without the pioneering women who helped usher in the sport of surfing. And not just for women, I'm talking about the entirety of the sport of surfing. So many cool stories. And with 8 minutes left here, Cole Hauschman in control of this heat, but it is precarious. His backup's a 5.07. He might be annihilating that backup if he can come down from that air. Not quite, but a valiant effort there. Hayden Rogers is in second, Hanneman in third, needing a 6.20. Hanneman's had some incredible attempts. I mean, this would be a completely different heat had he landed that huge alley-oop or that massive front three he tried. But we know Eli Hanneman as being one of the most consistent surfers on the planet. Airs, turns, I mean, he's got it all, and he's got an incredible knack for finding the waves. So do not count Eli Hanneman out, needing a 6.2. And KJ, similar position, needing a 6.97. We have 7.5 minutes left. The edge of my seat has been officially worn out. We're gonna have to get a new chair in here. Every heat goes down to the wire.
Well, you never want to tell a surfer to dial things back. I mean, they're expressing themselves on this waves. The surf is going off. We just saw Cole Hauschman take to the air as well, and I think that sense of a free surf within the jersey is so fun to watch as a viewer and as a commentator. And with Eli, I hope he can embrace that, but just come down with these big maneuvers because he is a past champion. There's so much to say about the legacy and the lure of winning this event. It gives you that confidence. As we see here, it is feeling like today is an air show of sorts. Cole lifting heavily out of the pocket and coming down on the back end awkwardly of his board. So it's just fun to watch. Patty, what's your take on this?
Man, I can't even, like I said, I can't, we weren't even doing aerials. I'm sorry, I wish it's like watching gymnastics or ice skating back to the 70s. You know, they were graceful and beautiful, the men and the women, but, you know, you can't even compare with today.
Well, I'm imagining that the equipment has changed a lot
Yes.
since the 70s and the 80s.
Yes,
and
absolutely.
to see that and its effect on performance surfing, I'm sure that must be surprising as well.
Yeah, and then you look around you and you see what everyone else is doing, and you can achieve that. But, you know, like when I moved to the North Shore when I was a young teenager, my surfing changed because I went, everybody's taking these steep drops. Everybody's, you know, wiping out like that. And so you just rise to it.
Yeah, it is a follow the leader type of situation. And I think that happens in the span of heats as well when you start to hear big scores come through. You know, none of these surfers are going to back down. All that does is fire them up. It's like poking a bear, right?
Yes.
Be careful of what you do in the lineup, because if you drop a 9, well, your competitors are probably going to try to rise to that occasion too.
I think it's interesting because when surfers are pushing themselves, as you did, Patty, and then you see a stewardship aspect to it as well, where you're looking at the younger generation behind you and creating an opportunity like that. You guys must be really proud for some of the surfers that we have today on tour. Girls like Carissa Moore doing such a great job, not just for the Hawaiian Islands, but for the globe. And I feel like in certain ways, you, yourself, Jeannie Cheshire, like you're saying, Rel Sun, of course, created that model. And it's something that is so special.
Yeah, but I can't own Carissa, man. She is just a rocket ship to the top. You know what I mean? But yeah, that's nice to think about. You know, all of them. Even when Moana Jones Wong did the pipeline, I was like, I hadn't seen that before. I mean, people have surfed pipeline. Women have surfed it, but not like that.
That's kind of the point we were talking about just a minute ago too. She's a trailblazer, you know, going above and beyond what any female surfer had done before her, and then that just spreads through the crowd, you know. Then you start to see like all the other girls on tour going, oh, okay, that's what you do, no problem. And now, you know, we see, you know, Molly Picklum, we see all these girls that are absolutely charging at pipeline, and yeah, it really is. It takes one surfer to kick the door wide open, and everybody comes through.
That's my point, exactly. So yeah, Carissa's awesome.
But we have 4 minutes left here. Cole Houshman's still in the lead. He's got to try to play some defense here because we know how good Hayden Rogers is. And of course, Eli Hanneman. And this guy's put together some of the most clutch performances at the end of these heats. So no one is safe right now. I mean, KJ just dropped a score.
Yeah.
Going to come through at a mid-ranger. Most likely going to replace his opening 4.5. It was good surfing, but I mean, I think today, we're aiming towards perfection. I mean, it's going to be one of those, mind the cliche, 8s or lates type of day for the rest of it.
And I have to say, it's truly not his surfing. Technically, this is so sound. He's compact. His forearm is just so low. It looks really good on the wave face. However, this wave didn't really give him that opportunity. He polishes up on the inside and presents well to the judges, but I think ultimately, when you have guys like Cole grabbing those long lefts towards the pier and also these dynamic maneuvers in the mix, I think for KJ, it's time to buckle in. He needs a 6.97 as we get under 3 minutes left in this heat.
Yeah, things are going to start to get a little bit more tense in the lineup. We're still waiting for scores to come through.
It's interesting to see Hayden Rogers kind of quietly in the mix here in the second spot. He's definitely, I mentioned earlier, he's an upstart. He's come onto the Challenger Series. He's out of San Clemente. He's in a tight crew of the Steco company, which of course we know is Kaloe Andino. We were just speaking, Patty, about stewardship, and Kaloe, a professional surfer himself, is now giving back to the industry by creating a brand and a lot of opportunity for these guys. And it's so wonderful to see the blossom of Hayden because he has everything it takes to get to the world tour level, but he has to go through the system of the Challenger Series, which we know is so challenging.
God, I can't imagine.
Into the 2-minute warning. Anything is possible if you're Eli Hanneman and KJ Nishi.
They need a set.
Here's where we're going to see priority probably come into play, and pretty cool that your youngest surfer of the 4 holds that priority spot. So this is going to be a big test for Hayden Rogers. He's got to keep his eyes on Eli Hanneman, but he can't let Nishi out of his sight either, because we know both those guys can rise to the occasion at any second. 1.5 minutes left. Rishi, way to the south on his own peak. So he's in a position where he could flip everything around here. He needs a 6.97 or beyond. Eli needs a 6.20. Hayden just needs to hold court here. I like what he's doing. I mean, Eli Hanneman is a tenacious competitor. He knows every rule in the book as well. And he's going to use that veteran knowledge to just try to pull something out of his hat right here.
Yeah, you really want to trap a guy like Eli Hanneman in a corner, and it's so hard to, because he has so many skill sets. He's really likes being challenged competitively. He doesn't mind having his back against the wall. So we see he's going to force some kind of conversation here to flip priority, and makes Hayden go on a wave that ultimately is not going to affect his scoreline. So
that's the sales tactics. I'm saying Eli, I mean, this guy is all eye of the tiger all the time. So he sold that wave to Hayden. The good news for Hayden is there's only 30 seconds left. So yeah, that was a great sales job from Eli Hanneman, but once you sell somebody a wave, well, you got to find a wave yourself. And now Cole Hauschman has priority. Both these guys from San Clemente. So Cole helping out a little bit, holding Eli off this wave. A little teamwork, making the dream work there.
That's interesting. I didn't even think of that. That's wild that that worked out there. Cole taking away the opportunity that Eli could have had as he takes it to the beach with the heat win.
All right, just like that, Cole Hauschman powering his way to victory. In Heat 4, Hayden Rogers comes through in second place. A wild storyline developing here. Just today, we have now lost 3 past champions from the U.S. Open. Al Cleland Jr., Levi Sloss, and Eli Hanneman out. So the stats tell us that we could see a brand new champion this week. Of course, Kanoa Igarashi still in the draw. There's a lot of scenarios that will unfold throughout the day. We want to thank Patty Panisha so much for coming and hanging out with us, and congratulations on everything, and a heartfelt thank you, not just from us and all of us watching, but from all surfers for what you and your group of pioneering women did in the early days of professional surfing. And also, you know, now it's been super fun to celebrate all those achievements. We lost you to broadcast journalism. You were an Emmy-nominated journalist, but we got you back here to Huntington for, you know, these Hall of Fame celebrations that you deserve all of that and more. So just thank you again so much.
Thank you, Chris and Tanner. It's been my pleasure to be here.
Well, we're going to flip the booth here. We're going to bring Kaipo and Mitchell in, I believe more special guests. So this is going to be a fun day of surfing. The waves are going off. It's all happening here at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. We'll be right back.
Looking back at 2021, Griffin Colapinto here, Southside Huntington Beach Pier, took out a big win and gave some momentum to the Championship Tour surfer. Griffin, this year, 2021, Mitchell, looked unbeatable.
It was pretty crazy that up until this point, he hadn't had a major win at the QS or the Challenger Series level, especially after being on tour for a number of years and, you know, gained momentum. Won this event back in 2021 over his opponent on the championship tour as well, Jake Marshall. I think it just gave him a ton of confidence, told himself that he was able to win a big event, especially right here at home in Southern California, Kaipo. He looked unstoppable, as you're saying.
Bobbing, weaving, S-turning, throwing the tail, and Colapinto coming through with the SC squad. That was the beginning of really the storm coming out of San Clemente.
Look at the guys that were in that pack. There's multiple guys that are in this event, have been on tour so far too, but big major win for Griffin Colapinto in his career.
Yeah, this event, the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, has been a launching pad for surfers for decades, actually. And Griffin Colapinto's out on the water right now in the red jersey. Colapinto finds the left, going into the pier. Griff stabs it one time on the backhand. That's all he's going to get. Griffin Colapinto out there challenged by Jacob Wilcox, Guilherme Ribeiro, and Cade Matson. A couple of San Clemente surfers with some friendly fire.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be a great heat.
Hey, let's welcome our guest, Luke Ginaldo. Thank you for joining us, Luke.
What's going on, guys?
Local boy.
Yeah. I enjoyed the surfing. There was some that opening round, that round of 80, that one turn that you did, you just disappeared, was incredible.
Thank you. Yeah, it was a fun turn to do.
What's been your experience this year?
Well, I mean, this is only the second stop, but Bolido was amazing. South Africa is awesome, and then this is my home break, so it doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah. You enjoying it?
Yeah, it's awesome. I mean, I love the U.S. Open. Just watching, seeing all the amazing stuff that goes down here. The surfing is just absolutely incredible. Yeah, it's just been a dream come true, honestly.
Well, take a look at our lineup right here. What's your opinion of this heat?
Griffin's one of my favorite surfers. I look up to him a lot in my surfing and everything. And then Jacob Wilcox, awesome, goofy footer, so, you know, I'm rooting for him. And then I don't know much about the Portuguese surfer. And then Cade Matson, obviously. I've surfed against him in a couple contests. So.
On cue, here we go. Jacob Wilcox, surfer out of Western Australia, now residing on the Gold Coast with some quick feet there. Can he hang on? And unable to, Mitch?
Almost, but just the fact that he got to that last section was, I think, you know, something, as Luke is saying about Jake surfing. He really imposes his will. A lot of strength in those legs. He has one CS win. That was last year in Newcastle. You know, been a victim of injuries lately, Kaipo, and he has been a member of the championship tour before. Really excels in the heavy stuff. Here goes Griff.
Griff takes off and puts it down, as we expect from Griffin Colapinto. All I can say is wow.
Yeah, no, pretty cool right here, and might be able to make the inside reform too, Kaipo, add an extra point or two.
And puts a tidy finish on it as well.
Well done. A little bow on it for Griff. That's wave number 3. He's been, you know, very active out there in the first 6 minutes, and you know, it's really the name of the game out here, right, Luke? You need to be active, find those waves, and use different peaks available as options out here on the south side.
Yeah, the wave rarely just comes straight to you unless you're, I don't know. The wave doesn't really come to you. But yeah, I think it's a good strategy what Griffin's doing. You know, get on a rhythm early. Like sometimes with these south swells, like the person who catches the wave, the next wave comes to them. It's just like it's just a rhythm thing.
Talk us through this replay.
Yeah, this was a really sick air. That's what he does. Big airs.
I saw you do one of those. We had a QS in Morro Bay. It was either last year or the year before. Was it against Rylan Rubens?
Yeah.
One of the either round of 16 or the quarters, but just major turn. I think you got an 8 on the air right there. But yeah, it's as you said. At times you find rhythm. Other times rhythm finds you out here at HB.
Wow, that's a cool shot right there.
Tail high too, Kipes.
Well, it feels to me that that's excellent surfing. We got to leave it up to the judges to see what they say. And the number is in. It is 8-point ride for Griffin Colapinto. Attention now to the backhand surfing of Jacob Wilcox. One quick ringing the lunch bell right there, going 12 o'clock. And that's.
Hey, we're getting the board and brew soon. It's what, 10:06 local time right
please
here?
Order it. Please order it for us. Yeah.
Left Coast Pastrami. I know you love your turcados. They're coming soon.
All right.
Guarantee.
All right.
But yeah, great heat out there. You know, you say you don't know much about Guy Ribeiro. They call him Gato, the cat. Really quick on his feet. Comes from an incredible coastline of waves, Portugal. I know you're going there for the CS later during the season too. Ericeira, we love that place, Kaipo. Great waves, very consistent. And of course, I think when it comes to Portugal as a destination, their food is amazing as well.
Big snap off the top for Guilherme Ribeiro out of Caparica, 24-year-old, representing Portugal.
So just outside of the city of Lisbon right there where he's from. Great waves, a lot of potential to get more surfers on the Challenger Series through that European region from them. And, you know, Cade Matson out there with priority. He's the one guy who hasn't caught a wave just yet, as he got second when it came to the regional qualifying series last year to be able to get to this point on the CS. Cato, though, he was in that shot celebrating Griffin back in 21 when Griff won the event here. Time of the CT last year, narrowly made it through, Kaipo. I mean, just barely against Rafael Barbosa. He's in desperate need of a result, and it would make a big difference for him right here if he's able to get a fifth or better.
Yeah, Cade Matson, 24-year-old out of San Clemente, California, was a rookie on the championship tour in 2024, number 19 in the Challenger Series in 2025, so not making the cut there. He got a 25th in Bolito, so he's already, he's looking for a result here.
And outside of that, it's a confidence thing too. I mean, you've been there, Luke. There's a lot of times things go your way, and then the times that it don't, it feels like it brings you down a bit more. And I feel like Cade in the last years maybe gone through a little difficulties when it comes to competition.
Yeah, I think that there's been some like interesting stuff. I mean, like the thing in Australia where he was basically like comboing everyone, and then unfortunately they had to restart the heat. Like, I mean, that's just like, doesn't get much unlucky.
No, and you're right, Luke. They didn't let him keep his numbers, right? They started all over again, and that was imagine going to bed and knowing like, hey, I'm running away with this heat, and then waking up the next day and getting a whole restart. You know, that was a tough break for Cade Matson.
Yeah, but man, he's been surfing so good. Honestly, like his surfing has been impressing me a lot lately, and I think it's just a matter of time.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. Just because he has just that foundation that he can, produce scores, and he's just a great, solid surfer in all kinds of different conditions.
All it takes is one wave too to get your confidence back to that place. Yesterday he posted a couple strong scores, a high 6 in a score line, and I truly believe when it comes to matching power v power, there ain't many guys just as powerful like him on tour, Kaipo. So has the torque, has the technique, more than anything has the desire to succeed out here. But looking for his first major win right here at the Open is young Cato. Got a great haircut too. So his girlfriend actually did that the night before, and he's built for speed right now. That's aerodynamic kind of cut.
No, yeah, you keep the sidewalls clean like that, you're going to go like at least 2% faster.
Yeah,
every time. And duck dive's way more efficient.
Taper fade just on the side, leave the mullet in the back, little mohawk kind of action. I'm digging it.
Quality stuff.
So I have a question for you guys. You guys talked about power and how it's so important. Do you guys think that the amount of power that a surfer has is more in their technique or their build?
I think it all comes from the legs. Don't skip the leg days. You know what I mean? You see what's happening right now? I don't know if you've noticed, but like the rear ends on the powerful surfers, Ethan Ewing, Kaoli Voss. I mean, those are muscles. You know what I mean?
Tree trunks.
Extreme quad. So yeah, I think that's where the power comes from.
You don't see it as much because it's usually covered by the board shorts or the suits that they're wearing. You usually emphasize the calves a lot more. But their calves, dude, are gnarly, and then you look further up, and you're just like, Jesus, what are you doing in the off season to get those things as strong as they are?
Well, a lot of cross training, right? And so, the level's just so high. I mean, even yesterday, I was just blown away by how good everyone was surfing, even in the round of 64. Here's Cato. Oh man, I thought he was on his way right there. It was the first turn was great. But that water gets a little bit jumbled right next to the pier, Luke.
Yeah, the lip did like a weird, it was doing that yesterday afternoon. It kind of goes away from you in the very last second, or it can come closer to you in the last second. In that one, I'm not exactly sure what happened, but it did something, and he wasn't ready for it.
Yeah. Yeah, we can maybe take another look at what happened there for Cade Matson. Here's the replay, Mitch.
Well, use priority on this one, waited about 12.5 minutes to be able to get this wave with priority. And as you said, I mean, just the angle of attack right there, he probably wanted to be a bit further under the lip rather than going through it right there, but he still has plenty of time, 22 minutes to regain his composure.
Hey, let's check out some of our Pacifico and we're going to get back to that because we got a rider right now, Guilherme.
Whoa!
You're all right, and catches the rail. So, lost opportunity for the Portuguese surfer.
That's something I struggle with. A lot of tall people struggle with.
Catching rails?
Well, Doug Rail is definitely one of my better friends out there. Outside of that, extending your legs. And as a tall person, it's definitely something that we see a lot more. You get that extension, and you want to stay as compact as possible, and especially it happens a lot more on the forehand kipes.
These are our Pacifico fan picks. 76% of the fans picking Griffin Colapinto. That's no surprise to me.
Overwhelming, though, honestly. You know, Jacob Wilcox has been on tour, so has Cade Matson.
Yeah, I'm pleading for a little bit more Cade love, to tell you the truth.
Yeah.
5%.
He's deserving of it, for sure.
It's the fans, man. Go to worldsurfleague.com. Make your picks. Griffin Colapinto up in the lip and gets caught on his heels right there. Speaking of fans, Luke, you have a lot of fans. 2.3 million on TikTok?
Yeah.
That's a lot of people, man.
It is a lot of people.
How did that come to be?
I just started doing videos of me surfing when I was like 16. And like going to the beach, just kind of like living my lifestyle. And yeah, the videos weren't very good. Like if you go and watch the old videos now, they're not high quality by any means. But I think it was easier to just go viral back then on TikTok, and yeah, I don't know, I was just doing what I was already doing and videoing it.
But that's a huge value. I mean, we're talking in 2026. Your footprint on social media is actually value for you and all your supporting sponsors.
Yeah, I mean, like to be honest, surfing, pro surfing, and competitive surfing is my passion. It's what I love to do, and I don't really want to do anything else. And when I was up until I was 18, I didn't even have a contract with any sponsors or anything. I was sponsored, but I didn't have any contract. I wasn't getting paid, and all my peers that I was competing against already had contracts. And I'm like, dude, if I'm gonna I gotta make something happen. Like if you know what I mean, if I want this to work out. And so I was like, I'm just gonna take destiny into my own hands and see if I can make money myself doing social media, because I already live a pretty cool lifestyle. I already go to a lot of cool destinations. People will like it, and that was just my way. Like a 9 to 5, I wasn't gonna be able to do that and still pursue pro surfing.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's I mean, smart on you, young man. You know what I mean? And it's interesting. It's engaging, and it really is, to me, it's the new form of real entertainment, real life stuff.
Well, it's part of the game.
Yeah,
it's part of the game.
But guys like Luke just tap into that algorithm right there.
Yeah. Tapping in. There's Griffin tapping in. Oh, sick turn right there. I think he'll better.
What did he? Yeah.
4.73, probably about a 5.
Yeah,
is what he's looking to improve on. He had a look right there. You come from great surfing lineage too. Surf with your dad Marcel a lot. He's 60 plus. He looks like he's 28. And then your older brother Sage also rips too. I'm gonna be honest. When I see the three of you out there, it kind of sucks because I know that I'm getting way less waves. Everybody's in super good shape too.
How was that turn?
That was
gnarly.
Insane. That's exactly what he needed, and that's the type of stuff I'm talking about, man. Like, I really feel like Cade stepped it up. It seems like he wants it, man. I mean, look at it. Look at the way he's paddling. He wants it.
Well, I mean, he's a monster. He's a strong surfer. And that was on display right here, Mitch.
Well, consequential maneuver. Only one, but high impact. I mean, full release of the fins and the tail right there. What a way to make up for that fall on the initial wave, too. And this is the one you're talking about. Late to the section, Luke, but still technical to be able to get there with a short bottom turn like you did.
Yeah, he bettered by a whole point. So that was good for him.
Yep. 5.73 for Griffin Colapinto. And so he extends his lead. We're still waiting for the score for Cade Matson. And we're suspecting that that's going to be a keeper score for Cade for that dynamic turn.
So Mitch, what were you talking about before that happened?
Your dad, your older brother, all three of you guys rip. And the worst part is, you surf at a beach break here, either south side or north side, depending on the swell. They take the left away from you because you got Luke and his dad are goofy footers, and then you try to go right and Sage is on over there. And then all three of them are excellent paddlers, just like this guy on screen. But no, you come from a great surfing family, and super stoked to see you and your success right now. So yeah, props to you, Luke.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, 7.33 for Cade Matson. He goes into second place. San Clemente surfers making a splash. In the last heat, another San Clemente surfer made a big splash. I'm talking about the powerhouse. Let's hear from Cole Houshman. He's with AJ.
All right, Cole, on to the next round here at Huntington Beach. We were just talking about the variety of waves you surfed. Kanoa mentioned it yesterday. The best at Huntington just show up and do the wave, like surf the wave the way it provides. How'd you do that today?
Yeah, we were just saying, like, it's HB, there's a lot of opportunity when it's like this and there's waves, so you kind of can't have too much of a game plan. You know where you want to sit, and then it's just like, all right, when waves come, just go. And there was no really reform today, so you can kind of get away with like trying a bunch of waves. And yeah, I'd like fourth priority the whole heat, so I was just surfing, and I was like, all right, you don't want this wave, I'm going. And then like by the end, I was like, all right, I should probably play it smart. But no real game plan on how I wanted to surf, just like where I wanted to sit, and yeah, whatever came to me, just free flow.
Well, and it seems like coming off Bolito, you just are so confident in your surfing being able to do what it needs to do to get you through these heats. How would you describe your mindset?
Yeah, I mean, obviously just the confidence I gained from Bolito, just really like, just sort of remind myself, like, you know, what it feels like to make heats, win events, like remind myself who I am, you know, like on the tour you get like, it's just brutal. You get, like I was saying yesterday, you surf as good as you can and things just don't go your way sometimes, and you're like, what am I doing wrong? You start tripping on everything, and yeah, it's just good. I just feel confident. I'm just reassuring that I'm doing the right things day in and day out, and I mean, it feels good. It's fun. Like, this is the whole reason why we compete, just to enjoy it and learn and grow. So yeah, I'm excited. It's been good.
Congrats. We'll see you in the next one.
Thank you.
Yeah. Two-chain Houshman onto the round of 16 right there. He had a great support squad. Luke Rockhold came down here, four-time world champ, came down here to support Cole Houshman.
So like 25 chains on the beach just with like 4 people over there supporting Houshi is what you're saying.
I gotta say, something that he said I really loved. Like, he kind of talked about how when you get a win or when you do well, it just proves to yourself that you are who you think you are, and you know, like, because dude, I mean, you have this, you train super hard, you have this idea of who you want to be and who you and how good of a surfer you are, and that's the truth. You are a good surfer, and then when you lose, something happens in just your brain where you're like, am I not who I think I am? Like, and that can be so hard because yeah, like being on tour, I couldn't even imagine. But yeah, getting those wins are so important, like just proving that I am who I think I am.
Yeah, I love that. I love that insight. We're going to have more story time with Luke Gonaldo here. We're going to see who's going to come out of this heat. It's the 2 San Clemente surfers out in front right now. More from the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico after this. check out the Lexus LS Surf at the Lexus House here at Huntington Beach. Excellent food, raffles every single day, a collaboration, a fashion collaboration with Yoki Shop, Jeff Yokoyama teaming up with Lexus. Come on down here, check out the Lexus House. Thank you Lexus, for your support. And go boom with Mitchell Salazar here and Jacob Wilcox on the surf.
Mean. Wow, him and Cato are tied at the moment with 10 points, but the tiebreaker with Cade with the higher single wave score out of the two, he needs pretty much a 5-point ride, and guaranteed that he's getting it right here, Kaipo. 11 minutes on the clock. This is a big moment in the heat for Jake.
I think the heat's wide open, honestly. Like, even Griffin with the low backup, I think he's not really safe in these challenger heats. I mean, I was in first place for like the majority of my heat and I still lost, so yeah, you're not safe in first place.
Kaipo Guerrero here with Mitchell Salazar and our guest Luke Ginaldo. And Luke is on your first year on the Challenger Series, just 21 years old. You must feel like the world's right in front of you.
Yeah, it feels really good, man. I'm just honestly grateful to have this opportunity. I know not everyone, there's a lot of people that surf just as good as me or better than me, but I've been blessed with this opportunity, so I'm grateful.
Yeah, I think I saw you killing it over at in Barbados. You had a great result there, didn't you?
Yeah, Barbados was one of those events. It was magical for me. I mean, every time I even just like think back or look back, I see photos or videos, I just get so emotional. It was really special for me.
Mitchell, we're waiting for the score for this.
Yeah, so the first one was really just a setup tap, but that second turn right there, especially with the two peaks meeting each other, really difficult to be able to withstand the convergence of both peaks, and needing a 4.84 needs to make it obvious. I just think that the merit, and the strength of that second turn alone will make it, him moving up into second place right now in a big spot in the heat, 9.5 on the clock. And, as Luke said, wide open, even for first place right now with the low backup from Griff. Seems like Guy now, Kipes, on the back end. He needs an answer.
Here we go. Guilherme Ribeiro, our Portuguese surfer, trying to get into the conversation right now. Just has a couple of small scores, a 3.33 and a 1-point ride.
So the water for us here, Luke, is warm. I know you're still wearing a full suit yourself, but comfort levels, I know for Guy coming out of Portugal, he's typically in a full suit himself. Does that really play a big factor for you paddling out for heat?
I was gonna wear my white wetsuit regardless because that thing just feels awesome.
Bro, how do you keep it white? That's gotta be so difficult, bro.
I like drive home in it. I don't take it off unless my feet are really clean. So I usually take it off in the shower.
Ah, there's a secret. Yeah, I was always blown away with as we see this replay of Guilherme. This is a 4.4. I was always blown away by how brother Kaloya Andino was able to keep his wetsuits clean.
Especially at lowers?
Yeah.
You kidding me?
He probably had like 20 of them. So
that's true.
I think they look so sick.
Well, I mean, you're following something that like you're putting a stamp of it on your own, as your own, but you actually there's a rad history when you talk about Slater, you talk about brother, all in the white wetsuits,
Yeah, I mean it's just a lot of good surfers have been in white wetsuits, and honestly, it's kind of daunting. It's all scary,
I think Italo went through a white wetsuit phase for a little bit.
Yeah, especially when that Nike deal first came through for him too. Kind of been a staple of their brand over the years. Yeah. Big moment in the heat coming up. Griff has priority right here. Everybody's pretty much on the pier bowl now, Kipes, and look at Wilcox, drops the 5.83, so winning or getting second place by above a point now over Cato, and both green and white needing answers at this moment.
Hey, we saw some excellent surfing today. One of them was Alonso Correa for an incredible tube. I think AJ caught up with Alonso.
Talk about somebody who experienced almost the entire gamut of human emotion in 35 minutes. Alonso, we'll start with the bad. You're holding the most broken board I think I've ever seen in real life. Tell me a little bit about how this happened and how you're feeling.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to know that this happened when I fell on the board. First, I'm glad I'm still alive. I did an air and landed pretty badly. I landed on top of the board. No fin, so I must have hit it as well. And soon as I hit it, I was like, wow, like this is not good, because I was pretty high. And then I was like, okay, I'm breathing. So I came in, changed boards, went back out, and yeah, I rode a small one just to know I could ride, because I was like rushing, so I didn't feel it too much, but yeah, no, it was a bad one. Yeah.
It was really bad, but somehow you recovered enough to get the 9.6. That was a wave of beauty. How did you pick that one out, and how did that feel?
Yeah, well, I knew there were a few barrels. I saw David's one, and I was like, wow, like that was a 9. Like that's not that much work to get a 9. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna really wait for a bigger one. I let one go when a set came, and then it was like the perfect one. And I just pulled in. Like that's like bread and butter to me. I've grown up like getting barreled my whole life. I love it. It's like what I love the most. So it was nice. It was nice. It was a nice recovery. Pretty sad I didn't make the heat though. Yeah, I would have preferred to make the heat.
Fair enough. It was just such an impressive display of resiliency, though. So excited to see in the next one. So glad you're okay.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be back.
I'll be back. See you. We'll send it back to you.
Wow. You know, Luke, that's the roller coaster of professional surfing. You know, getting a 9.6, but still not able to make the heat.
Bro, that's crazy.
Crazy.
I know. I thought he made it, and then he's like, oh, I didn't make it. I was like, what?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
But that was such a high-scoring heat, and that's just showing you, Mitch, you know, the quality of surf that we've been getting here at this year's U.S. Open.
Well, I think that's going to go down as one of the best heats ever competed at the Open, personally. Some of the best waves I've ever seen quality-wise, too. As see Cato right here. This comes through as a 3.77, so changes the situation, moves up back into second, just narrowly over Jake. I mean, 11.1 to 11 points, but here's a big topic throughout this event. People pulling double duty, right? Because you have Griff, who is just outside of the top 10 right now. So there are people that have been former CT competitors in the event, like Cato, like Wilcox. And for yourself, I've seen you at the QS, now at the CS. And you potentially have to surf against people on the CT right now, too, Luke. So what's really been the major difference for yourself when you see all different levels in one event?
I think you get more excited. I mean, I was like really looking forward to, I was hoping to have a heat with Griffin. It would have been awesome. Obviously super challenging. Would have been the hardest heat I've ever had probably my whole life, but that's why I'm here. Like I want to surf against these guys who are on the CT. That's kind of the whole point of this, you know. It's fun. Like it's so fun.
Well, and with that is great potential reward, making a big name for yourself. You take down a large character, a large CT character, you're elevating yourself.
Yeah, I mean, well,
it's just opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, no one wants to surf a heat where they think where they know they're gonna win. No one. Like I'm not gonna, you know, go do an NSSA like and get a trophy. Like I want to surf a really good heat and push myself and not know if I'm gonna make it or not. You know, that's the whole point.
I love that. Fair enough. We got under 3 minutes right now as the clock ticks past the 3-minute mark. Griffin Colapinto using priority, looking for something here, floats that first section, squares up off the bottom. Beautiful arcing top turn there for Colapinto. Redirects himself, sticks with the whitewater next to the pier. Looking for the inside shore break. Now comes it into play. The Huntington hop, unsuccessful making the connection though, but nice turns outside.
No, and what I will say is that his body language, his demeanor with those two turns, this is representation of what a person that has been at the highest of levels for a number of years, has achieved success as runner-up to the world title, presents in a big spot, Kaipo. Under 3 minutes, you have the lead. But really, the job that you need to do right here is improve. I mean, look at how casual he was on the floater, and look how easy he makes that look. I mean, that is so technically difficult right there. Sliding the fins with those little chops and those ribs in the top third of the wave, Luke, made it look way easier than it actually was.
There's so much composure there, and you know what? When he was going into that turn, there seriously wasn't a single doubt in my mind that he was going to fall. Like, I just knew that he was going to make that turn, and that's just CT power right there.
And he improves upon his situation with a 6.33, so a big, outstanding lead. Chippo disappearing in the whitewater And coming back out there, Jacob Wilcox. What is Wilcox? He needs a 5.28.
Yeah, I don't know. And then I think Cato got it quick in and out too, so he was on the other side of the peak. 90 seconds right here. I think he needed just a bit more explosiveness to be able to get the score right here with, you know, a minute 20 now on the clock. And Cade, I mean, we talked about him having those up and down experiences lately, things going his way, 2 heats in a row, Kaipo, and I think just the merit of the strength of that one better score out of the 2 surfers that are fighting for second currently between him and Wilcox, that 7 is having a big weight when it comes to the outcome of this heat right now.
Yeah, correct, Mitch. So, yep, just up and out for Cade. So that one turn from Jacob Wilcox. Taking a look at what happened here.
I feel like selecting this wave was a mistake, honestly. But you never know. He might get the score.
Yeah, no indication yet from our judges, but that wave, to your point, Luke, it didn't have a lot of opportunity. That was a pretty straight wave.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I'm really surprised that Cade's not going over and sitting on Jacob right now. But I don't know. He probably doesn't know what's going on. I don't know.
Yeah, are you able to hear the announcers pretty clear out there?
Yeah.
All right, 20 seconds. There he goes.
Yeah, so I think what was happening there is he might have been under the impression that he was going to need a score, so he didn't want to go and sit next to. He thought the good waves were going to be over there, maybe.
Yeah, comes short, Kipes.
Yep, coming up short, Jacob Wilcox on that last wave. So it will be the pair of San Clemente surfers coming through. Cade Madsen just powering through that, and then just Griffin Colapinto.
Already on the beach.
Well, he's one of the most informed surfers that we've seen so far at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Colapinto, so good. Cade Madsen putting on a strong effort too. Both of them moving on into the round of 16. Luke, thank you so much for your time over here. Appreciate it. Look forward to seeing you in future events and also catching up with you on social media.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
We're having fun here. We got the guests coming. We got the waves. We got excellent scores. It's all happening. Just another day at the pier and another big air for Griffin Colapinto.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, by Pacifico, live life anchors up, and by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Griffin Colapinto exiting the water after a just masterclass in how to surf Huntington Beach. He's going to move on to the man-on-man round, the round of 16, along with his good friend Cade Madsen.
He also drives a fine automobile, Kaipo.
Drives a Lexus.
Surf LX. Looking good. Great heat total, more than 14 points for Griff, an excellent score. And he wants to become a 2-time Open champion right here at the south side of the pier. Oh, Friday morning. Sunny, good waves. What else could he ask for right here in SoCal?
A board and brew, please. We got another heat right here. Mikey McDonough, Jackson Bunch, King, Wesley Dantes, and Mateus Hurdy. Wesley, you can see number 2 on the rankings on the Challenger Series.
Another fantastic heat in this one. JB, former runner-up to the World Junior title out there. That was in Oceanside a couple of years ago. He's in the blue. As you said, Wesley Dantes, he got second at the first CS event over in Bolito. And this guy, he's already won a CS in his career. Mikey McDonough, one of the most powerful surfers on the Challenger Series, Kaipo.
Yeah.
That was over at Snapper a few seasons ago.
Yeah, 2024 taking out that win at the Bonsai Gold Coast Pro. Mikey McDonough, 25-year-old Australian.
Ah, great finish too.
Beautiful.
Amazing
surf.
style.
Mateus Hurdy out in the green jersey. Looking smooth on that tractor. JS Industries.
Oh,
with turns like that for Mateus Hurdy.
Looking great beginning this heat.
Captain Smooth. Silky.
Smooth. Man.
High thread count on that one.
It is just radical to see all these names matched up this early in the event. It's a testament really to how good surfing is worldwide, how global it is. And Mateus, last year runner-up at this event, he's looking to go one better this year and become a champion here and he's south side of the pier.
You talk about CT surfers having insurance policies.
Whoa!
Yeah, running water break. That's how you do it, man.
What?
Pit stop. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Yago better be getting the raise right here.
Right now, Hurdy 28 on the. He's been having a tough season, you know, on the championship tour. One quarterfinal finish, which was cool over there at the Bonsai Gold Coast Pro. But other than that, 17th. So important for him to back himself up on the Challenger Series.
He's in great shape too. You saw that, you know, the pacing with Yago, his coach right here in HB, definitely running to his own pace. And then as soon as he told him, all right, get going, running a lot faster right there to paddle back out.
So Yago's working with Mateus at this event.
Correct.
But generally, when we talk about his CT life, it's Leandro Dora, right?
That's correct, yeah. So here, Challenger, Yago's local. He's been living here in Southern California for a number of years. Wife from here, from Huntington Beach, and he's actually working over at Desert Surf right now with Josh Kerr and the crew, so does the drive out there quite a bit.
I wonder what a couple waves at Desert Surf would feel like. Hint.
Put it out there into the universe.
I am.
We know people. Wink, wink. Mateus right here. This one comes through 5.4. Beautiful carve right there to snap on the inside. So not a major wave when it comes to, you know, a big score, but it'll settle him for the rest of the heat.
King Dantes, that's what he does right there. Wesley Dantes, I mean, this guy is so sparky, you know, coming back into professional surfing after, you know, a little bit of an absence, and he's coming back in tremendous form.
Yeah, and qualifying through one of the hardest regions worldwide. Still has some more work on the inside, Kipes.
Dude.
Yesterday, rode the same board in the afternoon. It's an epoxy. Tico and Teco from Silver Surfboards is doing amazing work down there in Brazil. It looks springy, though.
It's like a 6'4", isn't it?
Yeah, that's usually about his shortboard, 6'3", 6'4", coming off of the runner-up finish over there in Bolito. So currently ranked number 2 on the CS. He gets another great result right here. He's got one step on the championship tour already for next season, Kipes.
Yeah.
Physically fit, too. I mean, you see him and you're like, kind of a big dude for a surfer, and then you see him go out there and rip, and you're like, all right, never mind.
Yeah, no. And he, you know, and early on in his career, let's just check out this replay first.
Well, another incredible layer. We saw a couple of these yesterday afternoon. He gets inverted on that one. And how about the landing? The front foot pretty much all the way up top to the nose. Has to play the fancy footwork to regroup and make sure that he readjusts to be able to get the reform here on the inside. And once again, I mean, for a guy this big to be able to make the reform as easily as he does, a lot of it has to do with his equipment. That board looks incredible, that epoxy, and just a bit more buoyant, getting that spring underneath his feet. Board looks amazing. He performs on it.
Yeah, I remember early on in his career, World Juniors in Kiama, Australia. He's a big kid, but it was 1 foot for the competition, and he was able just to skate through waves like that. Also, Wesley, he made an impact on the North Shore of Oahu. One year he was the Triple Crown of Surfing Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, which is a prestigious award too.
Yeah.
And the very best have won that award right there. 6.83 for Wesley, so top scorer of the heat so far. He's looking really good when it comes to maintaining that composure in the high pressure situations. And of course, I mean, that does for your confidence to be able to make a final. First time back on the Challenger Series too. Incredible job by Wesley in the first couple of events, Kibes.
Yeah.
And great surfing family. Sister Suelen, amazing surfer. And of course, can't forget about Wiggly, older brother. How much success he had on the CT.
Yeah, Wiggly Dantas, one of the best backhand hacks ever in surfing.
But good point you make right there. On the North Shore, boy, over there, he's good. Over at Sunset, Haleiwa, and of course, we can't forget about how good he is in the barrel, too, over at Pipe. Another angle right here, Kipe. Look at how much distance he really covers right there with the bottom turned into the air, spring-loaded. But look at the footwork. Pretty much front foot was all the way up on the nose.
So I got a theory with his longer board choices. I feel like for Wesley, it gives him a larger platform to land, and you can see how extended he was on that. And I mean, because he could be riding a 6'1" or something, but that extra 3 inches of length gives him that much more of a landing pad, I feel.
Yeah, interesting theory.
And he tosses it out there.
Yeah, you're onto something right there. And I mean, it never hurts. Simo always says it. Foam is your friend too, especially for somebody that wants to get a better entry point into a lot of waves. You're heavier set, so you want something that is actually going to get you into the wave first of all. And then right here in Huntington too, it's ever changing. So to me, I think bringing an epoxy is something very smart and obviously working very well for him so far.
Yeah, and but when you talk about silver surfboards, Tico and Teco, just a couple of super passionate guys and great surfers themselves as well too.
And they absorb a lot, right? They go to these events, the major ones. We saw them in Saquarema, Silvio Teco and Tico, excuse me, and those guys really bring in a lot of joy, as you said, but they really talk to their surfers and their athletes about what they want.
Let's turn our attention. JB Jackson Bunch, he wants to get into the air game as well. Tosses up a nice air reverse.
Yeah, he does.
For the 22-year-old out of Paia, Maui. Jackson already started his Challenger Series season with a 3rd place in Bolito, so solid start. He's already got a keeper result.
So 2 guys in this heat already either semied or better over there in Bolito. And JB, to me, I actually surfed with him and Shion at Southside Oceanside Pier the week leading up to the competition here. He had some waves that I would say maybe 2 people out of the lineup probably would have made those sections. He was just flying, and you can just see aerial antics. He can do pretty much everything out there, Kibes.
Yeah, Jackson Bunch. He was a rookie in 2023, I think, was his rookie year.
2025,
because he had that quarterfinal result.
Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, 2025. You're right.
No, and there's a really funny clip on his social media. I think they're surfing a local break close to Paia. Coconut Willie, one of our brothers over there from Maui, drops in on him. He's like, "Hey, Grom, I had a priority." And Jackson's like, "No, this thing's got a ramp on the inside, cuz." Dropping down the line and just goes for a full Hail Mary. And I mean, if you look at his social media, he is one of the best airlists on the planet.
I think he's one of the few guys who are able to do the backflip as well.
Yeah, and under control.
Yeah. Griffin Colapinto looked brilliant out here, Mitchell. Let's hear from Griffin after his win in his heat. He's with AJ on the glass.
And Griff, understandably excited that you're on to Huntington Beach, or on here in Huntington Beach, but really the bigger picture, San Clemente is on a roll.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I mean, Hayden and Cole made the heat together before, and then Kate and I just now. Going into this contest, I was like, the kind of the reasons I didn't want to do it in the past was like, I still want to knock out one of my friends that's like going to try and make the tour, So, there's only so many of these events a year, like every heat's really important. So like drawing Kate, I was like, oh no, but we could make it together, and we ended up doing that. I want to give a shout out to Jake Davis from San Clemente, one of our hometown homies, and we did this limitless challenge, like all of us. I think it was Crosby, Cade, me, Jet, Hayden, Cole, and a few others, and it's just cool to see us all like doing good now. And it didn't really pay off at the last one, but now it's paying off now, so it's proofs in the pudding, and we got to keep going.
It's so fun, especially when you lock in an excellent score here at Huntington. Just how did you identify that wave that you had?
Yeah, I mean, those pier bowl rights, like, they have really good air sections, and I've gone to that wave a lot in my career and when I was little, so it's kind of just, when I see it, I'm like, oh, this is it right here, and then those, like, kind of going away lefts are really fun too, so yeah.
What would little Griffin think of who you are now here at Huntington, from your first contest out here to today? What would little Griffin think?
I think he'd just be super excited, and it's like, always loved competing, and so to be able to like do this contest with not like the pressure of like needing to qualify is really nice, because I love competing, and so it's like it's fun to be able to do something like this and like experiment with new mindsets or new warm-ups or whatever it may be, and just like have that freedom. Yeah.
That's awesome. We'll see you in the next round.
All right. Thanks, AJ.
Wesley King Dantes tossing it up again, flexing his way through the flats. Huntington hopping it. The big guy makes the connection, stabs it on the backhand with the redirect, put together another great wave, Mitchell.
You know what is impressing me the most is that he's keeping calm in those situations where pressure's on, right? Because using priority at this moment right here with these guys out there, you really need to be on point the entire heat, Kipes.
Yeah, see a rail catch there by Jackson Bunch, but that was super impressive, again, from Wesley Dantes.
Because you take time off, you come back, and especially, you know, with very little, you know, financial help, too. There's a big amount of pressure because, you know, you're inputting a lot of value into these events, helping you out back home.
That's actually why Wesley had to, you know, had that departure from professional surfing. Just he didn't have the support, you know, but since then, he's gained a lot of support. Check that out. Just the distance.
Yeah, crazy air. And once again, that's a, you know, bigger frame guy just flying through the air right there. And he's made the inside reform twice. It's not, you know, necessarily going to be the largest numbers, but it's another wave that's going to be right there that has him competing with the heat. And good energy right here at the end. You can just see him every wave he's stoked on. Yeah. And that's something you really want to maintain throughout those 35 minutes.
And talk about support for Wesley. He's got a, and I think we saw him play, he's got support from a legend in Brazilian hip hop, the rapper L7, help support Wesley.
Yeah, fellow Sao Paulo native, right?
Yeah.
So out of Ubatuba is Wesley, one of the beach towns right there in Sao Paulo. That's cool.
Yeah.
Those guys get a lot of presence on social media, so you get that kind of momentum in your favor when it comes to having those people behind you. It'll help you out tremendously, Kipes.
Hey, over in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, we got another guest. Wade Carmichael, how's it going?
Good, thank you. How are you?
I'm excellent, Wade, man. What are you up to?
Just watching some action, and the waves are turned on today, and it's been bloody popping off.
Well, you're now taking a coaching role, aren't you? Tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, just tapping in, helping out the Aussies and trying to share some knowledge. We got a big Aussie crew over here at the moment, so just trying to help out where I can and put in the work to get the win. We need to get some wins on the board.
Yeah, what'd you tell Mikey before he paddled out?
He's just been attacking the lineup pretty well in the free surfs and just kind of move that board around, get it high up in the lip, and he does that real nice turn where he can like whip it all the way around, get that tail release. So work on that and just build some momentum.
What are you seeing out there right now?
There's some nice little peaks with that little fluff coming up, and just the progression getting pushed today. I feel like the level's lifted. There he goes. That was sick.
Is that what you told him to do?
Yeah.
Mikey McDonough, looking good, Wade, looking good.
He's going to get the connection. The Huntington hop's coming back into play.
Yeah, we haven't seen a couple days. We've been hopless, but the hop's back in style.
Finish it off. There he is.
There he is.
Hey, Wado, you made 2 finals at the CT level. You also won 1 stop when, you know, the World Juniors used to be multiple stops too. Just what are you seeing with the kids nowadays, especially the Aussies that you're working with?
Yeah, you just need to have the full package. It's got to have that rail game, you got to have that flair, you got to have the progression through the lip, you can't really miss out on any of those opportunities. And even today, the level's risen. You got to like some of those heats, there's 8s, 9s, everything's going down, and you just got to have the full package for sure.
Well, love catching up with you, Wade. We'll let you pay attention to the rest of the heat, and good to see you, mate.
Thank you.
Good stuff right there. Red Bull Athlete Zone. Yeah. Everything happened.
2 finals, one in Brazil, one over at J-Bay.
Yeah, and that frontside hack that Wade Carmichael brings, that hatchet hack, it's been pretty incredible.
Yeah, and
it's a patented maneuver for him.
He's worked as a lifeguard before too. Is actually doing that up until a couple of years. Nice to see him, in a coaching role, and seeing him really develop a lot of the youth, like we're seeing with Mikey McDonough right now. Score in, Kybes, good one for Mike.
6.17 for McDonough, and he moves into the top 2. He's going to hear the news right now from our on-site commentators.
So everybody's got at least a 5.4 or better right here.
And Wesley Dantas continues to take to the air, building up speed here. Was looking for that two for one combo.
He almost got it too. But the first air, a bit forced. The section wasn't really there to get that right amount of pop, but he's definitely trying on every wave to just go at it 100% all the time. That's the energy you need right here. This is the meaty round, especially after already having a second. You need at least a 9th in the first couple of events. You'd be sitting comfortably in the first 5 spots on the rankings, Kaipo.
Mateus Hurdy, pier bowl right, pops it up, an air of his own. He's got swallowed by the whitewater there, so incomplete for Mateus, still searching for a score. He needs a 5.61 to go into second place.
And wasn't able to get the release. If you notice, there were a good amount of chops right there on the right that he took, so the wind slightly picking up, heading into the noontime right here on the south side of the pier. JB now.
Nice snap off the top for Jackson Bunch. Carving a little bit of froth to deal with as it goes into the deep water next to the pier. So not much more there for Jackson.
Well, he needs his best score of 5.58 or better. 15 minutes to go right here. And it's really just been, the degree of difficulty of the airs in this heat that have really gotten those scores in the 6s. I mean, if you look at Mikey's 6.17, it came from that big blowtail reverse. And then Wesley has the one big air with the 6.83. So far, the judges maintaining that scale in this heat. They really want to see you on those bigger, better waves on the outside still. And the quality of the waves in the last 3 days has been amazing, Kaipo. I mean, Southside truly delivering for these guys.
Well, good waves usually equals good scores and big numbers, and that's what we've been seeing, and it's been a really exciting. It's been actually one of the most fun U.S. Opens for me to call in recent memory.
No, and Wade mentioned that. There's good waves out there. It doesn't guarantee that you're going to surf good. You still have to perform, but there's the chances out there. This is what you're hoping for any single time you get a jersey on and you want to be able to put on a show for everybody else. And there's another thing that I want to mention too. In the Red Bull Athlete Zone, there's not only the peers that these surfers have out there within the same comp area, but also a lot of people within the industry. And when you get those claps from those people in there in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, at times it's even more appreciative than the judge that are actually scoring you. I mean, you get that recognition from those people over there.
Peer approval, huh?
Oh, it says a lot about how you're performing out there.
Yep. Replay here of Mikey McDonough.
Yeah, this was a sick blowtail. Pushes the tail to the south side. Great conversion on a really difficult wave to really get a good score on. I mean, when you really just look at the one section that he had on offer on the outside, made the most of it. Full extension right there with the blowtail. And as you said, the Huntington hop has become something of a tradition right here for the U.S. Open. Gets the conversion, 2 for 1 with the inside connector. Well done by Mike. He's converted on 2 waves, but a big fan of that blowtail air reverse that he has on lock.
Such a strong surfer. You can see him when we look at this in slow motion, how he's able to power through that.
Yeah, and he's one of those guys that has won a CS event in the past too and not qualified. So he's experienced that low. He wants to be getting back to that point of near qualification himself. Then JB, this comes through as a 4, so he's looking for a better quality wave than this one. A bit stuck on both turns. And then this is the last one at Wesley. Just a 2.93, a bit forced right here with this one air. Not a good amount of pop, really under the lip as well. And then tried to go way bigger on the second one, and just too much of a difficult section right there for Wes.
Jackson Bunch looking left again. JB off the bottom, big snap off the top, throwing the fins in the back, but again,
watch out.
Getting smashed by the white wall and hopefully not smashed into the pier.
Well, that's the main thing right here. Seems like he's okay, already paddling back out. These guys are quick to get back on their board.
I was impressed by that.
I was like, dude, it usually takes the regular Joe about 10 to 15 seconds to be paddling back out. It took him like 2 or 3. Oh, that's why these guys are considered the very best of the very best, right, Kibes?
Yeah, it sure is.
Just in 12 minutes, Mateus is really the one right here that I think has had the most opportunities. 8 waves, a lot of them under a 1. And this is what we saw last year in the final. Remember, he caught too many waves against Levi. It's good to give yourself opportunities, but you get into a rhythm of just getting those falls over and over again. It doesn't elevate your confidence, and you want to be getting on that good train of getting at least that score to move you up into second place and advancing.
Mateus, Hurdy, here we go. Is this going to change the situation? Pops it up, puts it down. Body language for him is that he thinks that air got him the 5.61, but I want to know what you think.
Well, much better. A very clean transition right there from the bottom turn into the air. It was a full rotation too for Mateus. I enjoyed it a lot. I think it's one of the cleanest airs, one of the cleanest landings we have seen so far throughout this event too. Good amount of pop, nothing crazy, but just super well done. Actually, I take that back. Not a full rotation. It was close to getting it, but still extremely impressive.
Dantes, our heat leader, throwing the clay back.
At this point, nothing surprises me anymore, so I was just kind of holding my breath.
I love how unpredictable his surfing is. You don't know what he's going to do.
And that's the cool thing about having new names on the Challenger Series. You don't see them. They're unpredictable. They're fun to watch.
Taking a break. We'll be back with more action here. Wesley Dantes in command. King Dantes takes to the air. Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Another beautiful day in Southern California. Southside Huntington Beach Pier. Wesley Dantes absolutely tearing it up. Kuiper Girl, Mitchell Salazar on the call here. But we saw the indicators of the flags that we were starting to see some of that convective heating and that onshore flow coming into play.
Yeah, and fortunately for us, it's still not horrible, but it is predicted to be pretty strong heading into the later afternoon today. That's something we're going to be dealing with this weekend as well on Saturday and Sunday. It's pretty typical for us here in Southern California at this time of the year to see that a lot in the afternoon. So not uncommon, but definitely something that a lot of these surfers need to be aware about.
Yeah, they're going to have to adjust their surfing to the onshore conditions. Mateus Hurdy just went into second place on his last wave with a 6.5.
Oh, goodness.
And just throws the kitchen sink at it there, but Mateus able to turn the heat with his last air reverse for 6.5 for Hurdy. So he is in the top 2 here with 7.5 minutes.
I like that approach too, because typically you know him as the air guy, but his backup is the 5.4 that has so far been on rail. Then his best score, the 6.5, as you said, with the one beautiful air. But this is an element that we don't normally get to see from Mateus. And, you know, the first time we got to meet him was back in 21 over in Mexico. He made it all the way into the semifinals.
Yeah.
I was so impressed by the kid. And since then, I mean, sky's been the limit for him.
Take a look at our Pacifico fan picks for this heat. Let's see what the fans thought. And they thought Mateus Hurdy was going to be the winner of this heat, but pretty even split between Mateus, Jackson, and Wesley Dantes.
Yeah, and Mikey, I think, deserves a lot more credit and respect to, you know, his name. He's one of the strongest surfers on tour, currently with priority with, you know, 6:45 on the clock right here, and he needs close to a 6-point ride. So nearly a replica of what he already has on the 6.17, and JB hitting the 6.5 or better, Kaipo.
Yeah. Jackson Bunch with second priority, Mikey McDonough. So two surfers that need the scores. The good news for both Bunch and McDonough, they are 1 and 2 priority-wise.
And numerically speaking, I'd say that even Wesley is vulnerable here at the moment. I mean, 12.1, because look at, you know, Jackson's best score. He gets something in the 7s. He's taken the lead right here, and he's posted that plenty of times throughout his young career.
Yeah, that's true.
Runner-up to the World Junior title, to Jet Schilling in Oceanside a few years ago. CT experience himself. Excels in beach breaks. He comes from, you know, plethora of different types of waves over there, you know, on Maui and in Paia.
Yeah, and on, you know, when we talk about Hawaii, Tahiti, Nui region on the qualifying series,
dude,
Jackson's gone on a run. 2 wins in Tahiti, 1 win in Almonables. The first 3 events, winning all of them.
No, and the quality of the waves they had at those events too, and the quality of surfers that he had to beat. I'm glad that he bring that up because I had forgotten about it, because it wasn't even that long ago that he actually won the last event at Bowls too. But the kid's been on a streak so far.
Here's our heat recap, Mitchell Stein with Wesley Dantes.
Yeah, the heat leader right here. 6.83 on this one. It's the high mark of the heat. Then Mateus taken to the use of the rails. 5.4 his backup. 6.17 on this one for Mike. He's currently in third, needing a 5.74. And then Mateus gets his best score with that beautiful air reverse, 6.5. Shout out to our great production team. That was a great recap right there.
Woo! Looking to turn the heat. Jackson Bunch punches it at the end there. 6.48 is what he needs.
Boy,
this is a very competitive heat.
It's been one of those days, huh?
Right.
Every heat, just back and forth. Everybody's got what it takes to become champ here, Kipes. Huge turn right there, the second one for JB. And I think the mullet's been working out lately for him. It's bringing the speed, bringing the energy for Jackson. 6.48, what he requires.
Yeah.
Properly surfed right there on that one.
So waiting for the judge's decision here. Swells continues to hang tough throughout the entire day.
It's not huge.
Jackson Bunch gets the number, Mitchell.
Told you. From fourth all the way to first.
6.87. Bunch takes the lead. Look at the spread.
Yeah, tight scoring right there from a 7 to a 6.3, so less than a point separating the high and the low. They throw out the high and the low, and the other 3 average the 6.87. So Wesley down to second. Big fan of this end section turn. Gets the first one, more of a setup down the line, and then fully engages both rails. I mean, he was almost sitting down when he was engaging that turn right there at the end, Kaipo. Projecting down the line, more of a setup, and right here, look at how he's almost sitting down on the wave right there. Full commitment from JB. Oh, finger flip right there, little plane.
And you could just see that Glenn Minami surfboard skittering off the bottom, and Jackson just controlling that. And take a look at what we got going on this heat. We have number 2 in the rankings on the Challenger Series, number 3 in the rankings on the Challenger Series, in the 1 and 2 position. Let's see what King Dantes has for us. Giant air, and unable to land that. But both Wesley and Jackson, if they get through this heat, they're guaranteed to equal 9th.
Yep.
Already with their rankings looking really good for qualification. Only at stop number 2 of the Challenger Series.
Totally. And this year, 5 events, they count their top 4.
Yeah, so you get another good result, you're halfway there.
Yeah, and that's the point that I made with Cole a while ago, is that when he qualified, his 2 bad results were really throwaways.
Yeah.
But because there's so much weight on those victories, that's 20,000 points just right there.
Yeah, he won Bolito, and then he won again in Narrabeen. Yeah,
so
that's right.
there is a possibility of seeing the same things with 2 final appearances,
Sure.
2 semifinals. So both JB and Wesley are already halfway there, but you get a 9th, you're looking good. You get a 5th, you're looking excellent. And especially with, you know, them having experience at other spots, at Asada and Newcastle already, that plays into their benefit too.
Mikey McDonough uses his priority, and that right just closes out on Mikey, needing pretty much a 6-point ride to get into the top 2.
Well, and I don't know if Mateus paddled right there. They're going to keep. No, he did a paddle, so he goes down to 3rd, and I don't think Jackson recognized that.
Inconsequential with that incomplete. Jackson Bunch still in heat control right now with first priority and the lead, just under 2 minutes.
And yeah, that was a big moment right there, because imagine if he blocks him, goes on that wave, probably doesn't change his situation, talking about Jackson. So Mateus flip-flopping right here when it comes to the use of priority, and he doesn't need a whole lot. Same things could be said for Mikey. I mean, these guys are so talented and so strong that they could get that score with just a single maneuver right here, Kaipo.
I agree. And it's been a seesaw battle between all of these surfers. Here we go. Dantes builds up speed down the line, gets the air, spins out of the revert, carves the deep section, a little bit of a rail catch right there. Looks to redirect, rides the foam, wants a little bit of extra oomph on this inside shore break. Decides to go left.
Whoa.
Why not shoot the pier? North side oncoming section, Banks there, puts in a ton of effort.
Yeah, he does. In a big spot in the heat, too.
Coming live with Jackson Bunch. Bouncing off the top there. JB is going to have to do the tap dance on his way in for the reform. He's going to get a nice reform on the inside here, I have a feeling. And a stab on the backhand to finish. And make sure he rides out in front of the whitewater to prove that that is a completed maneuver. Mateus Hurdy needs something big. Hook on the backhand. Wants a little bit more here. You can see the urgency, Mitchell, in his surfing to make this connection. What a flurry of waves that we've had in this final minute in this heat.
Needs to go big, Kipes.
What's he got for us on the inside? Pops it up, reverts out of it, points to the judges, says, give me the number.
What a finish. What a finish. I think Mikey's out of it. I think he had another small inconsequential wave, and it's really going to come down to blue, white, green being in the combo right here of advancing. And Mateus, you got to give him, dude, a ton of credit. Now, performing when he needed to right here at the end under pressure.
We got so much to unpack. There is the unabridged version of this heat right there. So much to unpack.
He got 13 waves.
And we still need a score for Wesley Dantes. Did Wesley improve upon his scoreline to raise the bar for Mateus Hurdy on that last wave as far as the need for advancement? We don't know. We can't tell you. The judges are digesting all of this, and we're waiting for the numbers.
Well, they're going to earn their paycheck today. Can tell you that. JB looking to improve on the 5.43. Wesley looking to improve on the 5.27. Fantastic heat. I mean, look at the score lines even before these last ones. 12-3 for the leader, 11 points for the surfer who's currently in 4th. So it seems like based off of what we see on our score monitor, Kaipo, Mikey's out of it, unfortunately.
Yeah.
He was needing the 5.94, pretty much a 6. Wesley looking to improve on the 5.27. So this is the replay of his last one. I just felt like, you know, the air was good, but compared to the 2 that he already had in his scoreline, the 6.83 and the 5.27, he was needing to go way bigger. And that moment, I think it cost him way too much. Digs a lot of rail right there. It disrupts flow, gets the inside connection. Much better right here with the rail-to-rail surfing. I think he wanted the right to really pop up, eventually forced to go left, shoot the pier, made it to north side, and that does count. That's continuation of the same wave. Comes in way under, though, Kaipo, to improve.
Jackson Bunch, we're waiting for this number here.
Major turn, and he's looking to improve on a mid-5 right here, and then kept the momentum and the speed up.
Well, with Wesley not improving upon it, Jackson's going to come through. He can go down to 2nd.
Yeah.
This is the question.
He's advancing either way, JP.
This is the question. Is this a 5.61 for this effort?
Well, a lot of quality on the turn outside. The wave itself wasn't you know, that great. A lot of froth on the outside section, and I told you need to go big to make it super clear. He does. That's a big end section maneuver right there. We've seen very few people do an air or a reverse like that when it comes to the shore break.
So Jackson Bunch in the safe seat, Wesley Dantas in the hot seat, and Matthias Hurdy with a lot of anticipation. Still no scoring.
It has to be better, just slightly better than his backup. Oh!
And he gets the number. There he gets the lose. 6-point ride. Matthias Hurdy on to the next round. Matthias is in the first place position. Here's the spread from our judges.
Unanimous too. Unanimous. So he got credit for the work that he did on the outside, the air reverse that he did on the inside. Another great finisher. Unfortunately, Wes, who was number 2 in the rankings, he's out. Number 3, Jackson Bunch moving through, and last year's runner-up into at least the round of 16. Kipes, what a heat.
Brilliant effort by Matthias Hurdy. A very dramatic and entertaining heat. With action like this, you're not going to want to go anywhere. We're going to take a break. We're going to be back with more action from Southside Huntington Beach Pier. Lexus US Open of Surfing continues.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We are here in the round of 32, Heat 7 for the Men's Challenger Series, and it has been a spectacular, wow, incredible surfing, great waves, good vibes. It's all happening here. I'm Chris Cote. This is one of the fastest surfers to ever do it. Tanner Godowski, a powerhouse goofy footer out of San Clemente, California. Tanner, we've witnessed literal history. I mean, it is not hyperbole to say that, because we've already seen heats with, you know, multiple nines. We've seen huge barrels, giant airs. It truly is all happening today.
Yeah, and then throw in the mix buzzer beater situations, young upstarts taking down big names surfing phenomenally. So the US Open is absolutely providing.
Yeah, and it's going to continue to do that. Joel Vaughn, Ian Gouveia, Douglas Silva, and Imai Kalani-Devault enter the lineup. 2 Brazilian surfers, an Australian and a Hawaiian. As for Joel Vaughn, you know, he's going to be flying that Australian flag. They've had a rough go in the last few heats. And it's been a story that I've been watching. All these guys are staying together in one big Australian animal house. But unfortunately, a lot of these young Australian rippers are out. Let's see if Joel Vaughn can buck that trend. You see Imai Kalani-Devault get involved. Joel had a quick start there for a 4.33. Imai's wave comes through at a 4.83. Gouveia now. It's just, it's like somebody just put $1 in the wave machine.
They put like $100 in the wave machine. Ian Gouveia here with ease. Looks like he's going to make it into the inside section. We're seeing, it's really been fun to watch this event as it evolves, because first day of action there with that huge swell, it was all about the outside maneuvers. And then yesterday had its own flavor, a couple in the mix. And today it is, for me, that iconic Huntington Beach US Open where you see a mixture of aerials, you see high performance carve, technical surfing, power approaches, and then everybody attempting to make it to the inside, because realistically when you're competing here, the crowd effect, you either get it off of the pier or on the beach. And so when you finish on the beach, you hear it.
Oh gosh. So Joel Vaughn going for the backside air that was eerily similar to what we saw earlier with Alonso Correa, who basically did that same thing, but he landed on his board, and I don't think I've ever seen that type of damage inflicted by human to surfboard, except for like a baggage handler. But Alonso Correa, he's doing good. He didn't make his heat, but he basically won the People's Championship, getting a crazy double barrel. So all that being said, Joel Vaughn's all good. Dodged his board. He's making his way back out there. Joel Vaughn, one of the most exciting surfers in the world. I mean, he has done some of the wildest airs we've ever seen in competition. There's an alley-oop where he got a perfect 10 down in Brazil. You know, he's done that, what is it, slob backflip in the ocean. He's one of the few surfers in the world to have ever pulled that trick, let alone in the ocean. So if anybody's going to go out there and do something outlandish, it's going to be Joel Vaughn.
Joel, you always get characters like Joel in the mix who have the ability to throw down like highlight making maneuvers at any moment. You know, you look back in time, you think of guys like Josh Kerr, you think of the Julian Wilsons, these guys who kind of create a narrative of like what the actual cutting edge of performance surfing is. If for some reason, yeah, I loved your breakdown of that, Chris. If for some reason you don't know of Joel Vaughn or the Vaughn family, they're supernatural in the air. And it's wild to see his approach now in the competitive scene. And I love when he's able to tap into that bag of tricks. He's definitely been doing never been done maneuvers. He's actually changing the game and pushing that level forward. His brother just won an aerial event in the pool and basically blew everybody out of the water. These two kind of set their own standard with aerial surfing.
And I think we're about to see one.
Yeah, because we talk a lot about airs. It's funny because we've seen some, and you're trying to figure out the reasons for the scoring and the difficulty of it. And the rotation you see a lot is the 360 air, and that's kind of been in the game for a minute now. And so what these brothers are starting to do is they're attempting into loops. It's like a backflip. There's a stalefish grab. There's a mute grab. There's a slob grab. And that now we've just completely opened up, almost like you're drawing on a graph X, Y. Now there's X, Y, Z. And to pull maneuvers like that is honestly so impossible. It's one of maybe 2, 3, 4 people in the entire world who have ever done that. So super special.
You know, I think today's going to be a day where it's going to be a challenge to stand out, right? You got to go out there and just go full Jimothy mode. You know Jimothy the raccoon?
You know Jimothy.
Okay. So you got to demand the attention from the judges, from the audience, from everybody in the beach. You know, and that's going to come from just big surfing, whether it's a big air, a barrel, you know, just something that garners all the attention of everybody, and then a huge score will follow. 27 minutes to go. Gouveia on top for now. So while we have a break in the action, let's go down to the glass. We got Mateus Hurdy with AJ.
Yeah, Chris, Jimothy has nothing on the last-minute Hurdy heroics to come through here at Huntington Beach. Talk me through that final wave, how you executed.
Oh, yeah, like I said before, I don't know, it was the last time I made a heat in the last second. I was really nervous, and yeah, I don't know, things weren't going my way, and even when I made it the first air, I was still like kind of tripping and trying to get one more score. It was really hard out there, and but I think God gave me so many opportunities. And then in the last second, I remember just the last set, I was like, all right, whatever happens, happens. I was really the only wave that wasn't nervous. I mean, in the end, I was a little bit like in the inside. I was kind of thinking, should I do a turn or air? But like,
you kind of have time to think about it when you're doing the chop ups. So I was like, all right, if I do a turn and I don't make it, I'm gonna kill myself. So I'm gonna do an air. If I land, it's definitely the score. If I don't, I mean, there's still a chance because it was a good turn at the back. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna try to air. And then as soon as I land, I'm like, oh my God, it came from side. Like I was screaming so loud by the pier. People probably heard us. Thought I was crazy. But yeah, so happy. Oh my gosh. Woo.
As you should be. On to the next round here at Huntington. Before we let you go, para o Brasil, como você ficou calmo durante os últimos momentos de sua bateria?
Eu não fiquei calmo. No final eu respirei. A última onda eu respirei um pouco, assim, soltei o ar e meio que joguei para Deus, assim, e pensei bastante antes de dar a última manobra ali se eu ia pro aéreo ou uma batida, e eu sabia que se eu fosse pro aéreo ia ser a nota, então pô, ainda bem que eu fui pro aéreo. E é isso, muito feliz de passar essa bateria, caramba, alívio.
Parabéns, congratulations, até amanhã.
Woo!
Thanks, AJ. Always fun when Matheus Herdy is in the lineup because this guy is, he's special. You know, he's got every air in the book, he's super fast, and I just love that he surfs with so much intensity and emotion. And you can tell the relief that he felt right there, making that air, screaming, looking up at the pier, and everyone's going, are you okay? Oh, he's actually celebrating. He's having a party down there.
Well, the game now changes for Matheus Herdy, where he had to make it through the 4-man dogfight heats. So as a World Tour surfer, you start to look at the game into these final days and these man-on-man heats, and it's more your territory. You're used to competing like that in events from the start. So Matheus really had to earn it. His interview yesterday said, he was laughing. He's like, I haven't done a post-heat interview for a win in a long time. Now he gets challenged on a buzzer beater, and he steps up, gets it done. So I personally am going to keep an eye on Matheus. I think we probably all are. He has everything that you need to win this event. But when you have starts like that and you're able to refresh into the man-on-man, it's such a deadly combo.
Yeah, if you were making bets at the beginning of the week, I'm sure you were thinking about Matheus Herdy for the win. He's surfing like it. He's got a big test in front of him. He'll be going up against Cade Matson. That's a really solid, even matchup between Matheus and Cade. I'm sure they've gone head-to-head in the past. So we talked to Levi Slauson earlier this week, or yesterday, about, you know, these first couple of rounds, right? These are the hardest rounds in the sport of surfing, in competitive surfing. So once you get through, yeah, it's almost like it gets easier in a way because you only have one other surfer in the water. At the same time, you're going up against the best surfers in the draw because these are the guys that have been making it through these really hectic, heavy heats. So it's a totally different skill set, I think, you know, tactically.
Totally. I think that first round for a lot of these big names is getting your energy in the event. It's hard to get the engine rolling from a stop. So that first heat is super condensed in that way. And now, the round of 32, you've funneled 50% of the gnarliest competitors in the world into a smaller venue, and only half will go again forward. So it's like by the time you get into the man-on-mans, you've been really battle tested, and so you have your own inertia through an event. And so sometimes you feel like you're almost swinging through at that point, and you can relax a little bit more and let your best surfing do the talking.
Sometimes you feel like a nut, sometimes you don't. And, you know, I feel like you have to be a little bit more tenacious in a four-surfer heat, you know, because it's just, you just constantly, you know, it's like being in a street fight, right?
Yes.
You don't know who's coming behind you, you don't know what's going on around you, whereas the man-on-man heat, that's just more of your typical boxing style match. Like you see
shoulder to shoulder.
Your guy, yeah. So we'll see what happens. I mean, now we're in the sprint kind of mentality, right? It felt like a marathon the first 2 days. Now we're sprinting towards the finish line as we see Douglas Silva driving down the line. Nice two-stager carve there. Good flow, plenty of speed. Section just got a little bit weird. This whole wave just kind of flattened out. You know, the judges are looking for critical sections, and unfortunately for Douglas Silva, there was nothing critical about that wave.
Yeah, I don't know whether it was that wave size or it's the tide, but you could notice on his second turn, as he went to click into the foam ball or the whitewater, the wave really dissipated under his surfboard, and that basically takes all the emphasis out of that turn. So now you've done sort of one turn in the beginning, and it's all going to be about the inside. So from the scoring potential of that wave, it sort of it peters off as he's riding on. But he looks actually like he's surfing with a lot of aggression. I like his style over his surfboard. It almost to me looked like he was waiting to load up for a big like nose pick turn there, which he didn't end up getting. So sometimes you're dealing with that emphasis versus the reality, and Douglas Silva's been surfing really well, and maybe this is just the start of things in this heat.
I think so, and I think the judges are sending a good message here. Like, he was going really fast. That first turn was rad, but the quality of the waves let him down. We saw Douglas yesterday, I believe, get the barrel of the morning, so he's going to have a good feeling about Huntington Beach. You see a quick snap there for Imai Kalani DeVault. Imai surfed his way through a heat yesterday, probably in the toughest conditions we've seen of the entire week. And I can't believe some of the turns he was doing in the afternoon. The waves were absolute junk. And he was just finding these little pockets of greatness, in a sea of trash. And he made it work. Super good style, impactful turns. Imai he's always been on everybody's list of like one of the most stylish surfers competing today.
100%. I love what you're saying. And too, you got to take into consideration, we mentioned it yesterday, Imai Kailani comes from Maui. These kinds of conditions, it's a glassy day over there on that island. So he's used to working with the chunder, as we see Joel lift up again. But Imai, to me, is such a dark horse in a lot of these conversations at the top level. He is such a phenomenal surfer. Even you could tell on that turn, he has a looseness and a fluidity in the motion and the body mechanics, and it's just electric. I think Imai is another one of those characters. If he gets rhythm early through these rounds, and you see him into those final days, it's maneuvers like this, the way he comes off the bottom quickly, gets the fins up over, transitions the body weight back down, so he's not even dealing with the lift. It's epic.
It's fun to watch every time he stands up. So much style. Like they had mentioned, him being from Maui. This would be sheet glass on Maui. In the afternoon, I have a feeling with the wind conditions we're seeing right now, we may be chunderstruck after 2 o'clock, but we'll see.
Chunderstruck. We love it. Yep. Yes, we might be, but,
You never know. The good news is we're going to have waves. I mean, that's been the trend throughout this entire event. Waves in the overhead range. Douglas, geez, I don't want to see another wipeout where somebody makes contact with their board, and we've already almost seen it happen twice in this heat. Guys, be careful. Actually, no, don't be careful. I take it back. Put it all out there.
My personal opinion on why we've seen a fair amount of surfers doing that is because when you're going into a backside rotation off of the lip and you're pumping down the line, so he's not necessarily hitting an oncoming section with that. And that was the same with Alonso this morning. You have your board is naturally moving down the line, so you at some point have to have really strong grip, or the back foot has to whip the tail around. And so it's really easy for that to happen, which of course we've seen it just pirouettes your body over your board as it's falling under you. Joel, a little bit of a different story with his frontside air game, but that was just my takeaway after watching a couple of those, and it puts you in the most precarious spot. Of course, we saw Alonso literally snap his board in half.
Yeah, that board's done. 17 minutes to go. Saw a quick flash of the replay there of Joel Vaughn. This kid has so much pop. I want him to get a ramp. I want all of them to get a ramp. I want to see something radical. Here we go. Ooh, you saw that stall. You know the intent. Wave wasn't going to give him any space to work. Pulls out quick. Gouvea's out the back with priority. It looks like he's going to use it. And not in a good way. Just took off on a closeout. But with this much time, priority hasn't really become that much of a factor. Probably will in the back, the last 3 or 4 minutes. But as it stands now, Gouvea hands priority over to Imai. Imai is just to the right of your screen in the green jersey. Looks like something nothing rolling through here. This one has a pretty stretched out line to it, but Gouveia could have found the corner. So with 4th priority, Ian now goes to the air. With a lateral upside down, tail high, front 3 attempt. Would have been really cool. He almost had it. That's athleticism to be able to land on your nose like that and nearly make it.
Totally. You got to go cannonball. You got to keep it low center of gravity. I like how he was able to take a potential mistake and turn it into a potential benefiting factor, because he rode the wave before, which was kind of a closeout, and it freed him up to just look at that wave. And Imai must have let it go because possibly after that section there was nothing else past it. So you even see how Ian approached it and threw everything he had into that first whipping air reverse turn.
I like that you say cannonball, because when I watch Ian Gouveia surf, when I think about it, he kind of is like a human cannonball, isn't he? He's so fast, and he's like just pure muscle, right? And he has this ability to fly and also put big power turns up, as we see 2 back-to-back snaps. Joel Vaughn. He's scanning for the connection. Has to rely on the hop just a bit here. Get through to the inside, fades to the left. Clicks into a couple turns through the inside. Goes down in his 4th, but good work out the back. He's sitting on a 4.33. That'll be a nice, tidy backup score for Joel Vaughn. He's going to make his way back to the lineup. And we don't have jet ski assist today. We do have water patrol out there, you know, just in case. They're keeping their eyes on all the action and all the surfers. But now we've gone back to the more traditional under the pier conveyor belt. Yesterday and the day before, we saw huge sets just blasting through this pier. You did not want to be paddling anywhere near the pier in the past 2 days, but today, I feel like this is the ideal size for Huntington. It was like slightly, maybe a little too big yesterday for a lot of the bigger sets, but today it's just prime time.
And it's proof in the pudding when you see guys actually like Joel using aerial surfing, because when it gets too big, there's almost just too much water moving, and that keeps these guys on the wave face. So speaking of staying on the wave face, that's why I think Joel is such a weapon of a competitor, because you put him in the box of an air guy, and then he's able to go out and just do conventional surfing and put scores on the board utilizing that.
Yeah, that wave for Joel Vaughn's going to come pretty close to the 4.33. It's a 4.40, enough to get him into 2nd place. The high mark of this heat so far, 6-point ride. Just a little bit more texture coming through the lineup, but also I feel like this is a really good wind for airs. Are we about to see one from Imai? Nice high line carve. Just cruising through this flat section. Looks like this board is magic, because that looked really easy to connect from the outside to the inside. Ooh, that was a sparky turn. I like that wave. I mean, I don't think it's going to be a massive score, but it was just, that wave made me want to surf.
It's so fun when you watch a guy like Imai. We used Taro Watanabe as an example yesterday. Surfers that you just would watch in any conditions, any day anyways, because their style is so good. He looks relaxed, but he creates a lot of whip. This first carve, sick. Love it. He's utilizing a shortboard. You can tell by the length in the nose there. Interesting approach. I mean, the swell could use a groveler just to be making sections like this, and that's where you start to see Imai just, he still retains some form of calmness as he gets to the inside and pokes the tail out over the lip. Killer.
That was cool. The judges are going to like it. So starts with a 6. We'll see if it's better than the 4.83. The wave was, the wave was a little soft out the back. I think the most impactful part was actually the shore break, and he kind of did a nice little click. Here we go, Douglas Silva flying down the line into a big section. Bam!
Oh, wow.
2 big power turns for Douglas Silva.
No, how good is this?
And he's going to get the connection. That's exactly what you want to happen. 2 big moves out the back with a solid inside section. Nails it on his backhand. He's fist pumping. He's slapping the white water. He's excited. He should be. That was a great wave.
That was textbook. Textbook U.S. Open, just banging score right there. The way he used the speed out of the first turn, and we were all kind of sitting back waiting and watching, because you knew with emphasis something big was coming, and he delivered.
where are we gonna go with this score? So these two power hits. So fast too.
Yeah, and right here, you knew he had to deliver with his turn, which I believe he did, and kept it really simple. You see him look over his right shoulder, see that the wave is gonna offer him a right, so he starts to cut back, looks relaxed, and I think right here, we spoke with Mateus on the glass in the last heat. You have to almost calm yourself down to make things simple. You don't want to overthink it as you approach it because the timing is tricky on the inside. It's bowling out, but phenomenal read with that lip line floater.
Don't make me say it. Don't make me say these three words. Speed, power, flow. All on display right there from Douglas Silva. We go back to Gouveia. He's building speed down line on this left. Quick foam climb. Looking forward to this big section. And I think he did a good job there. It's probably the most you could have earned off that wave. From the start, you know, you could tell that wave compared to what Douglas's wave looked like. Douglas's wave a little bigger, cleaner, open face. So I feel like Ian, you know, definitely going to get rid of a 2-point ride, that's for sure. Well, let's see what Douglas Silva got on his previous wave. Judges are going to lock in their scores during these brief messages, but we'll be right back. The round of 33 will continue. Stay tuned. Fun for the whole family here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Back to the action in the water. This is Joel Vaughn. With a nice backside reverse, kicks that tail out of the back of the wave, spins it around with the quickness. He's looking for a 4.48 to get into one of the top 2 advancing positions. Working his way through this infamous inside pier bowl section. He could have something good. Bam! Nice clean surfing there. Backside reverse. Underrated for how good that turn or that trick actually feels. And he did it functionally, you know, he came out with speed, which was really cool.
Yeah, it's actually a really difficult maneuver too. And the way that you have to kind of nose pick. So basically, let's watch this right here. Joel is able to click off the back and rotate around the nose of his surfboard really well. Such a clear difference between that and just a normal 360. I mean, he's looping out of the pocket with it. So I like to hear that Joel opted saying, hey, that was a really radical maneuver out the back. Am I going to cook the chicken twice on this inside? We know he has the air game, and he just lays it down with a really nice punching snap instead. So smart. Smarty pants.
We saw, this is Douglas Silva. This was during the break. He got a quick backup. His previous wave was a 5.87. This is a 5. Douglas Silva's in the lead. Imai drops to second. And that now, with these scores that have come through, see Douglas all the way through the sand, beyond vert. That makes Joel Vaughn's requirement a 6.43, and Gouveia now needs a 6.10.
We've seen a couple people do it through this event. David Silva is one of them, and Douglas Silva just on that last one. When you're making the Huntington hop, your natural inclination is to widen your stance. You want to stay right over your surfboard and get that speed, keep it going. And when you come into that inside pocket, it's super tight and geometric. So these guys doing a really great job of keeping your stance tight so you can pivot, as we see Joel.
Couple quick snaps down the line. So lively on these waves. I mean, he doesn't need to hop. He's just like skating across the water. So again, good surfing. Just the wave wasn't that good. I say great surfing on an okay wave. Doesn't usually equate to big scores, but you know, he did about as much as he could on that wave. And I think for Joel, you know, he's hungry for a ramp, right? He wants to unleash on something big and really just show the world how good he is in the air. Trust us, he's one of the best. 4:45 to go. Joel Vaughn makes his way back to the takeoff zone. Let's make our way into the village. Rosie Hodge, where you at?
Yeah, you guys, I want to preview what we have coming up for the rest of the day. On the completion of heat number 8 of the men, we'll transition into the round of 16 for the women. We're busy observing some of these competitors over my shoulder in their natural habitat. We have Sierra Kerr, she's in the Aussie camp over there, chatting to her dad, Josh Kerr, really analyzing the conditions, as well as another World Junior champ, Kira Pinkerton, who will also be doing battle. Kira, yesterday was one of the standout performers, or actually I should say the day before was one of the standout performers for me. A clash of 2 World Junior champs coming up in heat number 1 of the women.
Oh, that is awesome. Can't wait for that one. So we have all the way to the round, the heat 8 here. The challenger men, then we're gonna flip things over to the women's round of 16. Are you kidding me? The star power we have here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We're witnessing the return of Joanne Defay. Eden Walla, she has been on fire throughout this contest. Ziggy Aloha McKenzie making a big name for herself here. You got Betty Lou, Vahini, tons of championship tour surfers. Aaron Brooks going up against one of the most exciting surfers coming out of Australia. Isla Hopetz. I mean, this is going to be an adventure. I can't wait.
Oh yeah, and don't overlook that Bailey Turner Vaselko heat. That's a local young upstart going against someone who's coming red hot yonder off of Bolito Pro. So every single heat has a story and a narrative, and it's going to be incredible to watch.
And I love what Rosie said there about it, the battle of the World Junior Champions. Before we get to the women's division, we got to surf our way through a couple more heats here, and that was really fresh. That was spicy.
What a cheeky way to create the room to just deliver a monster inside hit.
I mean, I don't generally use the word spicy. I tried not to.
Really?
I just couldn't think of anything else because that was the epitome of a spiced up turn.
Yeah, when you see stuff like that, it's hot heat, if you will.
And I said radical so many times in the first 2 days of the Challenger Series that I kind of retired it.
Go further.
But I might bring it back.
Imai is so funny. He, as a human, as a character, his personality is kind of quite sleepy. And when he's on a surfboard, it's snappy.
I think I've heard him say maybe 4 words, and I've known him now for like 15 years.
Oh, he's such a he's an incredible person, actually. I got to travel with him a fair amount all over the world, and like truly one of those unique people. And you're with him, and you're like, dude, how are you even competitive? Like, oh my gosh, you're so nice.
It's like Jedi guru kind of type guy, huh? There he is. You can feel it, even when you just see him sitting on his board, right? You're like, this guy's cool.
Yeah, this guy's got
aura.
The vibe.
That's a good word for it. All right, we're inside of 2 minutes now. So Imai, strength of this last wave, which was a 5.93. He's back in the top spot. Douglas Silva now in second.
And that's such a punishing section to hit and make anything out of it. There was a rib coming through it. There was whitewater on top of the lip, and he was able to stay light on his board and get over the top of it. So it looked almost just like a free and easy hit. This right here, boom, shaves the speed, approaches into the section, and delivers a huge maneuver.
I'm sensing some Bruce Irons influence in his style, but he's also got this like looseness. And the judge is appreciating it. So he's got a 6 and a 5.93. That's enough for the lead. Douglas Silva in second. Vonnie in third needs a 6.47. Gouveia needs a 6.14. A minute to go. Gouveia's in the top priority spot, which if you're in this heat, you do not want to hear that because he is dangerous, regardless of the wave he rides.
Oh no, Douglas Silva does not feel comfortable. Joel Vaughn in third. Okay, he needs a 6.5. He's probably now starting to think if he gets any opportunity, it's going to be above the lip. Ian Gouveia, he's used to this kind of feeling. He is the veteran. So here comes a wave. So you think, who does Douglas Silva sit on or around to see how he can engage with this situation?
Well, Joel Vaughn's having a good look at it. It's a closeout. Sorry. Happens. 15 seconds left. There you see Ian Gouveia could be his final chance here. Looking for a 6.14. An inopportune time for a closeout set to come through. So Imai with the victory there. And I think the situation is going to stand. Douglas Silva coming through. Fortunately, we lose one of our favorite surfers from Australia, Joel Vaughn, and Ian Gouveia put up a valiant fight, but it just wasn't enough. So Imai Kalani DeVault gets through. Douglas Silva comes through in second. So much to unpack with each and every heat. And guess what? We get more. We have one more heat for the men's Challenger Series, and then we're going to go into the women's Challenger Series. We're going to take a quick break, but you're not going to want to go anywhere. We've got an awesome special guest coming in. Incredible surfers in the water. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Board & Brew, keeping it real since '79.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and style reigns supreme. Imai Kalani DeVault comes through with the heat victory along with Douglas Silva. We lost Joel Vaughn and we lost Ian Gouveia. I'm Chris Cote. I'm with Tanner Gudauskas, and we're stoked to welcome your favorite surfer's favorite surfer, your favorite content creator's favorite content creator. You know him. Jamie O'Brien, welcome to the booth.
Thank you, guys. Super psyched to be on the booth with you guys.
Dude, we can finally start.
I get stoked every time I see Jamie in California because I feel like it's a special trip because you know, obviously, you know, the North Shore is synonymous with JOB, but I believe you're here for a special purpose. You're doing a little behind the scenes live stream type of situation.
Yeah, we got a little live stream going on. I think in about 30 or 40 minutes, we'll be going live on my channel. It's a test to doing many of these, hopefully in the near future, but we're gonna go live. So yeah, we'll learn a little bit about that, and we're just kind of testing it out. We're doing doing all the testing last night, literally downstairs at the hotel, and I think we're on, and it's going to be super fun. Super psyched to be working with the WSL down here at the U.S. Open. I haven't been down here in years, and the waves are pumping.
I like that he said a little live stream. There's probably going to be like 17 million people
Dude,
watching.
I
When Jamie goes live, like, people tune in.
We got to have Koa Rothman in the booth yesterday, and I feel like you guys are so humble, and you're just like, oh yeah, no, we're exploring, we're experimenting a little bit, but you guys are really actually changing the entire landscape in the game of professional surfing.
Yeah, it's so much fun traveling the world, and you know, it's the exact opposite of what these guys are doing here at Huntington Beach. We are traveling the world, finding the best waves and finding the best places to produce the best content that we can possibly put out there. The WSL, they're traveling around the world, putting on the best possible surf contest in the world, production value through the roof, prize money through the roof, like, you know, best waves in the world, and, you know, the best surfers in the world. Like, no one else in the world could do this at Huntington Beach better than, you know, these guys. You know, work it all the way to the inside and do a big frontside, you know, blowtail on a half-a-foot wave.
Oh my gosh, that was
nasty.
That was.
You know what's great about the U.S.
surfing.
Open too is it brings your whole ecosystem's potential, right? Like, it was always about the festival aspect, not just the contest.
Yeah.
And I feel like you've interacted with it over the years. Like, what's your take on that?
I think the U.S. Open is incredible. I think if you could win at the U.S. Open, if you could win at the U.S. Open, you could win anywhere in the world. And people, you know, like Al Cleland is a testament to that. Sonny Garcia, Andy Irons, like, you name the greats, they've won out here, you know, like, just... This contest is so iconic. Like, it's not like, oh, you won a contest and I was at Huntington Beach. You're like, oh, you won at Huntington Beach?
Yeah. The U.S. Open has weight to it for sure.
100%.
These are 35-minute heats. We're down to the 30-minute mark now. Kanoa Igarashi, one of the few humans to ever go back-to-back here at the U.S. Open. He did it in 2017 and 2018. And I'm looking at the scoreboard, and right off the buzzer, Kanoa dropped a huge number. This is Lennox Smith.
Wow.
This guy's one of my new favorite Australian surfers. Did a great interview with Vonnie and Smivvy on Ain't It Swell, and he is just a classic character.
Speaking of someone to win it twice is Brett Simpson, too.
Brett Simpson, yep.
Jesus, right? And has anyone else done that besides Igarashi and Simpson?
Actually, Avalon Gall just went back-to-back in the Longboard division.
Okay. So we got a couple of them.
Yeah, I mean,
a couple of greats.
The history of the U.S. Open, it goes back so far. I mean, history of professional surfing, right? We got things together 50 years ago. We're celebrating that 50-year mark. And now we get to watch stuff like this.
Just put on a clinic at his home break. Are you kidding me?
I think he wants to go for the three-peat.
I don't see it being hard. When you're that confident in your backyard and you know every single, like, part of this wave, you could just kind of put it together just like he is right here.
Yeah, and Jamie, you have a really unique perspective of actually competing in your backyard in huge events, yourself being a pipe master. What is that like, the difference of throwing a jersey on somewhere random in the world versus you just sleeping in your own bed and competing at home?
God, it's so hard. Boom. It's so hard because, you know, right when you leave home, then you're trying to look for similarities that match, you know, pipeline. So when I get to Huntington, I don't really see those unless it's, you know, this crazy.
Did you see Alonzo Correa?
I saw the barrel. I thought it should have been a 10. I'm not a judge, but that's what I would have been doing if I was out there. So it's always hard to kind of try and look at a wave like this and be like, it's just like pipeline, another day at pipeline. So there was a time for sure at pipeline where I'm like, oh, so-and-so at my heat, done deal, bro. I'm gonna win this heat, and that's how I feel it is. Or that's how I feel it is for kind of.
Yeah, no, that's a good call for sure. 28 to go. So Igarashi starts strong with an 8-point ride. We just saw Lennox Smith, and he's wearing these kind of recreated Andy Irons board shorts. Board shorts got pretty baggy lately, huh?
Yeah, they're back to the 90s, bro. So, I mean, it's definitely cool to see. I don't know. I'm like,
did you save any of your 90s board shorts?
Oh, no.
Those things are worth a ton on eBay right now.
I see that. I went to the dump with mine a long time ago. But maybe I should have kept a couple. But yeah, I think I'll rock. I think we'll start making some 90s baggy ones.
So
here we go.
This is a replay.
Oh,
that was cool.
That was like a drop knee blowtail.
Sometimes accidents are awesome.
Yeah, I agree. Remember that Kelly Slater error at the Trestles event?
Oh, yeah.
Where it should have probably, I don't know, like, I thought I'd give him the score.
Like an accidental Superman to body surf landing.
That's epic.
Or he does the sneaky one, like at Pipe, where it's like he fell, but then he got back up in the barrel, and they gave him like a 2. But, I mean, come on. Like, the crowd loved it. Everyone loved it. Just give him an 8.
There was one here, actually, in Huntington. It's Seth Moniz.
That was crazy.
Yeah, you remember that?
That air?
That air. 0 feet, 0 attachment to the surfboard. And, like, fully was in this wild loop, came down with it. So maybe an accident. I don't know. Seth's so gnarly that he could have been planning on something like that, but crazy to see.
I think it got like a little bit more steezed out than he inspected, and it like kind of it like halfway through, like he was off his board, and then it came back to his feet, and then he just freaking came out of that thing. That was crazy. They actually posted that on the WSL Instagram, and I probably watched it like 10 times. I was like,
It's unbelievable.
How?
Yeah, that's the one on repeat.
Yeah.
We're looking back to the lineup. Luca Messinas, La Maquina, yet to ride a wave, but we know when he does, he's going to make it count. He's super consistent. Ripping surfer out of Peru. Dimitri Poulos started strong with a 5-point ride.
Yeah.
Lennox, 5-4. That frontside air 360, and we see Lennox again. This kid is so rad. I'm almost cheering for him to win this heat just because I want to hear him in a post-heat interview.
Is he good?
Natural comedian.
Wow, I like that.
Yeah, he's just awesome. He's weaving his way through to the inside.
The Huntington hop.
Yep. Can't have an event here in Huntington without a couple hops. Strong finish.
Not strong.
Lennox. So,
also
Jamie,
too.
I was gonna say, Jamie, you're a pro surfer.
Yeah.
You competed a lot. You had to have competed here in Huntington a few times. When's the
Did.
last heat you surfed here?
Jesus. Dude, it was like it was like 100 years ago. No, it was a really long time ago. Honestly, this way doesn't suit my surfing. I'm just gonna be honest with you. And if I wouldn't say I'm not gonna ever surf it again, but I probably haven't surfed it in like 15, 20 years. But I'd rather, when here's pumping, I'm down at the wedge. So you got to kind of pick and choose where you want to surf. And I signed up to surf the wedge, and it's just, on its day, I'll be psyched. But there's a lot of competition out here, even if it's not in the free surf, or if it's not in the competition.
You know what's funny, though? So I remember actually watching you compete here, and I was younger, just coming up. And I couldn't believe being able to see guys like you, because, I mean, Freak Show, back in the day, those movies, and it's like, you were actually one of the first guys to push into just going to the air. Like, I feel like the progression for you when you competed, at least you were attempting to push the game that way.
They didn't like it at that time. They thought I was a little bit more out of control, and like it wasn't like high risk, big scores. Like, it was just kind of like a thing where you're like, he's a little out of control on that air. Now they're like 9.
Yeah, well, dude, thank you.
You're ahead of your time.
Yeah.
It's all good. I'm grateful for the path I chose, to the free surf route, and I'm grateful to be able to, watch surfing through the WSL eyes and just watch these kids, take it to the next level.
Yeah, these heats are kind of drawing a very similar line to a video part. I mean, everyone's going out there and going off, including our surfer that won Heat 7. Super stylish, always awesome. Imai Kalana-Duvall is on the glass with AJ.
Imai, even though you're the one who reminded me of this stat, I have a hard time believing it's your first time back on the glass in a WSL contest since Margs of last year. I know the 2026 season didn't start the way you wanted it to. What did it take to get back here?
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, I'm soaking this in because it's been a minute, and you can forget how nice it really feels to be making heats, because it was pretty bad for me last year. Started Challenger Series in the whole last year. I didn't really have any results, so. And then to start this year, I had a shocker in Bolito, so it feels really good just to kind of just be finding waves and finding a rhythm again, because I hadn't felt that in a minute for sure.
How have you stayed so authentic to who you are as a surfer, as a person, and fought your way back to this moment here in Huntington?
Yeah, you just got to believe in yourself at the end of the day. It can get, surfing's so hard and so mental. It can be so mentally tough, especially when you're losing, and it can be super hard to get out of that rut, and I was kind of struggling with that this past year. And I know you just got to keep fighting. At the end of the day, we're surfing, and you got to just kind of find the love again. And I'm just trying to enjoy it, and I feel like when I am getting my opportunities in surfing, that's all you can ask for.
Well, and it's so fun to see you out there in the water when you can tell you're loving it and having a great time. How would you describe how excited you are here in Huntington to get this swell?
So stoked. I can't believe how good the waves have been. Both of the events so far, we're scoring. So it's funny, I packed all grovelers for these first 2 trips, just not expecting much, and I was undergunned in Bolito, and I had to have the CI guys bring me a bigger board for Huntington, which is crazy. I would have never expected, but yeah, those guys came in clutch and got me some equipment to fit the swell, and yeah, stoked.
You did it well. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, AJ.
How does he not have a main sponsor? I do not see a logo on the top of that board. Shout out to Merrick.
We should pool our money together and get our name.
Right?
Shout out to the surf industry. Get them on.
I'm going to put him on Fun Day and just have him ride soft tops in these championship series.
And you know what? He would make a soft top look so good. I mean,
For
he's
sure.
that good a surfer. So with 22 minutes left, some scores have been updated. Got a backup for Kanoa Igarashi, just a 2.33. Lennox backs it up with a 4.5. Dimitri still sitting on that 5-point ride. There's Luca Macinas making his way back into the takeoff zone, representing Peru. Luca has been a standout on the Challenger Series. He's had championship tour experience in the past. And I mean, you get this guy on a roll and he becomes pretty much unstoppable. That's how he got that nickname, La Máquina.
Did they just say he's number 2 on the rankings right now?
Number 2 in the region.
Region, okay,
Yeah.
awesome.
We're basically just taking the best surfers from every region and throwing them out there in a battle.
Go 12 o'clock, bango. Ooh.
Uh-oh.
It's getting a little bumpy out there, but you know, I'm looking at the heat scores so far. I feel like everything's going to change. It doesn't matter, you know, if what the scores are now. There's going to be some big scores going down here. Guys are going to start pushing the limits. There's still 21 minutes left, and these are probably almost all throwaways except for maybe 1 or 2 scores in the lineup here.
For me, when you deal with the different venues that you can compete in, you take a point break, you take a beach break and a reef break and like a barrel event, essentially. I feel like the barrel events and the beach breaks, if there's big maneuvers in the beach breaks happening, it can be a one turn or one wave situation. They come in 30 seconds left in the heat and get a 9.6. Keeps it super interesting.
He's going for the air.
Lennox. Oh, with the wind up.
You can just see it right when they take off. You're like, he's going for the air.
Yeah, that's that, you know, that little stall is just like, it's the coolest little foreshadowing moment. I feel like Jason Rapway Collins was kind of the one of the first guys to really like make those little stalls obvious, and it's just kind of a way to pull back the cord and then launch yourself forward. And I love to see it. Lennox is so far doing pretty well. He's got a couple airs under his belt, a 5.4 and a 4.5. That's going to be a throwaway score, but he's right back to the takeoff zone. I think when the waves drop a little bit, like we see size-wise, that's when the priority and the kind of tactics and all that stuff, you know, start to show themselves. Jamie, I know you've, again, competed at every level in surfing. 4 surfers in the water with the priority situation can be pretty hectic when you're trying to play defense, you're trying to get a score. What has your experience been like with our new, I guess, the priority that we've enjoyed in the last decade or so?
I think the priority is great. Sometimes it's frustrating at the end of the heat where someone's holding you off on a wave, but you know, and maybe a free surf, you get that wave and get that opportunity. But I think it adds a little bit more fairness to the game instead of someone just back paddling and paddling around you. I think priority is huge, and if you know how to use priority, like some of these guys, it's actually insane. It's a full like different way of surfing. You know, like if you get a free surfer that's the best free surfer in the world and you put him up against Leonardo Fioravante in a priority situation, Leo's just gonna wax him, and the guy's not even know what happened, and he's gonna have an interference. So I generally like it. You know, it's so fun watching these guys compete at such a high level, and every time I watch an event, which is pretty much every event, I end up just following these guys on Instagram. I'm like, who the hell is this guy? Who's this guy? Like talking about this Smith guy, I'm like, I'm about to go check him out. You're saying he's ripping, I'm seeing he's ripping. You know, it's like, it's so fun to follow the next generation, you know, because it's like, you know, to me, it's all about, you know, from the oldest of the generations to the youngest. It's and so fun and inspiring to watch.
Yeah, we're literally surrounded by surf history. It's so fun when you go up on the boardwalk. We had Patty Panisha here in the booth. She was basically one of the forces that started women's competitive surfing back in the 70s in Hawaii. And yeah, it's just awesome. And I love that you're a student of surf history. When you come here to Huntington Beach and we see waves like this, you know that this is going to be a special event for so many different reasons. I mean, how cool is it that just getting to watch Kanoa Igarashi thrive in his backyard? Like, this only happens once a year for most people.
Totally. But he's been freaking tearing it up here for years, so we're not surprised. And let's see what he gets done on this end section. Wow, he's got another one.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
I feel like he's surfed here before a few times.
Hey, the judges love it when you bring it all the way to the beach. It's like one of the rare few places. Like if you milk it to the beach and you finish strong on the inside, your score goes up by like 2.5 points.
That's actually such a good point. Well, all the crowd's cheering. You're literally like 50 feet from the people standing on the beach.
Maybe
There's like such a moment.
They're feeding, like the judges are feeding off the crowd in front of the judges, and then they're like, whoa, like maybe they're like thinking 6, and then by the time he gets there, like 7.5.
You know who we don't really talk about much, but we should, because I remember as a kid growing up, Rockin' Fig on the mic on the beach was like
Those
this
guys are
iconic
classic.
beach commentator, and it always riled up the crowd to like go big with the cheers. And as a surfer, when you finished on the inside, you felt like you were in a coliseum. It was pretty sick.
Standing ovation, just waxing up the inside of a friggin' 1-footer on the beach. It's nothing better.
I love this wave from Kanoa. So sharp.
And it's a foamy wave. That's a really hard wave to ride, and a lot of critical sections that he like had to deal with and navigate through.
The little foam bounce he just did, underrated for how hard that is.
That was so sketchy. I probably would have fell off on that foam bounce thing. Look at that. Nice bowl, though. Dang. Wow, well, blew the tails out there.
I mean, he's just like finding and picking off waves that no one else is even seeing.
No, I'm surprised none of these guys are really trying to launch, because one hit could get you 1 8-point ride. So, you know, meanwhile, they're riding these waves all over the beaches, getting 5s and 6s. And, I mean, I can't say anything because I probably only made like 2 heats here in my life. But I couldn't even make the Huntington hop, you know. But anyways, yeah, these guys are ripping.
No, it's really good insight, because Chris and I actually called a heat earlier where Lucas Cassidy, a young kid coming out of Mexico, went the route of what you're saying, and he just only threw airs and got an 8.83 and an 8.0.
Land it, paddle right back out the back.
Yeah, put Lucas Cassidy on your Instagram follow list.
I will.
Basically, you could go through the whole roster we have on the men and women. You're like, yep, this person rips, they rip. Just to get on the Challenger Series is such a huge accomplishment.
And then, so you guys are moving into the women's after this heat?
After this, and we're going to start with an incredible match between Kira Pinkerton and Sierra Kerr.
Oh, shoot. There's going to be some airs going down in that heat.
Oh, yeah.
It's so exciting to see that next generation of women surfing. It's absolutely incredible. So here we go. Bang. Nice top turn. Oof. That if you're just watching that is really hard when you get in the foam, your fins start doing some weird stuff, and you might think you aced the landing, and then you go to turn, your board turns the other way because there's like all this turbulence underneath your fins, and unless you have a lot of speed, sometimes you're gonna fall like that. So that's kind of a common error right there.
Also, what's your opinion of surfing with the current or against the current? You know, you've done this dance before with a big south swell at Huntington Beach.
If this is my heat, I'll be sitting over there on the right-hand corner, and I'll just be looking for every opportunity to punt a big air. I'm going to land the air, and I'm going to paddle back out and be in the lineup in 20, 30 seconds, to where the guys milk it all over to the beach. They might get a 6, but the guy doing the air might get a 7 or an 8, and he'll be back out there in 30, and it's going to take you about 2 minutes to get back out in the lineup.
And is there truth, because that, as an air section, you know, with the current coming across your board, does it make it even maybe possibly a little easier to get that pop?
100%. It's called the little against the grain. And this against the grain thing comes where the current's coming towards the wave, and then the wave's like pushing into it, and it's giving you more momentum than a normal wave would, because there's just more velocity, more speed, and more. It just allows you to like project higher and better. And we get those waves in surfing where it goes against the grain. Like, you know, at Chopo, when you take off and you're on that south peak, and then you see that huge west bowl, that thing's going against the grain right there, and it's getting thick and gnarly really fast. And like a lot of those against the grain things are like, you know, at the wedge, or, you know, like in France at those beach breaks. Like, dude, surfing, dude, honestly, if they put together a highlighter clip of this event, dude, you're gonna see so many crazy against the grain freaking craziness.
I love when Jamie gets excited.
That was so sick. Like, can't wait to re-break that down.
Break down. And he's talking about, he's like, yeah, you know how at Chopo, and then there's that gnarly well. I'm like, I don't.
Well, you surf Chopo on fire, by the way. Jamie O'Brien.
Yeah. Well, we got more JOB after these brief messages. Can Kanoa Igarashi stay in the lead? Can Lennox Smith defend his second place position? We're going to have to find out after these brief messages. Don't forget, the women are coming up next, starring Sierra Kerr. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and the fans have come out in a big way. Pier is absolutely packed. The beach is going off, and we have a special presentation just around the corner. Jamie O'Brien's gonna go live on YouTube today from the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and you know it, anytime Jamie goes live, it's gonna be fun. And I can't wait to see that. I hope we're not commentating when Jamie goes live, because I don't want to compete against the numbers that he has on his YouTube. No, so Jamie, the plan is to go to the Red Bull Athlete Zone, go live, and just have fun, right?
Go live, talk stories while we're watching the event, bring in some different athletes, and just, I don't know. Honestly, I've never been live on my YouTube channel, so that's pretty exciting in itself. And we're gearing up to do some more cool stuff with the WSL and some following events as well. So this is just basically a little test. We're going to go live for an hour, and the next one's going to be much bigger, much better. And yeah, just psyched to be down here for the event, enjoying, watching everyone rip and just enjoying this beautiful weather.
I love it. So that's going to go down in about a half hour, and potentially, Jamie's going to have 1.3 million people watching his live stream from the U.S. Open. Congrats. I mean, that is such a huge accomplishment. 1.3 million subs on YouTube is like, that's pretty, not a lot of humans in the world have that kind of reach.
Yeah, no, it's really cool. It's cool to see like the numbers match too. Like you look at the IG, it says 1.3. You look at the YouTube, it says 1.3. There's like a consistent pattern, like the views aren't always consistent, but the consistent pattern as far as from a following standpoint is pretty cool to see, very unique. And I can't even believe it, from, working with Red Bull, such a great brand, building and doing an epic web series with me and Poopy.
Yes.
And then to start my own thing to build 1 million subscribers after, this has just been very grateful.
Yeah. Who was the Mr. Beast of surfing before Mr. Beast was even around?
He's the beast, though. Oh my God, that backside turn, come on.
No, Jamie, I feel like you are going to love Dimitri Poulos. His surfing it's guttural. It's crazy. He's able to get into those like pivot positions and just get over the board, stay centered. It's radical.
That's like a swordsman.
Is that a 6.5 that he just got? Look, all the scores are changing up. That's a nice one to have in your scoreboard. At Pipe, they call it 8s or lates. So you're getting 8s or you're out of the game. We got 1-8, so, and a 6.5 with a healthy heat total at 14.4. Legend, hometown hero, holding it down. Isn't it crazy when you go in a heat with somebody and then you're like, dang, like it's kind of their spot. You already kind of know, and then boom, look at the leaderboard right here.
The amount of people who have said that about you surfing Pipeline is probably insane, but there's truth to that, I've felt like in a small way I've had it at Lower Trestles, and when you step into the jersey in your hometown, you have a support crew that's around you innately because they're coming to the beach. It's so easy for everybody to be present during the contest waiting period. So you feel a little bit more at ease. You get that swagger about it.
Yeah, totally. I mean, the swagger hasn't been going my way at Pipe in the competition, but during free sessions, I honestly love it surfing with Hunter guys out there. But but to me, it's more about the core group that's actually out there. The Eli and Koa and John and Nathan and Makai and Landon and Makai, everyone. Oh my God, it was so crazy here. But yeah, just so fun just surfing with your friends out there, and it's like this competitive battle, just like this is. But at the end of the day at Pipeline, generally those 10-15 guys in the lineup are winning all day long.
The Apex Predators. I love is when you're just watching the gnarliest session out there, as we see Dimitri.
Oof. Lethal on that backside, huh?
It. You're watching the gnarliest session ever at Piper. Like, oh my gosh, it's death-defying out there. Then you just see this like long blue board, and we're like, what is it? Oh, of course, it's JOB on the Fun Day soft top. I'd love to see that.
There's just something about it where it's become so serious that I'm like, I gotta change this up. Like, it's like how many times am I gonna, and this might sound crazy, how many times am I gonna drop into Pipeline, stall, and then stand up in the barrel and get spit out and be like, I'm the man. So now it's like more like, oh, I'm gonna drop in on my soft top, pull up in the barrel, everything is delayed. The technique that I'm actually, pulling it off to actually pull in the barrel like that, I'm applying everything I know. I'm like, don't drag too much, because if I drag too much, the fins are gonna come out of the water. I need to ease it off the bottom, because if I go too hard, my fins are gonna come out, and then I'm gonna get lipped in the head. So as you watch me pull in on those soft tops, it's just just missing my head, and I got to make those very, very micro adjustments for it all to kind of work out and happen. And it's kind of cool. Like, you just manifest it, and then you go out there and you do it.
Wow, that's serious.
To me,
I thought you were just screwing around out there on that thing. There's a lot going on.
No, it kind of is, but it's fun.
It's like when a black belt goes double black belt. It's like, all right, just like you said, like, what are you going to do, stand up again?
Here's a double black belt. Whoa!
So, Jamie, I know you're a super fan of the sport. You're a surf nerd just like Tanner and I know you watch every event. As we see here, this is Luca Macinas currently in second place. Nice tidy snap to start, building speed, gets the second section hit. So Kanoa's in the lead now. I know you've been aware of Kanoa Igarashi. He started surfing out here since he was 6 years old. You guys have been together with Red Bull for a long time as well. What has it been like to watch Kanoa's rise to become one of the most elite surfers in the world, battling for titles? I know you've been aware of him since he was a little kid.
It's great. It's great because, like, what, you know, like the athlete he's become, you know, and it's all basically because of this wave, Huntington Beach, and it's crazy. Like, he's like a, you know, the Kelly Slater of like Cocoa Beach out of Huntington Beach. You know, it's like he learned how to surf here. He's built all his surfing around. All his fundamentals are built around here. But then it's cool to see him take it to the world, take it to Karamas and win that big event over there. It's cool to see him take it to Chopo. It's cool to see him take it to Pipe. Like, he's just so talented. He spends so much time surfing. That turn was incredible.
Oh, gosh.
And he, dude, he just keeps getting better, dude. Like, to compete against the best surfers in the world at the U.S. Open at Huntington Beach is freaking hard to do, bro. And here he goes. He's going to wrap it up on the inside. Frontside, clean and mean. He's going to hold on to that lead. He might better his score.
Looked like a slingshot on that first turn. Like, properly looked like a rubber band coming off the lip. Threw up so much spray.
You know what's crazy too? Like, what we don't really know is, like, how many boards does he have, and how many boards has he been riding, and how much has he been surfing to find this perfect board for today. It's not like he walked down to his garage and just grabbed one for a free surf. Like, he's been fine-tuning all these boards. He's got his board so dialed, and kind of when you see him surf, you're like, I want to go surfing, and then you forget that maybe you haven't been riding that board like in the last couple of weeks. And then you paddle out and you're like, that was all right.
So Macinas there.
Yeah.
Comes through with the 5.13, so he's firmly entrenched into second place. Dimitri needs a 5.47. Lennox still in it, needing a 6.57.
We're going to call this a scary end to the heat, with only needing a 5 to advance in the second. You're probably going to need a 9 to get Kanoa.
We haven't had a break.
Every
single heat goes down to the wire.
Bang.
Yes, so you see what I'm saying, Jamie.
Awesome.
Like, yes.
That was an 8.5 right there. So close. Whoa, that was nasty. That was good. Well, I think things are going to change.
We're just looking at a master in the office.
Look at that. That board just got Huntington Hop flow. There we go. I thought he was going to go full rotation right there. That was like Eli Hanneman earlier, just going.
Yo.
Thing was head high on the inside, full rotation. Wow, that was a nice turn. Comboing up.
Lennox looking now for a 7.60.
What's the time check? Oh, 3:11 counting down. This is going to get gnarly at the end of this heat. Let's see what we got. Bango.
Oh, it's so punishing in there. We were describing, like, when you do the Huntington Hop and you come into that inside section, it's the weirdest. You have all this time to kind of think about what you're going to do, and then you get there and the wave actually feels like it's just jumping all over the top of you, and you have like split seconds to decide.
Totally, but how about when you're hopping, and you go, do I go left or do I go right? Because you can't really tell what the wave's going to do. So you need to make an instant decision, because the wave will pop up and it'll be like, it's a left, it's a right. So it's like, you got to be like, you're either going to commit to the right or commit to the left. Otherwise, you'll just pearl dive.
Yeah, it is like slow motion to super speed motion there on the inside. It's dead flat, and then all of a sudden, whoof!
Yeah.
And then you're rolling up in the sand and between a tourist's legs, and you're like, move the umbrella. Where's my board?
You know, it's something funny that a lot of people don't really talk about, dude. There's a lot of stingrays around here, dude.
We did talk about the shuffle. You know, so the Longboard World Tour started off this event last weekend, and most of them weren't wearing leashes, and it's like every time you see someone, you know, in a heat, you only have 30 minutes, so you're sprinting towards your board. I'm going, oh God, Please just shuffle.
Bro, the stingies will put you out for a couple hours, bro, and they're everywhere. They live in the sand. The fishermen fishing off the pier, catching them, and then re-releasing them. So they're probably like, we don't like humans. Where are they?
Got a minute 45 to go here. Macinas now put himself right in the driver's seat towards advancement in second place. Dimitri needs a 6.51. Lennox, his last score was a 4.73.
So this is
good, but needs a 7.60.
This is what I do right here. This every single contest, I'm like, go underdogs. Let's go. I want DeCinas, or was it Lucas Smith?
Yeah.
I want to see some. I want to see some action.
Yeah, and the underdog story. And I mean, I have to throw some sunshine on Dimitri Poulos because I honestly do feel like he will become one of your favorites. He is in the Dane Reynolds crew that's like kind of under him, coming up from Ventura.
Wow, okay.
And he's been filming a ton. You see it on Chapter 11 TV.
Sick.
He's like you said with Imai. Why is there no support from a sponsor? He's so good with these X Factor maneuvers. So
here we
he
go.
competes really well.
Just to put the icing on the cake. Big, beautiful turn out the back. I think he should try to take it to the air on the inside here, buddy. Let's see it. We want to see the air. You already got the heat unlocked. No one's going to catch you. Oh, we got some rides out the back as well. Commits to the left. And he's going to do an air, boys. Come on, give it to us.
Yes.
That's what we're talking about.
Jamie and Cano are on the same page here. That's just a prime example of a CT surfer coming down and just bullying
and then
Challenger Series surfers.
Look at this. Bang.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. Bah! Nice way to ice that. You're not going to catch Igarashi, but what happened out the back here? That's the big question.
This is epic. Everybody throwing punches at the end of this heat.
This is going to be an air. Get ready. Boom! Beautiful. Oh,
right?
Dude, fireworks at the end of the heat. We're loving it.
We knew it was going to happen.
Guys are tripping. Scores are being better.
All right, that's it. For round of 32, Heat 8.
What a way to end it, huh?
So fun. Crazy. We'll have to see what Dimitri did out the back.
Yeah.
It's just pandemonium up in the judging area, but they've been really clean and steady throughout this entire event. Scores have been right in the zone. They got their hands full right now. I think 3 scores, three scores to come through. Cano got a pretty good one with a big finish.
He's good.
Cenas may have improved, and Dimitri definitely got rid of that 5-point ride.
I like that air. I saw the whole backside of his boards, his fins. Look, these guys are tripping on the beach. They're like, after this, it's round 16, correct?
Yes, it is.
There's some big points on the line right here, and these guys are stressing at the end of this heat. Let's watch this from out the back. Decent turn off the top. Nice little blowtail. I like this little inside. It kind of started getting like really nice for him. Sets up this turn coming up right here was just, you know, usually don't see too much of this in the middle where you're going to get multiple turns. Here we go, that straight up. Bam, beautiful. Nice and close to the judges and finished it strong. He liked it.
So now imagine being Luca Macinas.
Here we
you
go.
Turn around after that wave and all you hear is the crowd erupting for the air that Dimitri did on the inside.
Yep.
2 pretty good maneuvers out the back. That first turn had some substance to it.
Yep.
So he's starting to relax. He pretty much right here is assessing it's got to go to the air. You can't stay on the wave face.
Look at that, bowling up nice. And then over a little weird double up. That was nice.
Fully flared, too. I mean, that was tail high.
He's bringing his inner Eli Hanneman out right there.
Well, the judges aren't buying Luca's last wave. It's going to come through as a 4.77, so it all comes down to this. Did Dimitri Poulos do enough? Did he get a 6.51?
Gonna be close.
What do you think, Jamie? We do the gladiator thumbs up or thumbs down. Are you giving Dimitri the thumbs up?
I'll give it to him for that last air and 2 decent turns on the back.
All right.
I like that.
Tanner?
Keep it clean. Well, if Jamie says yes, I say yes.
Me too.
It's all on Jamie.
I'm following you guys.
Sometimes when they take a while too, you're kind of like they're really replaying it. They're looking through it. They're getting the scores dialed.
As we wait for the score to come through. So Jamie's going live here momentarily.
Someone sponsor him.
What do we punch into our computer?
Oh, just Jamie O'Brien on YouTube. It'll pop up. Bang.
Perfect.
I've been a subscriber since like 2000.
I appreciate the love, but we started in 2015. But a subscriber from the YouTube Red Bull channel. Yeah, thank you. We're still waiting on scores.
Oh my goodness.
Are you seeing something?
That moment is just so crazy when you're down there and people, you know, it's everybody around you and you're just waiting for the score. You just wonder what happened. Because Luca knows he didn't improve his situation. So realistically, he's just waiting to hear how good the turns that he missed seeing were that Dimitri did out the back.
It's a nail biter. But that's what we want to see. We want to see a little shake up. No, I'm a bad judge. I went a little high.
Oh my gosh.
All good. That was a great heat. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you,
Pleasure.
Jamie, always
Mr.
a pleasure.
Cote.
Have fun with the live stream.
Yep.
We'll be tuning in
Yes.
for sure.
Check it out.
So with that, we have a round finish. Kanoa Igarashi dominating in that heat. Luca Messina survives in second place. We unfortunately lose Dimitri Poulos and Lennox Smith. But the good news is we're into the round of 16 for the women, and coming up an epic matchup between Kira Pinkerton, Sierra Kerr, 2 former World Junior champs going head to head. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico here, Huntington Beach, California, south side of the pier. The pier is packed. It's another sunny day here in SoCal, and the surfing action has been extremely hot, just like the summertime weather. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Rosie Hodge. Now we get into head-to-head competition with the women's round of 16, Rosie.
Yeah, this is what we've been looking forward to. We have a clash of 2 junior world champions coming to our screen, this first heat of the women. I love this capo. And just looking at the round of 16, I mean, you kind of exit out with an equal ninth. You really want to find yourself advancing through this round to get that keeper result and carry through that little bit of steam through the rest of the event.
Yeah. End of the season, top 6 women moving on to the championship tour in the rankings, or their best 4 results. Here we go. You were talking about it. Kira Pinkerton from San Clemente, California comes up against Sierra Kerr. We're going to start with Kira Pinkerton right here. Just a quick up and out for Kira. So that will give priority now to Sierra Kerr. Well, it looks like Sierra caught a wave as well, too. We'll catch up with that stuff. You talked about it, Rosie. Both Sierra Kerr and Kira Pinkerton, former world junior champs.
Yeah, and so amazing, just the caliber of surfers that we're seeing in the water right now. Kira back in 2018, so a few years since that world junior title. She's got a string of other accolades that she's accumulated over her career, but I feel like this year we're seeing a very healthy, tuned-in Kira Pinkerton.
Yeah, Kira, you know, last year on the Challenger Series, tough year for Kira. Coming so close, finished off 10th in the rankings. We took the top 7 last year. Ooh, talk about tough, catching a rail right there.
Yeah, that was just an uncharacteristic bobble there from her. But quick succession of waves back to back. I think we're going to see this pier ball right really utilized in this heat.
Lots of waves still on tap. The Pacific has been very dependable probably this past month as far as surfs goes. Had the hurricane swell, we got a south ground swell. I hear we're going to have a mix of a little bit of a wind swell also coming through, so maybe peaking up the waves for the next couple days.
Yeah, the most wave-rich US Open of surfing that I've seen in a long time. And, you know, the last time we saw the women competing was Wednesday, so it's been, you know, a day off yesterday. So to see these women back in the lineup, they've experienced a host of conditions now. I mean, absolutely pumping the last time that these women were surfing.
Here comes Sierra. Straight up, but also goes straight down. So already has a 3.67 to her credit. That was second wave ridden by Sierra Kerr, the 19-year-old second-generation professional surfer and the 2023 World Junior Champ.
Such a phenom and someone that we have big expectations of. Sierra Kerr, thinking about her run through this contest, her last heat on Wednesday, it was a buzzer beater moment for her to out Sally Fitzgibbons out of the event. So I'm sure there's things that she wants to kind of get on a hot run and figure things out as she's coming into the round of 16.
So priority now shifting to Kira Pinkerton. Sets on the way. We'll see what the positioning is for Pinkerton. And not this one, perhaps the back one. Bigger sets closing out though, Rosie.
Yeah, we've still got some juice in the lineup. There's definitely a lot of swell, a lot of action, a lot of the surfers coming in from their free surfing, just mentioning. Still got that sweep, still got the power in the ocean. The tide is going a little bit lower. We know that wind's going to pick up. It's all very much plug and play at Huntington. We've seen the same kind of style of elements come into play come the afternoon heats.
Yeah, and you know, yourself as a former championship tour surfer, what's the difference between, you know, your approach to a one-on-one heat versus those four surfer heats?
Yeah, there's a lot less that you have to manage. You know, you've got only one other opponent in the water with you, so thinking about how you can really zero in on firstly your competitor and then secondly your own performance. There's a lot less variables that you are there to control, and you also know that you in that part of the event where the results start to count, the points are getting a lot better, so that's building your confidence and building your approach.
Is there anyone that you didn't like to surf against?
Not really. I think the big matchups really bring out the best in you. I think having to come up against really highly touted competitors, it just it tunes you in.
You know what? We got a couple of good friends, and it's nice for them to be able to catch up. This time they're going to catch up on the glass. It's Mitchell Salazar with Kanoa Garashi.
Well, we want to do these catch-ups a little more often, though. That's the reality of these things. But Kanoa, I mean, just very impressive win. You look not only incredible, I think the board looks even more incredible right now. You've been talking about these monsters being pretty much replicas of what you rode to the finals last year. What's this one like for you?
Yeah, it's, you know, when you have something that works, you want to stick with it. JS has been making me great boards, and just boards that I'm comfortable with, and I can just, I mean, I've always said the best boards are boards that you don't have to think about. You know, you just can focus on other things, and the board kind of just follows to whatever you want to do. You don't want a board that has a mind of its own or anything. And this one stuck to my feet, and it's one of the latest batches. And I mean, obviously they're working good because I gave Luca one of them a few days ago as well, and he made that heat as well. So we're both on a couple Kanoa file boards.
So that's a board that you pretty much rode, eventually gave to Luca just a few weeks ago right now, and he advanced with you on that thing.
Yeah, we're super close friends, and that batch was from a batch before, and they came out a little bit thin for me, and he's like 4 kilos lighter than me, and all my boards that are too small, he's like, hey, like, let me know when you have boards that are too small. And I mean, obviously here at home, I had a whole garage full of them, and he came over, and you know, he had like 5 in his hand. He was like, you know what, I'm feeling this one, I'm just gonna grab this one. I'm like, all right. And that's the board that he's, you know, he's killing it on. So it was funny being out there. We're both just kind of looking at each other, sort of smirking. But you know, a good board's a good board. A good file's a good file, and we're onto something. And you know, you know, that board is probably a 16th thinner than mine. But besides that, it's the exact same thing.
You came in to a ton of fans really wanting autographs, especially a lot of Japanese fans that are here to see you. I mean, outside of the 2 victories, what has this event really meant to you, especially growing up right here in HB?
Yeah, this event means the world to me. It's it's the U.S. Open. I mean, I remember I mentioned it yesterday, but I've been in this event in every phase of my life. Maybe not my retired phase yet, but maybe I will one day. But I've been in the phase where I was 14 and I was just starstruck and I was shaking walking down the stairs, and I just wanted to put a towel over my head and not be seen because I was so embarrassed. And then, to the point where now I'm in the middle of my CT career, trying to go for a world title, and I'm able to enjoy my time home and enjoy just surfing in Huntington and trying to stay sharp and get some reps in. So it's really cool. In that kind of way, it's a really special event for me, and it's just another amazing year.
A few words in Japanese, brother?
Yeah. みんないつもファン見ててありがとうございます。この US オープンで本当に大切なイベントで、今日も面白いコンディションで昨日よりももうちょっといい波で、いいサーフィンができて嬉しいです。また次も頑張ります。
Kaipo looking for number 3, might be seeing it this Sunday on this weekend.
Oh, yeah, I like that call. Two good friends catching up with each other. Mitchell Salazar, sometimes on the championship tour, will be muling boards for Kanoa Igarashi. Collectively, Rosie, they speak about a dozen different languages, those two. And but it's interesting to hear Kanoa talk about different batches of boards, because most of us normal human beings, we get singular boards, but Kanoa gets them in batches.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Like 6-packs.
And how generous of him. And obviously when you loan out a board to a competitor, you guys are going to match up in a heat, but so cool to see. And he's so keyed into knowing the volume of his boards and recognizing that they're just that little bit too underbuoyant for him, passing them on to a good friend.
Yeah, he's talked about files and the different files of the designs of boards and that are designed on, CAD systems, right? Jason Stevenson, his shaper, had the pleasure of visiting the Tractor factory over there in Australia, and JS Industries, their setup is absolutely incredible. It's super clean. Everything done under one roof, from the shaping to the milling to the glassing to the sanding, even the airbrushing. It's a really, really cool facility.
Oh, it's so elite. And you think about the equipment that Kanoa's been through in his career. I mean, he's been on Channel Islands, Sharpa, now on the JS surfboard. So he's really learned so much over his career about surfboard design, about shaping. He knows what he wants, and now a really good partnership with JS.
Notice that you've been riding fishes lately.
I have.
Does that take the pressure off?
Oh, I absolutely love it. I just highly recommend. Have more fun.
I swear, I've been on a twin fin and I can't get off of it. You know what I mean? There's just, it feels like there's less pressure on you as opposed to, trying to ride something like Kanoa Igarashi rides, like a high-performance shortboard.
Yeah, it's like a Ferrari, but then you're also jumping on something. But there's something about the Exo Coco boards, because it still has that bit of performance to it, and it's obviously in partnership with Coco, the Exo design. So you've got someone who knows a lot about surfing behind the scenes in that business there, in that park in Avalon.
So you're getting boards in batches as well, then?
I've been very fortunate, been very, very spoiled. And they're pieces of art, too.
That's so good. Sierra snaps off the top, skip turn there, punching the fins through the back. Nice carve for Sierra Kerr. Working her way through this flat section. Whitewater roll into the shore break where it doubles up. Putting it together, a nice paced approach by the Australian competitor. And a nice snappy finish for Sierra. Score that.
Yeah, I liked it. I mean, the outside turn was not nice, and the inside turn really tied that wave up in a bow. In my mind, though, like for Sierra caliber, if I'm highly critical, it felt a bit safe and just going through the motions of that wave. And I think come the end of this heat, we'll see if this number factors in. I think she's going to get a medium range score.
All right, well, she has a 3.67, and we'll see what adds to that for Sierra Kerr. Halfway through this heat, nearly halfway through this heat, these head-to-head matchups will be half-hour heats.
Yeah, and I think for Sierra in this run, as we watch this wave from her, paddles in hard to get this pier ball right-hander, nice little throw of the fins there. And then this wave goes a little bit sleepy. What I'm enjoying about this wave, though, it's got enough push and enough power where she doesn't have to weave back and forth or kind of get that board too bouncy. It's just a nice transition into the inside. A lot of bump up the face, though. A lot of ribs to contend with. Nice little clean finish there. I think it's going to be a good score for her.
Yeah, I like the snappy finish. For me, what I'm seeing from Sierra is she's just looking very light on her feet, and you know, certain conditions. I mean, we had some bigger waves earlier in this window, but as things are kind of settling down swell-wise, keeping light on your feet in Huntington is going to be key to success.
Definitely, and we all know that. We all know that you're going to see so many different faces of Huntington Beach coming into the event. She's really taking a subdued paddle back out, taking her time to catch her breath. We know that Sierra's had to overcome a lot of health challenges over the last few years. So to see her competing now at the US Open in this headspace is such a wonderful thing.
Yeah, let's take a look at our women's round of 16 here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Any heats that you like here?
Wow, all of them. I mean, it's crazy to see all of these matchups. A lot of championship tour surfers doing this event, doing that insurance policy, like you said, but also a lot of them in that precarious situation of needing results to qualify. I like the Brisa Hennessy, Joanne DeFay, just seeing Joanne back competing as a mom.
Nice. Yeah.
What about you?
I like Heat 4. I like Eden Walla against Anat Leilior. And happy birthday, by the way, to Eden Walla. It's her birthday.
Yeah, Eden's been a standout.
So Heat win and a spot in the quarterfinals would be a great birthday present.
Of course. Match her best result coming out of Bolito too. Get into the finals day picture.
Sets looming here. Pier Bowl is where it looks like Kira Pinkerton has kind of established herself. However, this is the second set that just kind of came through walled. And maybe Sierra Kerr's got something by taking off on the smaller, kind of more medium-sized waves.
Definitely, and I'm just looking at the Surfline forecast. It did call for that, for like the waves, the bigger waves to be a lot more walled, and maybe the medium-sized waves to have a little bit more of that combo swell situation. Here goes Kira.
Pinkerton activates. Powerful first carve for Kira. And Pinky just going to have to S-turn through this section here. A little bit of the Huntington hop to get through the flats. And it's going to be the same dance here. A couple turns on the outside and hopefully a finish on the inside, which she completes.
Pure power from Kira. I mean, this woman displaces a lot of water, had some of the high marks of that opening round for the women. She's already got excellent scores in her repertoire that she's utilized out here at Huntington.
Yeah.
That was a good little answer back to Sierra's wave.
So here, talk us through the replay.
Okay, so two really clean carved turns out on the open face. Out on the outside section, there's a lot of foam on the wall of that wave, Capo, so a lot to contend with there. Really has to get busy here, has to hop through this section. Now she gets a little bit more rail, she gets a bit more rail to rail right there. Frees the fins again. Really powerful surfing. So it's almost like a good comparison. You got Sierra, who's kind of light on her feet and has that progressive kind of element to her surfing. Here Kira is all power. Really lays it on rail, displaces a lot of water. Super fun to watch the two unique approaches of the two women.
Coming back to live action, and Sierra Kerr getting loose right there. And it appears that the judges do like the power of Kira Pinkerton in that she got a 4.67 versus last wave for Sierra Kerr. Well, last meaningful wave for Sierra Kerr, 3.67. So a full point higher for Kira, displaying a little bit more power.
And the high mark of the heat so far, there's not much in it at the moment, just that 4.67 is the highest. Sierra's out in the lead and she has priority. So I think she's going to be hearing these numbers, and all of that's going to factor into the game plan for Sierra on her next wave.
You know, both surfers, we said former world junior champs, and I just came to also both of these surfers are second generation professional surfers. Josh Kerr, Sierra's dad, a professional surfer, and then Kira's dad, Jim Pinkerton, did some time on the Bud Tour back in the 80s, early 90s. Up and down again for Sierra Kerr, just trying to find her place.
And how much have the conditions changed from this morning to now in the afternoon? I think as a competitor here at Huntington Beach, you really want to be spending a lot of time analyzing the conditions before you go out for your heat, and analyzing it over, you know, spans of days, just to know what it's going to be like in the afternoon, having a look at the tides, watching what the swell's doing, seeing what the buoys are picking up energy-wise.
Yeah, being able to adapt to, I mean, and we're expecting, you know, every day we're expecting the conditions to kind of do this, where we'll have the California glass in the morning, and then we're going to have that onshore kind of effect throughout the middle of the day into the afternoon. Do we ever see it go glassy in the afternoon? I came here, yeah, so I just came here for the CS. Was there some glassy afternoons?
Oh, well, not
Or
this
not
week.
in-
Not
not
this
in-
week.
okay.
Not in this window, no.
Okay.
But it has in years past.
Yeah.
I actually had a memory pop up on Instagram today from 10 years ago with all of us calling the event. So that catalog of events, looking back at them.
Time has flown by. Yeah, it's been, I think this is like my 13th or 14th year calling this event. Yeah. So we've seen, between the two of us, we've seen a lot of US Opens.
See a little bit of a paddle battle out for position here. Not an intense one though, Cops.
Yeah.
Very mellow.
No priority established though. So, and then just dropping Kira Pinkerton with first priority. There it goes. So you would, Sierra Kerr with the lead, Kira Pinkerton with priority needs under a mid-range score to take that lead off of Sierra Kerr. Everything's coming down to his last 9 minutes.
And just reflecting on Sierra's last wave, I mean, she had all the good intentions of doing that one big hit on the set wave to kind of see her into the lead, and now she's been, because she fell on that wave, she's been put on the back foot. Kira's regained priority. She's got the highest wave of the heat so far, and already we're down to the last 9 minutes of this heat.
And no wave ridden there, so I think it's time for us to take a break, and we're going to come back and see if Kira Pinkerton can come back in this heat, take the lead off Sierra Kerr. The conclusion of the first heat in the round 16 right after these messages.
My first ever CT event when I was 16. My first heat was with Steph Gilmore and Sage Erickson, which is just like crazy. I got the two California
Was
girls.
this at Lowers?
No, it was at Huntington Beach.
Oh, no way.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that used to be a CT for the women's.
Yeah, and it was flat. I was sitting on the outside, and Steph and Sage went to the inside. I don't think I caught a single wave in my first heat.
Oh, no.
And then it was me and Lakey grinding out half a foot waves, and I could tell she did not want to lose to me. So
Yeah.
it was pretty funny.
Was it a good heat?
I mean, I was just stoked to be there. I think I was just so nervous just to surf against like my peers. So yeah, it was so cool though.
That is weird when you get into your first CT and all of a sudden you're like, oh my God, I'm surfing against like my favorite surfers.
Yeah, and you're like, wait, I can actually do this. Like, I want to do this so bad. And yeah, it was.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
Cold Beer Surf Club, hosted by Connor Coffin, episode 18, featuring Kira Pinkerton. talking about 2018, her first chance at a CT. That was right here in Huntington Beach. Kira, since then, has had a couple starts as a wild card. 2021, she had a wild card at the Surf Ranch. In 2025, and this year, wild card in El Salvador. I think in 2025 also a wild card at Trestles. So she's had a taste of CT life. If she finishes in the top 6 this year on the Challenger Series rankings, she'll be a full-time CTer.
Yeah, I think it's definitely somewhere that both of these women belong. I mean, Sierra, we've seen her coming from a long way off. Kira Pinkerton, also, like you mentioned, for a number of years now, she's got starts in Championship Tour events, so we know Kira really well. We know what she's capable of. Look at these sets on the outside, Capo.
Yeah, and for Kira, we'll also see her in the trials before the lowers events to have a chance for another CT experience.
That's going to be a nuts trials heat. I think already Eden Waller's in there, and I think we're going to be waiting for the top ranked North America surfer. There's a few spots in there, the San Clemente board riders, so
you can get in.
There's a chance. I'm at 20. Let's go.
Why not? Have you seen the stuff that Sierra's dad does on his twin fins?
Yeah, wow. Well, he's elite.
Pretty rad. I mean, that was a kind of a cool story too. I mean, Josh Kerr made a final riding a twin fin in barreling Nias just a couple of years ago. Came out of retirement.
Yeah, riding a twin fin is not a disadvantage.
No, they're fast. But you know what's the interesting thing though? Generally in surf competition, if the judges see you on a twin fin, you kind of don't get the numbers.
That's what, you know, you hear like Steph Gilmore say, I'd want to take out something fun, some fun piece of equipment, but there's a stigma.
Yeah, there's a stigma.
Josh.
There's Josh right there. Josh doing a good job also over at a new wave pool in Southern California, Desert Surf out there in Palm Springs.
What a cool upbringing for Sierra too. I mean, she's Australian, Californian, and then they are just traveling relentlessly, like chasing swells. Like if you follow her on Instagram, she's been given every opportunity to be in the most idyllic locations, getting the best waves. She's an amazing golfer. I don't think that she skates.
Yeah. And she's got this cool accent. It's a mix of SoCal twang and Australian.
Yeah,
it's like SoCal Australian. All right, down to 3 minutes, and that priority for Kira Pinkerton seems like she's going to have to use that priority real soon. And as we said, here she comes. Punches the lip, pulls that off. Just needs a 2.67. So playing the game, Huntington hopping it. Wow. Some energetic bunny hops there. Finishes on the inside, she's gonna get the number.
Oh yeah, she's in. And now Sierra's left out the back. She's doesn't have to panic yet. There's 2 minutes, 20 seconds, but I'm sure she's gonna be hearing all that chatter on the beach, all the hoots.
Wow, that was some great patience. And then also, you know, some clutch surfing for Kira Pinkerton. I mean, just one rail catch would have like just took her straight out of it.
I don't. Looking at the score lines, I mean, what we expected from these women, oh man, this sucks. When you're just getting caught by the bigger sets out the back, you're trying to transition your game plan to catch one of the medium-sized waves, so there's more wall to work with. Hopefully Sierra can catch the second or third wave of the set here. Doesn't like it. So much foam on the face of that wave. Good choice there.
Well, when the score drops for Kira Pinkerton, I think that Sierra Kerr, I'm guesstimating that she's going to need something around the 6-point mark.
Well, I mentioned her clutch performance earlier, and Sierra's kind of had to bring those standout moments in the later stages of the heat. So let's see if she can pull that out now. Kira did so well, like you said, just playing the patience game, starting off solid, and backing herself up. So Sierra had to give way to Kira on that wave. She utilized her priority, eyeing down this section, chunky piece of water that she has to meet there. I mean, that lip was really a third of the wave that she had to get to, a little bit late. And then again, making this inside section, that wave really dissipates almost to nothing. Legs are burning, the quads have been engaged. She's eyeing off this section. And it's such a funny thing at Huntington because you're kind of getting through that middle portion, doing the Huntington hop, takes a lot of energy, and then all of a sudden that wave sucks up and stands up at you, and you have to have enough pop in your knees to get up and over that board and land it in that tricky oncoming section.
Yeah, I'm sure, you know, it's really easy for the rails to get sticky on the inside there because you're not having a lot of speed for that finish. Really got to generate your own speed. Down to 20 seconds, only one more chance for Sierra Kerr. This next wave is a must-go for Kerr. Well, maybe the shorter wind swell, there might be a second one, but it looks like she's going to take this one.
10 seconds.
All right, needs something big. Hooks into a carve. Throws the tail there. Easy transition through this flatter section. I know. Oh, I have a feeling she's going to need something big on the inside here. Doubles up for the snap. Has to stand up out of it. Stands up out of it. She needs a 5.37 is the need. Dad thinks she got it. The crew thinks she got it. What do you think, Ruth?
I think she easily got that number. Wow, best wave of the heat. So you got to factor in the 4.67 is kind of where the judges are going to use their metric.
Wow, the second time.
10 seconds remaining.
Didn't she do this in her last heat?
She did do that in her last heat, and I think even the previous heat she had to kind of save herself. This is so impressive. The mental fortitude and just the grace under pressure, finding that opportunity for yourself, but more importantly, doing the caliber of surfing that you need to take the lead. We'll wait for the number from the judges, but I really love this wave from Sierra. She's engaged, she's looking for that section. She does so well to stay in the pocket of this wave, get that two-turn combo out on the outside, and then carrying momentum. That looks like a really nice board under her feet too. She's not doing a lot to generate that speed, and the two-turn combo here in quick succession was really impressive.
Sierra Kerr waiting for the score. And the score is in right here, 5.83, so it's enough to put Sierra Kerr into the quarterfinals.
Mom, Nikki, big hugs, lots of support for Sierra. Like we said, it's almost her second home.
Well, once again, another buzzer beater for Sierra Kerr, and she's on to the quarterfinals. There's the digits for both Kira and Sierra. Who's Sierra going to meet with in the quarterfinals? We're going to find out. It's going to be Alyssa Spencer versus Isabel Nichols when we return to the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Lexus, experience amazing, and by Board & Brew, keeping it real since '79.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Round 16 for the women out in the water. Alyssa Spencer here trying to make the connection to the inside. Southside Huntington Pier. And a surfer out of Encinitas, California gets a nice finish in the shore break. Kai Pogura along with Rosie Hodge talking you through the action.
Yeah, really nice to see that quick start from Alyssa Spencer. Thinking about all the heats that this woman would have surfed right here at Huntington south side of the pier. You talk to any of the North America or Hawaiian surfers from the Hawaiian region, they have so much experience out here at
Buenas
Huntington.
tardes, compa.
All right, so waiting for the score for Alyssa Spencer. She had a quick up and down. That's why you see that 0.5. Alyssa coming up against Isabella Nichols, the 28-year-old out of Australia. Isabella, 5 years on the championship tour. Currently ranked number 14 on those CT rankings. Alyssa checking in ranked 12 up on the CT rankings. Both Alyssa as well as Isabella had the semifinal finish over at Bell's to start off the year. So they had a great start to the year.
Yeah, looking at their list of results, I mean, Isabella's got that third, couple of ninths, where Alyssa Spencer has 2/3 in her scoreline, sitting a little bit higher on the rankings on the championship tour. Well read there from Alyssa. That was a very tricky section with all the water coming off the pier. Gliding through here. I mean, that wave is not breaking Kappa. She's staying in the top third, waiting for this wave to kind of bowl up right there. There's a certain level of comfort that these North American surfers have when they hit the line up here, and you can just tell they're surfing on instinct through all of these sections.
Well, as we're looking at that effort, the score has dropped for Alyssa Spencer. She opens up with a 4.83 to start her campaign, 5.33 two-wave total. Our attention now, 3 CT wins for Alyssa Spencer. I mean CS wins. She had a really memorable one in Saquarema. Alyssa Spencer now working with Chris Gallagher as her coach. Alyssa back on, got back on the championship tour through the CS system last year, and Gally was there the whole way.
Yeah, cool to see the stable of athletes that Gally's working with. Jake Marshall, another one. So 2 surfers out of Encinitas that Gally's looking after.
Looks like Isabella Nichols eyeing up this pier bowl right. Takes a look down the line, doesn't like what she sees. Meanwhile, Alyssa just having to do about a dozen duck dives.
It's a new day. No jet ski assist. We're seeing there's a lot less swell. We don't need it, but still, that's a nice little luxury that the surfers had over the last 2 days.
Wait, you don't need it unless you're Alyssa Spencer.
Yeah.
She's been at the same spot. This is like duck dive number 10.
Yeah, that is a tricky part of the bank right there. There's all the sand is built up there before it kind of hits that trough, and you're just getting annihilated. It feels like you're on a treadmill. It's like 2 steps forward, 4 steps back.
Duck dive number 11.
Yeah, that is so tough. I mean, at what point do you kind of let it push you through the pier and do a little bit of a run around? We'll see. I mean, Alyssa knows this place so well.
Yeah.
I've been harping on about it. She's all good. 24 minutes remaining, really.
Duck dive number 14.
And she's been pushed even further back, Cops. It's relentless.
It is. I mean, there might have to be a plan B real soon for Alyssa, because she is just in that zone right there.
There we go.
And
She's going to plan.
There you go. There's the plan B.
Too, like going through the pier like that, it's that deeper water, so it's almost like that swell dissipates through that deep water underneath the pier there, and you can use that rip to kind of pull you back out. But then you've got to think about the southerly sweep, so you're making these calculations in your head. What's going to be the fastest way to get yourself out to the outside?
Yeah, once you get to that north side, if you just hug the pilings right there, you kind of get sucked out pretty easily. But like you said, then you're going to have to paddle uphill back to get to the pier bowl. So that whole journey for Alyssa is going to take about 7 minutes off the clock, actually.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big chunk of time. I know that we've transitioned from 35-minute heats now to 30-minute heats, and it's also giving your opponent so much time in the lineup by themselves. But it hasn't really done any good for Isabella Nichols because she hasn't caught a wave yet. So
this is like a 20-wave set right now.
This is, yeah.
And they're all straight-handers.
Yeah, there's no scoring potential on there.
Wally World out there.
Wally World.
Wow. Hey, well, this is going to give us time to catch up with Sierra Kerr. She's with Mitch.
Yeah, thank you, Kaipo. Sierra, congratulations. Great heat. I mean, talk about really buzzer beater right there. Kira gets the score. You eventually get an opportunity right at the end, too. But we just talked about it off there. Being the first heat after, where there's 4 people out there, it's the first head-to-head matchup. How did it really feel to identify the pier ball out there? Was it even identifiable, in your opinion?
To be honest, we were watching like 2 heats before and I was like, oh my, let's go. How fun is this going to be? And then I go out there and I'm like, why am I looking at lefts coming into the pier right now? But Dad was like, oh yeah, that was the hardest heat that I've seen. So I'm lucky that you like go out expecting something, but at the end of the day, you have to adapt. That's what the ocean's about. So I was happy to do it at the end.
Your pops, I want to say 20 years ago now, made it into the semifinals at this event. What kind of advice did he give you?
He always says how like important winning the U.S. Open is, like how famous and it is. So he's really like drilled it into me that this is a amazing comp, and yeah, I should be grateful to be here. So I am, and yeah, super frothing.
Multiple buzzer beaters so far this event. I mean, what's it like competing at the Open for the people who haven't done it before?
Yeah, I mean, I've actually never had a buzzer beater in a WSL comp before this comp, which surprisingly, and it's something you dream about like every night. You're like, wait, you're like 10 seconds left, here we go. And I've never like actually been able to do it. So 2 heats in a row now. So hopefully it's not my new thing, but if it is, I'll accept it.
A lot of extracurricular activities at this event too. Nowadays is out right now. How cool is it to experience that outside of the jersey as well?
Yeah, doing the premieres for Nowadays has been so cool, especially like traveling with all the girls and stuff. It's been such a highlight, so I'm so thankful for that.
Appreciate it. Congrats.
Yeah. A little exchange during that interview, and we're going to catch up with Isabella Nichols right now. Coming through the inside. Slides the tail of the DHD. So well put together wave for Isabella Nichols.
Yeah, you could tell there was a lot of anger in that ride. I think waiting so long to get that initial ride under her belt, she felt like she had a lot to prove, and her surfing was looking great, Capo.
So both Alyssa and Alyssa got a wave as well. So judges owe us scores for both surfers.
How did that happen? I mean, Alyssa was struggling. She finds herself back out and already in the rotation, getting that wave even before Isabella got her first. So this is the outside section of Alyssa Spencer. Quick hit up in the lip, gets a little bit of a free fall. Nice outside move. Tell, like, you kind of make that decision. Do I go left? Do I go right? As you enter that little inside section, 2-turn combo. Isabella now, strong outside turn, bigger wave, impactful section for her to get that maneuver off. And then riding this whitewater. So one thing when you're doing so much work, Capo, is you do not want to fall on this last maneuver. You've just absolutely spent all your energy trying to get there. You want to finish on your feet.
And the numbers in. Isabella Nichols, the better of the exchange, a 6.33 for Nichols. Alyssa Spencer checks in with a 5.5. So Isabella Nichols, Bella waiting for a long time, but made it count.
Definitely, and that's kind of what you want, right? You're sitting there, you've got all that tension in your body, just waiting for your opportunity to kind of get your campaign going. There's such a knife edge of letting that tension create a nervous energy, or there's that kind of freedom that you just want to absolutely belt the wave when you get it. And I think Isabella directed that energy in such a positive way.
Hey, let's check in with Tanner Gudauskas. He's on the VIP headset over in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Tanner.
Yes, you guys, I'm just observing down here in the athlete zone, and it's really been beautiful to listen to you guys on the webcast and to hear that Sierra Kerr post-heat interview, and you could feel her elation for winning that heat. And all the while, I was in here standing over Kira Pinkerton as she was kind of picking the pieces up of that heat loss and making sense of it, and she was you could tell she was really emotional about it. And it's interesting to watch that because I've always felt at the U.S. Open, you come into this event, Sierra was talking about her dad saying it's one of the most famous events, you want to win it. And so as a kid, you're always looking at that. It's almost like the carrot dangling. And so these heats, we have these now man-on-man draws, and it's almost becomes David and Goliath. You see this young upstart energy in these veterans trying to keep them down, and it's just, it was really actually so interesting to watch it because Kira was shook, you know, and just behind her was Anat Lelior as she was getting ready for her heat, which is coming up in heat 4, and she has Eden Walla, who is actually kind of the pinnacle upstart energy. She's so young, so vibrant, and so this event's like an on-ramp for all these younger surfers to see themselves get on the podium to become these household names. And it was kind of intense, and it spoke to it. I've been in those seats. I've seen those heats go down, and I think really keep an eye on Heat 4 as it comes up because it'll be so fun to watch how that dynamic plays out.
Tanner, what are you thinking about what you're seeing in this heat?
Well, to be honest, the conditions look more challenging when I step back from the webcast and I get into the athlete zone. The wind is really in the wave face, and the way that the lefts are arcing just slightly out from the pier bowl before it connects into that bigger right-hand section, I think everybody's doing really well with it, but it's actually catching me a little bit off guard. Like, I've been watching those heats in the past and just a lot of ripping, and if I was personally out there, it looks really hard to get those radical maneuvers.
Love it. Love the reporting. Thank you, Tanner Gudauskas. We're very fortunate to have Tanner as part of our broadcast team this year at the U.S. Open.
Oh, he's just good energy, good vibes, and so insightful.
Yeah.
He's done it. He's been on the championship tour. He's coached some of the world's best, so it's fun to have Tanner's energy around.
And there's our wind indicators.
You know this,
AKA
though.
flags.
You know this is going to happen, Kappa. I mean, you go in, you log in on Surfline, and you watch the graph through the afternoon tick up with the wind coming from that southwest direction. And it's interesting because even hearing from Sierra, I mean, it's night and day from one heat to another. Watching a few heats before, it can completely change in your heat. So having that element of being able to adapt, of really enjoying the challenge of what's in front of you is so important.
Yeah, and what we saw in that last heat could hold true in this heat as well. The final exchange oftentimes is going to determine who wins the heat.
I think that's going to be the theme of the afternoon with these head-to-head matchups with the judges keeping the score lines in that mid-range. It's anyone's game when everyone's exchanging 4s and 5s.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if you're just kind of like in those mid-range, it's like a mid-range traffic jam of numbers.
Yep.
Because they're just all clustered together right there. And that's how the day has turned. You know, we started the day seeing excellent rides, right? We saw 16 plus heat totals. But then as the day progresses and as the conditions get a little bit more challenging, maybe deteriorate a little bit more, then you get that cluster of numbers right in the mid-range. 4s and 6s.
And I also think, you know, for something for the competitors coming up is really paying attention to the score lines at the moment and maybe zeroing in on the judges' notes from the morning, maybe chatting to a judge who's in the booth and saying like, hey, what are you guys looking at? And getting that little note so that when you hit the water, you can present something different.
Yeah.
Because these first 2 heats, they are so tricky. You're setting the scale for the rest of the round. We've transitioned from 4-man heats into these women man-on-man rounds, so there's so much that's changed.
Yeah, that's oh, here we go, catching up. Alyssa Spencer, kind of like an under the lip hook right there on the outside, and a little bit of a whitewater ride to the inside. She's got a lot of momentum, going for the redirect, looking left this time. Little bit of challenging water, but gets over the curb there. Redirects again to the right, stabs it on the backhand, needs to ride out, rides out in front of the whitewater, goes complete, looking to better a 4.83, which is currently the low mark in her scoreline.
I love watching Alyssa anticipate a section because you can tell that she's so coiled up. She has a very low center of gravity. There's a lot of power in the ocean still at the moment. Just watching her get pushed back. But this is a beautiful section that Alyssa attacked right there. Beautiful surfing. I'll say that section was pretty ugly, and she did so well to manage it.
Yeah, we don't like to. We don't want to hurt the waves' feelings and call them ugly. Maybe unattractive.
Just a little bit bit of a prawn as we see Alyssa just knife that inside section, and that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
She's anticipating it so well. She knows that she's going to have to work through those lumps. Isabella Nichols answering back.
Bella Nichols belting the lip there, so Nichols also gets a nice outside turn, and then the search for the reform begins right here. And the Huntington hop in full effect. We saw no hops yesterday. We're starting to see hops come back into play. S-turns gets the finish on the shore break. Pretty even exchange once again.
Definitely, and it's such a relief for Isabella there. I mean, there was a moment where I was doubting whether or not she was going to get that reform section. That outside turn from Isabella, though, smooth, but she's, I feel like Isabella is someone that has evolved as she's met each year on the championship tour. Her surfing, she's kind of grittied it up a little bit because she's got such a smooth, beautiful style that you need that extra little bit of something, and she's bringing that.
Yeah, that's right. And she's found, you know, and she's also, you know, she's got a great health regime, you know. She drinks a lot of Bonzoy.
You guys are team riders together.
Here's a replay.
Yeah, so quick hit into that section. I mean, so well anticipated again from Isabella. She kind of airdrops her takeoff straight into that maneuver, and this is where you almost lose faith in her to make this inside section. There's nothing left on this wave. She gets that little drop in of energy right here. Just lip line from her. Your fins are almost touching the sand at that moment.
So in the case of this exchange, so Isabella got the better of the last exchange against Alyssa. In the case of this exchange, Alyssa got the better of the exchange. Alyssa Spencer's just checked in with a 5.93. Isabella Nichols award of 5.07 for that effort.
Yeah.
So back and forth in this heat.
And look at how tight that scoreline is. I mean, it's not much in it at the moment, and just it's really was important for Alyssa to up the ante on that scoreline and push that requirement up a little bit for Isabella Nichols.
Now really the paddle back out, and we'll see where the priority gets determined. Well, we're going to take a break. We got more action. Right now is Alyssa Spencer in the lead over Isabella Nichols. We'll see if it stays that way when we get back. Presented by Anchors Up Pacifico, as we look at our Pacifico fan picks for Heat 2 in the round of 16. 66 of the fans picking Alyssa Spencer to win this matchup.
Oh, there you go. Crowd favorite, Alyssa Spencer, and she's doing that at the moment. She's in the lead. She has priority. I think we're going to see some more last-minute antics, though.
Well, right here, live action. We'll see if she can better her scoreline. A little bit of a soft off the top there for Alyssa, but better carved, but that wave just ran out of juice. So priority now to Isabella Nichols.
Ooh. I think at this stage, if you're not improving your scoreline when you have priority, it's a big mistake.
We chalk that up to a priority error right there. And maybe some opportunity for Isabella. Again, Isabella Nichols with that priority needs a 5.1. A 5.1 is the need for the Australian surfer to take the lead.
Yeah, she's like, thanks for the gift. Let's see, Isabella, this looks like a nice wave, Capo.
Good looking wave here. Nichols comes around, has to foam climb it, and she goes down. What started to present itself as I thought it was going to have a corner to that wave just absolutely shut down. That surprised me.
The wave's almost eating itself.
Yeah.
It's cannibalizing itself and really taking away from the open water of the wave. So that was a really heartbreaking wave for Isabella there.
Oh, man. So let's get eyes on let's see what went wrong or the lack of opportunity on this.
Yeah, so we're looking at this wave as it's coming through and we're like, okay, this is going to have a lovely corner on it, but almost closes out immediately. She hits it up and late, just goes over the toe edge there. It's so hard because you want to do a quick combination of maneuvers in quick succession, so therefore your eye line is already looking at the next section before you've finished out your first maneuver, and it's so easy to get bucked off in that way.
Yeah, the one positive we can take away from that, Isabella getting bucked off early on there has reestablished priority for herself in the last 6 minutes.
Yep. Wow, that's a nice feeling because it's almost like it erases that
You get a second
mistake.
chance. Yeah. Yeah, she will be able to give herself a second chance.
And almost better, Capo, because you've kind of eaten up that little bit of time. You've gone back out. You've established priority. I think it's so crucial in the final 5 minutes to have control of the heat, even if you're looking for a score, because chances are that wave is going to come to you in these final moments, but it does add to the pressure and the nervousness.
You may ask, how does this Challenger Series work? Well, I'm going to tell you right now. There's 5 events on the Challenger Series. Top 4 results go towards your rankings. You can replace one of those with our new International QS 6000. That placement can replace one CS result. At the end of the year at Newcastle, we take our top 10 men and our top 6 women and qualify them for the 2027 Championship Tour.
I maintain that surfing is one of the hardest sports in the world. Like, look at the field of surfers that we're bringing in on the Challenger Series. We've surfed multiple days, and you're gonna narrow that field to 10 men and 6 women.
Yeah, see that little asterisk on the bottom right there? It is reserving a space for a wild card, a maternity wild card, much like Joanne DeFay has already received the new mother. We're going to see her on the championship tour in 2027. So she's come here to Huntington Beach to get a little warm up in the jersey.
Amazing to see her back and competing, and if any indication, her first heat absolutely ripping. I know Tatiana Weston-Webb is another woman who's received that maternity wild card. And how incredible has it been to watch Carissa Moore just dominating the Women's Championship Tour, multiple wins, and bringing the family along on the road too.
Mom power.
The moms are just, yeah.
Watch out for Carissa Moore. Yeah, fueled right there. Also, we'll see Tatiana Weston-Webb with a maternity wild card as well. It's returning in 2027. Tati in the last tour stop over there at the Vivo Rio Pro had a wild card in that event. Looked really good. Looked like she was straight back in fine surfing form.
Yeah, there's something about being a mom. You just absolutely appreciate your time in the lineup, and it gives you a fresh perspective doing your job, going into surf, and just recognizing how fortunate we are to be doing this, and also being able to bring the family along for the ride.
And finding some daycare.
Yeah, exactly. It's a moment, it's 30 minutes without having to be in charge for a little bit.
How's Hazy doing?
Oh, he's great. He's got an ear infection, but we're working through it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, we're all good.
He's an active kid. Pretty athletic at a very young age. How old is he now?
He's 5. He's a tank.
Yeah. He's going to end up being 7 foot tall like that?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, it's fun. It's fun, I think, just growing up and watching and seeing like all these amazing people and all the opportunities that you get
as someone living in California, I mean, the world is your oyster. There's so much you can do, Capo.
Yeah. You are correct. We're down to 2 minutes, 35 seconds. So the clock has been running. The grains of sand in the hourglass have been draining for Isabella Nichols, needing just a mid-range score of a 5.1.
Just shows the advantage of starting the heat early and building your momentum. Melissa, we saw back-to-back waves in quick succession from her, taking control early. It's really left Bella in this precarious position, feeling that pressure of needing the number. Not much in the scores when you look at those numbers. 11.43 for Alyssa and then 11.40 for Isabella. It's such a tight heat.
Here she goes. Needs an outside maneuver. Has to come around this section. Eyes up and smashes that oncoming section. So she's got the outside work done. Let's see if she makes the connection to the inside. And not able. So she's going to lean on that single turn for a 5.
That was brutal. That was one of my favorite hits of this heat. I mean, we have seen single maneuvers well rewarded.
Well, we saw her coach, Matt Myers, clapping. So Matt Myers thinks she's got the number.
Well, watching this heat, that to me was one of the best single maneuvers of this matchup. And it's only a 5.17, so mid-range that she needs.
Here it is again.
Okay, so super critical, a lot of speed. She kind of burns a little bit off there, but like really tosses that board up on that knife edge. You see, she kind of starts to anticipate doing the Huntington hop, and then she just recognizes that it's not going to happen for her.
Well, you know why she's smiling? Because she just got the number. 5.7 comes in for Isabella Nichols.
Well done.
And not a lot of time for Alyssa Spencer to reply with just 45 seconds.
Wow, well, Alyssa, I mean, she put it all out there, right? Like, she had a really great heat. She got the quick start. Isabella Nichols had to fight back hard.
Here we go. Still a chance for Alyssa Spencer. She needs a 6.11. And here she goes. Corner on this wave, needs to slam the lip here. Hooks it off the top, perhaps 2. Oncoming section, hangs on right there. This is clutch surfing by Alyssa Spencer. 2 outside maneuvers and coming through, hanging on in some ugly, troubled waters, coming through this flat inside section. She's got the momentum into the shore break. This could change the direction of this heat. Needs a finish and gets the finish. I think she got it.
Back to back.
Wow.
That was so much fun to watch. I think, you know.
Oh, man.
Alyssa was surfing for the score there. She's hearing the numbers from the judges. She's calculating what she's going to need as she's taking off on that wave. 2 turns on the outside section. And she had a lot of momentum that she carried through that midsection.
Wow, talk about composure. That second turn where that whitewater was converging, so easy for especially in your backhand, to get on your heels and get knocked off your board. She stuck it through. She got a smile on her face. I feel like she's got the number.
And this is the test at Huntington, right? Like, you are in these clutch moments. Can you rise to the occasion? Can you dampen the head noise? Can you do it when it counts?
I think Alyssa got it done. We'll take another look at it.
Yeah, so she's anticipating this section. She knows she needs a number. Beautiful release of the tail. Gets the bonus section there. So 2-turn combo, really nice maneuvers on the outside. Judges are going to love that. Moving through this section, a lot of speed, a lot of momentum carried through. We've seen her go right on this inside section. She eyes off the left on this occasion. A lot of speed, bangs that crucial section again.
And you see, she got the number. 6.53. Alyssa Spencer goes to the lead, and she is going on to the quarterfinals, where she'll be facing Sierra Kerr. Another buzzer beater moment in the second heat of this round of 16, Rosie.
I love it. Last 30 seconds, Alyssa Spencer turns the heat. What a moment.
Clutch buzzer beater moment. We'll be back with more action from the Huntington Beach Pier. The Lexus US Open of Surfing continues after this.
Surf fans, welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Everybody's having a great time down here at the beach, except those poor unfortunate souls that bow out here in round of 16, because that means they're missing out on the quarterfinals. I'm Chris Cote, this is Mitchell Salazar, and yes, you heard me say it, quarterfinals. It's because after this round, that's where these women will be heading. And it seems like just yesterday we were in the round of 5,007 or something. There's so many surfers, but we're starting to cut down the field and it's starting to get serious, Mitch.
Yeah, with the longboard included, nearly 200 surfers throughout the entire event. So it's one of the biggest ones that we've had all year when it comes to Challenger Series competition, of course. But right here, as you're saying, stop number 2. We only got 5 on that schedule this year and 4 counting results. So really making it out of this round is imperative for a lot of these surfers, including the ones that are pulling double duty. The return of Joanne DeFay to competition after giving birth to her daughter. But Brisa Hennessy right here out of Costa Rica, well, she's really needing results on the championship tour, and there's a reason why she's doing the CS.
And what's that reason?
Well, she's down in the rankings.
There
So needs to pull the double duty right here and get some big points on the board.
But we're seeing this trend on both the men's and the women's side of the draw. We've got a lot of CT surfers who have competed or are still competing. Griffin Colapinto, Cole Hausman, and you know, different story for all the surfers coming to compete on the CS level from the championship tour. Brisa, I would say this is her backup plan, you know. She's got to get some good results on the Challenger just to ensure that she gets enough points to requalify. But at the same time, Brisa's really good in Tahiti. She's really good in Fiji, so she might just chalk this up to a little bit of practice if she has 2 good results on the CT. We got 25:54 on the clock. Brisa Hennessy is in red. Joanne DeFay is in blue. I was really excited when I saw Joanne DeFay's name back in the draw. She's such a good surfer. And you're about to find out. Boom. Big snap to start there for DeFay. So started off going left. Now she's leaning towards going right. The wave dives beneath her feet, pulls out. No transition there, but a solid turn out the back. So a good start for Joanne.
Former event champion right here back in 2015 to JoJo, originally from Reunion Island, and of course getting Lexus US Open of Surfing wildcard. So great memories right here. This was her first championship tour event win back in 15. She's gone on to do a ton of other different things, including the bronze medal over in Paris 2024. But going through the pilings right now through the pier, using that current tour advantage going to the north side. This is a big heat for not only Joanne, you know, to want to get some more momentum and surf as many heats as possible before she makes her return to CT competition next year. So this one just a 317, you know, decent turn on the outside, but nothing spectacular. Historically speaking, though, this has never really been a great event for the European surfers. I mean, out of the men, we've only really had one finalist. That's Marco Mignot, and that was a couple of years ago, Chris.
We're going to Brisa Hennessy now, representing the Pura Vida nation of Costa Rica. Brisa was in the booth yesterday. She's just got such a calming presence. But that changes when she puts a jersey on. You know, I feel like she's got, you know, she's like the Carissa Moore type where, yes, of course, she's going to go out there and do everything in her power to beat you in the heat, but she's probably going to feel bad about it after.
Yeah.
She's such a sweetheart and an amazing surfer. But there's been a lot of these really highly ranked, incredible surfers on the championship tour that, for one reason or the other, just didn't find their footing early. Good news for Brisa. You know, she's got 2 9th place finishes. Her first couple events, 17th, so you don't want to hang on to those. But again, I just like that we see star power like this in the Challenger Series. It's a good time. So 23:34 to go. First scores come through for Brisa, 4-point ride, 3.17 for Joanne. And as we wait for the next set to roll through, let's go down to the glass. Alyssa Spencer, the heat winner.
Yeah, so impressive. Alyssa Spencer needing a score, 30 seconds remaining. You stand up on your board. Talk us through the rest of that moment.
Yeah, it was definitely pretty crazy. There was a whole situation where I kind of went on a wave and then Isabella went on the wave behind, and she ended up getting out before me to get priority again, and then that just put her in the position if a wave came, she got it. So when she got that wave, I was like, no, there's a minute left. I think it's over. And then all of a sudden, a wave came with like 30 seconds left, and it was like God's God answered my prayers right there, and it was just meant to be. And those are the moments that we train for. It's like to stay mentally strong, to still, you know, just like perform until the end and never give up. So I'm really proud of myself for not giving up.
Tested and you made it through, and we were just chatting about your past results at the US Open. I always feel like you're a favorite coming into this event. You're in the quarterfinals now, but surprisingly you haven't made many. So how do you carry this momentum?
Yeah, I'm feeling really good this event. I feel like I, in a way, don't have a lot of pressure on my shoulders here. I'm sitting in kind of like a middle ground on the CT where I'm like, it could go either way, but I'm going to choose to believe that it's going to go good. So I kind of have that pressure off my shoulders here, and it just feels good to put together everything that I've been working on the last couple weeks. We've had some weeks off, so I've had a lot of time to just surf and train and kind of fall in love with surfing again. So I feel like I'm in a really good place.
Quickly after this event, you head to Tahiti. Is that an event you're looking forward to?
I'm so excited for Tahiti. Of course, the nerves are a little high, and that wave is definitely something else. It's intimidating and beautiful all together. So I'm excited to give it a crack and just, yeah, see what it's all about.
Stoked to see you in the quarters. Thank you for the time.
Nicely done for Alyssa Spencer. Buzzer beater. And that was a hard carve from Joanne Defay. Looks like she's potentially got a pretty easy path through to the inside. This wave's forming up nicely. Hoping for a big finish. Quick snap, and yes, maintains composure and control. Joanne Defay with a potent combination. Love that outside turn. And nice and good flow all the way through. I didn't see, the Huntington hop really. It was just more of a weave all the way silky smooth to the shore break. I think that's going to be a solid number.
It should be, and as you're saying, no disruption of flow right there from the outside all the way to the inside. The hardest thing I felt when, you have a big gap in between major events, especially, her returning from competition with such a big absence and such a big break, Chris, is really adjusting to the time frame. You can run as many drills and do as much preparation as you want, but it's really difficult to be able to really put yourself in a jersey with just another opponent out there and, kind of tell yourself, okay, I need to do this in these 30 minutes, because the reality is you might not have that other person right there pushing you like we're seeing right now with Brisa doing to Joanne. Great turn on the outside. I think the maneuver selection was on point. A carve, really, rather than just a lip line hit, just because you see those softer sections really become something that become a much more difficult wave to read rather than here on the inside where it steepens up a lot more. I mean, it hits the outside bank, you have that middle section, which is very typical for here the summertime, and then all of a sudden that comes real quick with that inside double up. So she's going to convert on a great wave right now, Chris.
Yeah, that's going to be a solid number. 750 for Joanne Defay. So kicking the door open here in round of 16, heat 3. Surfers are trying to fight their way into the quarterfinals. Brisa Hennessy now needs a 668, 19:30 left.
I mean, you see it in other major sports too. You saw with Kelly for a number of years that he struggled to really make a big comeback, especially with Andy being right there at the top of the rankings too. Saw with Michael Jordan, Serena Williams, a lot of people that struggle really to readjust and assimilate things once they make it back to elite competition. These are the best surfers in the world. You can try to replicate that with people at your home break, but it ain't the same thing.
Of course they're going to welcome you back to the championship tour, right? But it's not they're going to take it easy on you in the water. Oh, that's so awesome. Congratulations. Yeah. What a beautiful baby. I'm going to smoke you in this thing.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Exactly. I mean, they're trying to make a name off of beating you, A
little bit of opportunity there for Brisa. She's sitting out the back with priority. So this is really cool because it's a rare day where we get to see the difference between 4 surfers in the water and 2 surfers in the water. When you make it this deep here at the US Open, then you get to experience a little bit of the luxury that most of the time you only get on the championship tour. So it's nice to earn a little sneak peek on what it's like on the CT.
Yeah.
So 18:20 left. Brisa's out the back, waiting for a set to roll through, getting in position, and this one looks like a no-go. So as we wait, let's go down to the Red Bull Athlete Zone. AJ McCord is a special guest.
Chris, I know we've been working incredibly hard down here in Huntington Beach, but make no mistake, the shapers of these surfboards have also been working crazy hard. Britt, you just made it down today. You had a whole arsenal that you brought with you for Imai and Brisa. Tell me what Brisa's riding right now.
Brisa is on a 5.6.5 Mikey February shortboard, and that's kind of been her go-to this whole year. On the CT as well, kind of works for her in all conditions. So 5.6.5, little round tail, a little more drive, cuts through the chop, and she's been enjoying it.
Well, and Imai was telling us just how different the waves are here in Huntington compared to last year, or to previous years. What is that as a shaper, when you see a forecast like this, what does that send you into?
Well, you know what, you got to start making the boards a bit in advance. So everyone had everything from like the solution groveler all the way up to like a minor step up, which some of them needed the last couple days. So we're ready for everything, but it's been a long push. I was doing boards for the Chopu contest, this contest, and the Fiji contest all at the same time. So happy to be out of the shaping room today, honestly.
Enjoying the sunshine. We'll let you get back to watching Brisa. Of course, she's going up against Joanne DeFay, back to competition for the first time since having her daughter Kimmy. Kimmy and JoJo's mama JoJo, Josie, are in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Mama JoJo is trying to get Kimmy down for her nap, while Joanne DeFay is out here trying to make it on to the next round at the U.S. Open.
A lot going on in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. I love to hear it. You're talking to Britt Merrick, and it looks like he's been working on his facial hair as well. It's kind of like wild and tamed at the same time. It's a nice combination. So we saw just a quick look for Joanne DeFay.
Yeah, he has definitely a nice beard.
And you know what? I saw earlier on Joanne's kid has a baby-sized blue jersey.
Yeah.
So that could be a really good sign for Joanne DeFay with matching jerseys for her daughter, right?
Yeah. No, it's a trend on tour. I think Connor O'Leary for his kid too got it.
Jack Robinson.
Yeah. So Zen has one too. I love to see it, and that's a big thing right there. Having those people, behind the scenes supporting you. I mean, her mom was in the same situation when she was in diapers, moving around and stuff like that. You can test all that as a father yourself, but yeah, it takes a whole village really to raise a kid, and especially if you're a professional athlete, got to be able to focus some time into actually what you're doing as your own craft, and then especially, putting that time aside for your own children too. Big dedication right there, Chris.
My son Roman's surfing north side of the pier as we speak. 15:28 to go. Family fun here at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico all day long, and more ripping to come right after these brief messages. Stay tuned.
I'm excited to get out there and surf with the pro surfers. I'm so excited.
We're here at the iconic U.S. Open of Surfing. If you know surfing at all, you know this event. This is the only Challenger Series event we actually bring rising tides to. It's really cool, really special on home turf. And we cannot wait to have the next surfer on tour come out of our Rising Tides program on the girls and the boys side.
I just remember when I was going, looking up to the guys who were competing on the Challenger Series in CT, and I think just coming in and giving back and sort of seeing them froth out on that, gets me super excited.
They always ask awesome questions every time we sit down for a Q&A. They ask a lot about career things. A lot of them have some funny questions sometimes.
this is my chance for my daughter to just see the pathway to happiness in life. So the ocean provides, and hopefully we can get her inspired to be part of it one day.
One of the special things about Hogue is that they're always investing in the community. Looking at World Surf League and Rising Tide specifically, the mentorship that is within that program is super special. Whatever these kids want to do in life, it could be becoming a professional athlete, going on to a pro career, but they get to meet people who are doing it, get to ask questions, be in this intimate space with their heroes, and really grow out of it, get more confidence, whether it's surfing or something outside of it. We're cheering them on and hopefully giving them that first little kind of push into where they want to be.
Always fun when the Rising Tide crew shows up. Thank you so much, Kayla and the crew. Thank you to Hogue and all the Groms that show up, and gosh, they get that invaluable experience. Not only to put the jersey on and surf the same place that their heroes are surfing, but actually get to surf with their heroes in the lineup. As Joanne DeFay just smashing the lip and then gets a little weightless. That was an awesome way to start this wave. It doesn't really go anywhere, but I loved the action we just saw from Joanne. That was kind of like power, but also light-footedness all at the same time. It's going to be a fun replay.
Free fell, looking to improve on the 317. Got to think that she's going to be doing that right here with this one single strong turn. That current is definitely sweeping a lot more this afternoon. So the tides have been different throughout the entirety of the week, and especially with the different angles of the swell that we have out there in the water too. They're coming, those sweeps from different angles as well. And with 11 minutes on the clock, Brisa's got to be answering back pretty soon because of the strength of that 7.5 at the beginning of the heat for JoJo. So she's putting in a lot of good work, already into the double digits with the combination. It doesn't really seem like the time away has really affected her at all. I mean, an excellent competitor, really analytical when it comes to breaking things down herself too, Chris.
Yeah, she's one of the greats, and one of the all-time greats, I will say. I mean, especially, part of that Euroforce movement, and just the way she carries herself in and out of the water. It's turns like this, but, she's known for. Super sure-footed.
Always been in great shape too. Super strong surfer. She drops a 5.33, so immediately gets rid of that low score of the 317 that she had as her backup. And you are totally right when it comes to surfing with your idols at locations like this. Surfing is probably, outside of maybe skateboarding and a few other ones, where you can actually interact with your favorite athletes, your favorite personalities, at a location that is completely free most of the time. You can show up to the skate bar, you can show up to the beach. And I remember the first time I came here in person, I was an alternate back in 2012 for both the QS and the Pro Junior event. Seeing these people in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, all those people on the beach, meeting Simple for the first time, I was like, dude, this is like a dream come true for me right now. These are the people that I look up to and aspire to be one day. And, look at where it's gotten a lot of these people right now. And I think Rising Tides has a lot to do with that. Because if you look at the career of Erin Brooks, she wouldn't be where she's at without Rising Tides.
100%. I mean, I just gave my my son and his buddy a little tour of the area. We went to the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and they're just bright-eyed looking around. It's like Sky Brown, the young girl Dora is over here, Jamie O'Brien's doing it. It's like it's like the Oscars for surfing every single day.
Yep, totally.
So fun. 9 minutes to go. Brisa coming around a section. It's not going to go well, so she jumps off. We're inside of 10 minutes. DeFay in the lead with a 7.5 and a 5.33. Great start. Brisa kind of on her heels at the moment, needing an 8.83. She wants to get into the top spot. So in these Surfer v Surfer heats, only one will advance into the quarterfinals.
Let me add something on top of that too.
Okay.
I encourage these kids, if you see those people out of the water, talk to them, ask them questions. Don't be intimidated, because you might not get that opportunity ever again. And one line, one phrase from your idol might change your whole life. It might change the trajectory that you're on when it's your competitive career. You might get some extra motivation, some good advice from them too, because more than likely they've been in the same position you've been in yourself.
Hey, you know what? I've been doing it since I was a kid. Just last year in Tahiti, surfing with Ethan Ewing. I was like, you know what? I don't want to get this opportunity again. I talked to him. I said, can you show me where you put your back foot on your traction pad?
Yeah.
You know, it's a simple question, but he explained it. And then on the next wave, I was like, oh, it just, like, those little tips, you know? Don't bug him, obviously.
No.
I didn't bother him. I only asked one question.
No,
but kept going on and on, but it's true, because we talk about this on the Monday Mass podcast often, how when you see something like this in person, when you see these surfers IRL,
it's so different.
It's way different.
Yeah.
It's way faster. There's just like, there's so much more to take in. So that's why events like the U.S. Open, I feel like, are so important for the fans and for surfers to come and really study. You will be a better surfer if you spend time on the beach here watching these pros do what they do best, because of course all the angles are covered. These slow-mos are super rad, but there is just something about seeing this in real life at least a few times. It will make you a better surfer if that's what you want to do.
Up close and personal too. Do it in the water. Be in the water with these people. If there's one thing that I learned real fast, is that you're going to be improving by being with better surfers out there than you. So that's definitely one thing that, you know, we saw with a lot of young kids come through the junior programs when it was associated right here. We saw a big jump in an increase in comfort, confidence with a lot of those guys and women that were at the CS and Championship Tour level back then. And I think we're seeing it a lot with the Groms that are watching on the beach. You know, that's another thing. If you see them, ask them questions, but really, you know, be that fly on the wall. If you see them make those small adjustments, as you're saying, you better be doing those same kind of adjustments when you're free surfing yourself. Apply those techniques that they do to your own surfing too.
It's a rite of passage. Go out there and get in the way of a pro. On accident, of course. No, you know, fly on the wall is a good thing. You know, these give them space, but get in the mix. 6 minutes to go. DeFay holding on to the lead. Time's going to start going pretty quickly here on the 5-minute mark. You see the river coming through the outside. It's still calm, so we haven't reached the level that we reached yesterday around this time, so that's a good sign. It's 5 till 2 Pacific Standard Time here in Huntington Beach. It's about 80 degrees on the beach. The water is really
72
perfect.
maybe? Yeah?
No, 74, 75. It's like Hawaii style out here. And with priority, DeFay up and out, so that's going to be a priority switch, and not the way you want it to happen.
No, Brisa did her job though. Pushed her, pressured her to use priority, blocker on that one. Just over 5 minutes on the clock, but Hennessy's needing a near 9 right now to move up into first place. And you know, it's so different than this morning, especially when we saw the last 4-person heat. It almost seemed like everything transitioned into being a lot of pier bowl waves, at least the left going into it, and then everybody ended up using the right too, and that's kind of where both of these two surfers are sitting at right now. But the first 2 heats at the women's round of 16, exactly the same. It almost seems like with the change of direction of swell, everything has really just compartmentalized itself in one peak, and that's over by the pier bowl, which is just surprising really, and it goes to show you how quick things change in the ocean. You had multiple peaks down the beach earlier this morning that are no longer available. They're pretty much closing out over there right now.
Yeah, current's going to start pulling these surfers into the pier.
And much more traditional Huntington Beach pier too.
Yeah.
I mean, usually when you see most of the photos, most of the videos, people are surfing right up against the pier, regardless if it's the left or the right. I think the more iconic wave is probably the right. That's why we've seen the majority of the best scores go down in the history of this comp right here. But this is really much more standard and traditional Huntington Beach.
Now, does the pier act as a little bit of a windbreak for the north side when the wind's going like this?
Well, for the south side, this wind is actually, the pier covers this on the south side right now, this west-northwest wind.
Yeah, the wind's coming straight at us from our back, so we can kind of see there's a flag at the end of the pier that is stiffened facing towards us. So onshore, there it is. So this is basically blowing right in our direction. And I'm really glad that that flag is there. Not only
as an indicator
for what it represents, but also it's a perfect tool for us amateur meteorologists. I look at that, I go, oh, okay, it's onshore. Because when people start saying northwest, southwest wind, eastern breezes, I tend not to know what they're talking about. So flags help me.
Yeah, but as you can see, I mean, it was coming straight pretty much into the tip of the pier right there. So That's the good thing about the Pier Bowl with this wind. It is protected. That's why it's a lot much more glassier over there. Still doesn't mean that every wave is perfect, though, and especially with the rip that's running through it at the moment. And, you know, Brisa, she's caught 4 waves. Nothing better than a 4 right now. So still looking for pretty much a 9-point ride. Britt was talking about how good that board is, and, you know, the differences, the subtle differences that he's really made for this board. A lot more brought in, good control, especially for how much pivot that she has in her torque. It seems like she's going to end up going left on this one. Late drop.
Yeah, too late. Straight over the falls. That's going to be a bit of a time eater.
Yeah.
Because, you know, she had to regain composure, grab her board. Now she's got to make her way back into the lineup. I have been loving Brisa's surfboards the past few events. This board looks really similar to the one she rode in El Salvador. That, you know, I think we saw her do one of the best turns, if not the best turn of the event. So this could be the magic board. It's cool, like low-key, cool-looking airbrush.
I like getting some color to boards, personally. I think, you know, a really nice plain whiteboard is always great looking, but I just think that gets old after a while. Add a little spice, add a little bit of
What
color.
about flames? Do you like flames?
I'm not fast enough for flames, unfortunately. I think Erin rocks him well because she's so quick. But yeah, flames are cool.
What about a all yellow or all red board?
Neon or just like normal yellow?
I'll let you think about that because we're about to see something big.
Oh.
That was so nicely done. Well placed. On rail. Quick carve out the back for DeFay. She's going to have a good, clean path to the inside here. Let's hope this wave bowls up. A little slash there. It kind of got a little weird on the inside, but still paid off for her to make it all the way to the sand and add that little extra flair to a wave that had a really nice section on the outside. And she's going to call it with 53 seconds left.
Well, the main thing was just keeping Brisa off of it. And that was the worst part about, you know, the fall for Brisa on the left, is that she had to give a priority in that instance. And with 45 seconds on the clock, you know, if Joanne improves on the 5.33 by, you know, a point and a half, this heat's over.
Here we
because
go.
Brisa would be comboed.
Brisa's looking for an 8.83. Big turn. She had to give everything she got. Well, give it up to Brisa Hennessy. A solid run here, making her way into the round of 16. But at the end of the day, it's Joanne DeFay, a quarterfinalist here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. So welcome back, Joanne. Can you imagine if she wins this contest? That's something for the history books right there.
Well, especially, you know, more than 10 years separating her first Championship Tour win, including this one, you know, potentially being her first Challenger Series win. There's Yufu Penrose from the Sharp Eye team. 77 model looks good underneath Joanne's feet, but yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think, you know, it would be a clear indication of what we should be expecting once she makes it back to Championship Tour competition too, Chris. She hasn't missed a single beat out there.
Joanne's mini-me right there. So the blue jersey, hey, that could be a lucky jersey.
Could be. Good heat total too, given the conditions out there right now, more than 12 points.
Getting the breakdown now. So with that, Joanne DeFay is a quarterfinalist. Let's see who's going to be the next quarterfinalist. We got Eden Walla and Anat Lilior coming up next. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Lexus. Experience amazing. By Pacifico. Live life anchors up. And by Go RVing, official recreational vehicle travel partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Welcome back, surf fans. Peak summer vibes here at Huntington Beach. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. I'm Chris Cote with Mitch Salazar, and we have the pleasure of talking you through an awesome heat. Eden Walla going up against Anat Lelior. This is the round of 16, heat 4. The winner of this heat enters the quarterfinals. So high stakes in the lineup for both of these two surfers. And for Eden, she can't hear us, but the rest of the world can. Happy birthday, Eden Walla, turning 17 today. What a way to spend your birthday.
Definitely. I mean, at least a 9th guaranteed at, your home break event right here on the Challenger Series. The whole Red Bull Athlete Zone saying happy birthday for her just before she paddled out too.
Talk about a preheat pump up. How cool is that?
Pretty rad. And 17 years old, did extremely well to qualify for the Challenger Series, but currently number 4 in the rankings. She won 2 QS events leading up to the CS this year. We had one in Pismo Beach, waves were going off, and then of course our last event regionally to qualify the 6,000 over in Barbados. So she's on a roll, got into finals lay over there in Bolido too, and just thinking about her trajectory so far, I think the family aspect is really important for her. Younger brother Zion, mom Megan, and of course dad John, always traveling with her regardless of where they're going.
I'm not even going to go out on a ledge because I don't think this is a big call at all. I think Eden's going to make the tour. She's surfing that good. She's
this year already?
2027. I think she's going to be on the championship tour.
Okay, cool.
So write down the date and time that I said that so I can sound smart when it happens. I think it's pretty obvious the way she surfs. But here we go. Anat Lelior. She's going to give Eden a little taste of what it's like on the championship tour. You're going up against surfers who can do turns like that all day long. So what a start for Anat. 617.
Yeah, just the one single turn on the outside, very strong, and found that wave out of nowhere too. It almost seems like she was paddling out, from the beach still to be able to get out into position for that one, but found a diamond in the rough out there, converts with a single turn, number 17 when it comes to the CT rankings, which is saying a lot. She beat Steph Gilmore over there in El Salvador at the point. Dropped the excellent score in her first heat, I want to say, over at the Ripco Pro Bells Beach. First CT heat that she ever had, and I think when it comes to her charging, that's really the big X factor that she has in comparison to a lot of other people. I mean, looking forward to Tahiti and Fiji. She's going to go all out at those 2 events.
Yeah, she's cool too. She's such a surf fan, and every time I see her, we're literally at the event. It's happening right in front of her, and she's watching it on her phone as well. So she's just a student of the game, and she just keeps getting better and better. So Anat Lelior having found some success on the CT, but just wanting to go for the backup plan. Probably just get some more heats.
Well,
surfed.
In all honesty, though, that is an excellent point that you bring up, because we see it in Major League Baseball, we see it in the NBA, in most other sports. They have the tablets available as soon as a play finishes, as soon as they come up to bat. That is the importance of the broadcast here for the surfers too. For those that are in the athlete zone, they have multiple monitors to watch outside of what they're watching live too, just with their own 2 eyes. But they can also do it on a tablet, they can do it on their own phone, and it's completely free. So that's available to them on the fly. They can go back and watch the rest of the heat, watch certain waves too. So I think it's made a big difference when it comes to them improving their own skill set.
For sure. With 24 to go, Lelior, the only score of note so far, is 617. While we wait for the next set to roll through, let's go down to the glass. Joanne DeFay is with Rosie Hodge.
Putting on the performance of the round so far, Joanne DeFay, back at the US Open. Things have changed for you a lot in the last few years, though. How are you enjoying competing and balancing life as a mom?
Well, you said it. I really enjoy competing. The butterfly in the stomach. I do feel the stress every time before. The 2 heat I made, I was like, whoa, this is stressful. But super. It's just always fun when you make the heat and you have a couple of good scores. So I just really want to enjoy and I don't know. I have a French mind and nothing on the line, so it's kind of easier for me too.
no pressure, but thinking about being a former champ here, having those good memories when you come onto the beach here, do you channel that?
Yeah, a little bit. Especially when I first arrived here and my couple of first free surf, it was a bit of a rough free surf. I fell a lot and stuff. I wasn't really feeling in my plate and in my surfing. And but yeah, slowly I was in my mind. I was like, okay, you know that, you know how you're surfing this wave. So just have confidence in the experience.
Fresh batch of boards when you got here to Huntington. How the board's feeling? They're looking amazing.
Yeah, exactly. Well, you know what? I haven't got a new board since a year and a half, pretty much. So I'm so stoked to get a new board, just like a kid again. Everything feels new.
That feeling never goes away. Joanne, we'll see you in the quarterfinals. Thank you for your time.
Two moms that both rip.
Yeah.
Right there. Give it up to Joanne Defay, quarterfinalist. You're making the return to competition after her maternity leave. And yeah, it kind of felt like there was something missing, right, on the championship tour. I can't quite pinpoint what's missing. It's Joanne Defay. She's always a standout. Such a great representative for surfing and for French surfing. She's just a beloved part of all tours. So we see Anat meticulously taking this wave apart.
Yeah, 4.33 on this one. Just the way she navigates this midsection right here, catches a little bit of a rail, but this inside of work is generally very difficult to do here on the south side of the pier. I mean, to be able to navigate all these chops, the different kinds of bumps, and of course, the two double ups right there on the inside section takes a lot of skill. I think more than anything, it just requires a lot of practice. That goes to show that she's been putting in a lot of work in the off hours out here on the south side.
All right, here we go. Our first look at Eden Walla, 17 years old, San Clemente, California. That was a Katie Simmers-esque type of turn.
Good call.
Kind of like a half layback, full power snap, kick the tail out. Really her only opportunity on that wave, so she'll get right back out to the takeoff zone. Most likely get priority back as Anat's making her way back out. Solid backup score for Leora, 4.33. That's your, I would say, like exactly how you want to start a heat, right? Big number, quick backup. Now you're free to get out there and roam around and find something special.
Well, it took her a while to find this wave, but once she did, big explosion right there on the forehand, and that's an excellent call out right there. They've probably worked on this and made sure that if it's not really going to give you an inside section, feel the wave underneath your feet. If you feel that it's pretty weak, might as well kick out and try to recover priority in an instance like that. She drops a keeper score right now by this afternoon standards, Chris.
Yeah, there's something in the air. The San Clemente Cyclone's starting to whip up. We saw Griffin Colapinto making it through, Cade Madsen, Hausman,
Hayden Rogers.
I mean, this could be like an all San Clemente finals day.
I mean, we could have pretty much a CT event with just surfers from there. And that's how good they are right now too. But answers back in a big way, 4.93, pretty much a 5. But 17 years of age, it's similar career path to actually what Katie's been through in her young life. And I think Sori Lindblad, all these products of USA Surfing, and Courtney's worked with her in the past. I know she's done a lot of mental and strategic work with Eden at this location too. So great person to have in your corner. By the way, congrats to Courtney and Jay Larson. They got inducted into the Hall of Fame at HSS earlier today. So big props to them.
Well deserved too. A couple incredible surfers there. So Anat has to give way to Eden. Chunky wave. Yeah, that was always going to be tough to do. So you saw a little bit of a kind of a catch as she was getting up into the lip, and then a strange lump coming up underneath her.
Good pressure though by Anat.
Yeah, that was smart for Anat, and I think that was smart for Eden too, because that wave looked like it had something, but it just got weird. That like when I'm out at night with Mitch, sometimes it just gets a little weird. You just gotta like.
Not just even at night, that happens during the day too. Yeah, but you have the Goofy Feet regular conversation out there right now. The best turn, the 617, has come from Anat. That's on the back end, and then Walla right there. A bit of a smaller wave, but I thought her timing was very well, just compared to Anat's being a proper wave, whereas Eden actually had to go through the lip a little bit more right there. So you have different skill sets. Eden also has a great air game too that we haven't seen a whole lot when it comes to being in a jersey. She's pulled it out multiple times within the Pro Juniors and of course the regional QS too. But that's the big separator between the people that have qualified, have been on the CS multiple times. Those situations where they bait you into waves to use priority like that, you know, those are the big ones when you see the elite level in comparison to the people that are looking to get to being at the elite status right now, Chris.
Yeah, so with just inside of 18 minutes left, Anat Lelior is controlling this heat, but she has to keep on putting numbers up because it can quickly get out of control with you know how good Eden Walla is, how fast she is, and she's definitely feeling at home here. I mean, even though she's just 17, she's competed here for years and years, and she's identifying a little medium insider. There's the wind up, blowing the tail, almost getting back up with it. Great idea. I mean, if the wave's small, just try to do something super big on it. Oh my gosh. That was a dramatic wipeout.
I think it was purposeful. I think she tried, you know, to stand up and then eventually saw that it was going to be a closeout, so she just kind of fell off herself. But
she didn't fall off. She like flew off.
She was just like, all right, I'll just go pencil dive in right there. Little soldier dive, as we call it, too. Huntington, man. Afternoon heats. Never easy, never fully fun either. And then you have these random sets that'll roll 10, 11 waves in a row, too, and becomes Duck Dive City out there, Chris. We've all experienced this. Surfing the south side of the pier. Doesn't get any more fun throughout the years either.
Here's your championship tour schedule for 2026. I can't believe we've already gotten through almost over half the events. We just wrapped up Saquarema a few weeks ago. Congrats to Iago and Sawyer. After this event, I'm talking a couple days after the US Open, head to Tahiti, Chopo, lurking at the end of the road, and then from there, cloud break. So back-to-back barreling left-handers, and then it's to lower trestles. Probably the most consistent, the best wave. Maybe not in just Southern California, maybe in all of California. When lowers is good, it is a show. Trust us when we say that. Paniche will be after that big barreling beach break, and then the postseason starts. So this is going to be our first ever look at the updated postseason competition format. And a couple of those events go down. Cloud9 of Philippines. How exciting is that? I love that. I love that the WSL has tricks, you know, like we're looking at the schedule, it's super awesome. Like, wow, everybody's happy. You know, it's going to end at Pipeline. What, you know, how much better can this get? And then boom, they put Cloud9 the Philippines on there. I think just surf fans are super stoked. Surfers are stoked. You know, gives them another opportunity to go out and surf, you know, one of the world's best waves. Potentially get super barreled.
Go to a brand new location for a lot of people too.
Well, the Philippines is cool because we talk about it a lot on the World Longboard Tour. There will be a longboard tour stop in the Philippines as well. Guys like RJ just really putting that Philippine surf scene on the map. We've seen visuals of Cloud9 for, you know, decades now, but there's been QSs there, but this is the first time we're going to see the big leagues. You know, the main event going down at Cloud9. So excited for that. The stakes are going to be high. You know, the surfers that make it to the postseason are going to have to keep going in order to give themselves the best shot of winning a title at Pipeline, where the points are going to go for points and a half. So instead of 10,000, 15,000 points on the line. That could be the difference between 5th place and a world title.
Absolutely, and everybody gets to surf at that location. Anat's going to be at every stop. I mean, the postseason does get reduced for those two events, the Philippines and Abu Dhabi. She will be surfing guaranteed at the Lexus Pipe Masters. And Eden has a chance to compete in the local trials when it comes to the event at Lowers in the month of September. So we do have a 4-person trial heat for the men and the women. Eden's going to be competing right there, and I feel like she's going to have a good shot at surfing in her first CT event later on this year. But I love the format. I think the Philippines, that aggregate event, is going to be great for us, and I think the quality of the wave there in Siargao is amazing too.
But not using her priority, a little left-hander. That one was going to be tough no matter what. 13:45 to go. There's 3 waves ready for Eden, 4 for Anat. Score of note right now is at 617. So as we wait to see what happens next, we're going to take a quick break. We've got 13 and a half minutes left here. Who will be our next quarter finalist? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, and we'll be right back.
Good morning, couch potatoes.
Here we go. Alistair on a bomb.
Oh, it's into the lip, smashes in and goes down. Oh, then Jake out the back. Drops in, cranks off the bottom, smashes it in the lip right in front of him, runs him over. What? It's action-packed out, and there goes the broken board. It's chaos here in HP.
Forehand was looking proper on this one. The
wave
just...
Oh, my gosh. Come on, Taj. Boom! Stick that thing. Yeah!
Come say
Oh, look at give us a quick high.
Big shout out to the couch surfers, and we're on.
Yes!
Waves are pumping.
Oh,
do you see that? That went huge.
The Huntington Hop. What do you guys reckon of the Huntington Hop? So trippy, I reckon. Like any other wave in the world, if you did this, they'd be like, "What is that guy doing?"
You gotta do it here, though.
Yeah, but.
I love the couch surfing show. That was so fun. These guys were down here on the beach. Eden Walla slicing this wave from the outside. Foam climb to try to keep the momentum and inertia going towards this inside section. It looks like she's, I don't want to curse her. Yep, she's going to make it. All right, she made it. Keeps coming through. Could have a good section on the inside. And I would say she rode out of that. A knot. Straight vertical up and into the lip. You can tell by the looks of those two waves, right? There was just a little bit more blue water in front of the white water that Eden had, and gave her a clean path to the inside, whereas on that one it was all white water. So no chance of making it in. I think the further you get away from the pier, the harder it's going to be
to make the reform?
To connect.
Yeah.
At this tide today.
There's more sand always next to the pier, especially with, the summertime swells. The south carries all that sand right next to the pier. Same thing on the north side. It'll come from the wintertime, and it'll be right next to the pier on the north side. But you see this wave, it was impressive. I mean, for the surfing that she was able to do on a wave with such poor quality, very well done. It comes through as a 417, but in the large scheme of things, it ain't going to be enough to make it out of this heat red for Eden. And she's small in stature, has a lot of power, though, for her, how small she is. And, typically you see her get maybe a bit more expression right here on these last turns on the inside. I just felt like she wasn't able to really properly bottom turn right there to get something a bit more explosive. And you can just immediately notice the difference in power between the two with those two waves right there. She had the one section that Knot did in the blue. She converts on a 577. So this is really going to force Eden to be on a proper wave on the outside and have to go for something huge, Chris.
Big old late drop there, and then the wave just collapses around her, makes the wise decision to just jump out and get out of the way. 8:44. One more note on the couch surfing crew. They do it for the love, right? A raw, unfiltered live stream look at surfing. So I think it's super cool that the WSL included them. There was a really funny Instagram post of them getting kicked out of here a few years back. And so it's super rad to see them back on the beach. And Jamie O'Brien was just live in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. He had some cool guests. So it's just the amount of content being produced. Oh, nice floater. Speeding down the line. Second turn was pretty cool. Looking to better a 577. She's going to have an easy path into the shore break. Fades right, now cuts back going left. Wow, okay. We saw some fins under her board in the last kind of snap float projecting out into the flats. Crew's liking it.
Well, at this point, she's pretty much fighting for her career on the championship tour. She's pretty far down in the rankings. She needs to make up for it big time in the last 6 or 7 events that we have on the schedule. And right now it's 7:30 on the clock. I think you can just read by her body language, by her energy, how much this matters to her right now. And we know her on a personal level. She works really hard at this, right?
He has a lot of passion for surfing.
Yeah, maybe
loves it.
Maybe the most dedicated person on the women's side when it comes to this. Has to travel quite a bit. I know her dad's here with her right now, but overall, it matters a lot. She hasn't had that major win either, so winning here in Huntington Beach would be huge for her. Good wave selection right here. Beautiful floater that she has right there, especially with all that chop. That's complicated to really do. Tries to maintain as much speed as she can into that second section right there. It was a bit soft, though. That'll keep the score down right now for a knot, but we're at Antico and Teco's boards, at a Silver Surfboards, too. makes the connection, and as I said, just good energy right here through to the inside as well. Even if she doesn't improve, Chris, it just looks better in the judges' eyes. It gives you that feeling of need and desire of being out there regardless of how the conditions are and still wanting to prove yourself in all types of facets of surfing.
Well, I think we're all expecting these next 2 events on the championship tour to be huge for Anat. She has experience in Tahiti. She competed in the Olympics there, and she will charge. She's going to strap a helmet on and go for it. We know that. And then going to Fiji after that, I mean, she's built for it. Goofy footer. She loves to ride the barrel. So I think if she can get a good result here and use this momentum on the championship tour, she could be a strong finisher for the 2026 season.
And that might be a reason why, regardless of where they're at in the rankings, for a lot of people, they just want to keep themselves in a jersey a lot of times too. For Alyssa, for Kanoa, there's a lot of sponsorship obligations to be here. Of course, she's a local too, but same could be said for Crosby, Cole, and Griffin, where I think more than anything, it's just getting those reps in once again.
Well, they're Groms. They love it.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
especially close to home.
Those guys are running heats on their off days. Eden now cranks it off the bottom, straight up into the lip. Come on, right out of it. She does. That was spectacular. Eden blowing the tail on the outside, carving through to this inside section. If she gets a completion here on the sand, this is going to be a massive number. That was one of the best turns I've seen all day. And there it is. Finishing touch on an incredible wave. I haven't been this excited to see a replay in a long time. That turn was mega.
Well, riding the mayhems as always. To me, just with the one turn on the outside, we're already seeing a change of situation right here. There's risk, there's the degree of difficulty involved. And didn't I tell you at this point in the heat, to get that 701 that she needs to be on a proper wave, and she just fully blows the tail off the back on that first section.
That was so sick.
A lot more high risk, a lot more reward though if you pull something like that and, you know, connects the dots right here, making it to the inside section. And I think just buttoning this wave up on the inside made things a lot more cherry for Eden Walla, Chris. And we should be seeing a huge number right here for the 17-year-old on her birthday.
Happy birthday, Eden. You just earned yourself a 9-point ride. Wow. And that was all on that turn. I mean, the completion was great, but that right there is CT level surfing. That's a video part style turn. That's everything you wanted to see from Eden Walla. A huge statement, all in the span of one big blowtail.
Look at the smile.
Oh, yeah, of course.
She got the news right before she duck dove. Nearly unanimous right there. One Jets through a 9.5. I like that score a lot, personally.
Undeniable.
It's the serving of it, and this is what we want to promote. You know, you see this at the amateur levels. Get on the right wave. Do something that nobody else has really done. And as you said, one of the single best turns out of both divisions, the men and the women right here. So high risk, high reward. Definitely want to see that a lot more. And if she makes it out of this round, that's 2 keeper results already. So with 4 results that count out of the 5 potential events on the Challenger Series schedule, she's already looking good if she makes it out of this one.
High risk, high reward, highlight package, Eden Walla. Just putting her name on the list of surfers to watch out for here in 2026 at the U.S. Open.
May I say another thing,
Please,
too?
yes.
I think you and I have competed on our birthdays. There's typically a lot of pressure on that day. I actually did it a few months ago right here in Newport with my buddies, just at one of our city comps. I was terrified. It was fun. The waves were really good, but I was terrified. And I can't even imagine the amount of pressure for somebody who's turning 17, just north of where she's from in San Clemente, with everybody watching on the pier, on the beach. But this is just really a capstone right here and a big feather in her cap for Eden.
Blowing out the birthday candles by way of the blowtail.
Oh, that's a good one.
I don't know if that was good. 2.5 minutes left. Eden Walla now in that top spot. That means Anat Lilior needs a 7.77. I mean, Anat's got a lot of power. She's really consistent, so Eden's not out of trouble yet. 2 minutes, 15 seconds. Anat's out the back with priority. She needs a big score. That's the second best wave of this heat. And there you see the overview of what these surfers are facing. Lots of current, lots of chunks and bumps moving around out in this lineup.
No,
yes, I'll watch this turn all day.
I mean, just explosive, but staying on top of her board the entire time too. So aggressive and so technical too, because at times when you're going through the lip like that, your board typically wants to go one way, your body's going the other. She just has to maintain so much composure right there, and especially, you know, after that big blow tail, to regroup and use your legs the way she did for that initial turn and do it once again with all those hops on the inside. Very impressive things out of a teenager right there who's now leading the heat.
Well, we're going to see that wave in the Board and Brew top 10. It's just a matter of how high it will go, or top 5 in the 805 post show.
Well, that had a turcato, a left coast pastrami, and an Italian sandwich just all in one. So the 9-point ride, that's maybe one of the best ones we've seen.
You're making me hungry, Mitch. A minute left. Can Anat Lelior mount a comeback here? Looking for a 7.77. We're inside of a minute. Looks like there could be some opportunity. It's got to be so confusing when you look out and you see one of these lumps coming at you and you're like, is this a wave? Is this a good wave? Here goes Eden. Winding up. She has a section. A little awkward, but still powering through.
That's a good selection right there from Anat not to go. That was a wave that was much harder to surf for a goofy footer than it was for a regular footer. I mean, Eden already struggled just to be able to try to ride out of that right there. But Anat might not have another chance right here, Chris. 15 seconds, and it seems like Eden on her birthday is going to be guaranteed at least a 5th right here at the US Open.
She's still going, so countdown's on. 4, 3, 2, 1. Birthday bonus. Eden Walla comes through with one of the waves of the day. Definitely one of the turns of the event. A huge frontside blowtail.
Oh!
17-year-old phenom doing it again. Eden Walla is a quarterfinalist here at the 2026 Lexus US Open of Surfing. Fortunately, we lose Anat Lelior, but some strong surfing from Anat in that heat. A 6.17 is her high mark. Always fun to see, but we're looking forward to seeing what Anat does in Tahiti and of course in Fiji. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but we're going to be back with more action. Sophie McCullough and Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie take to the lineup next. See you there.
Eden Walla, what can we say? A teenager celebrating her 17th birthday, just threw down probably the turn of the event. 9-point ride for Eden, and on her way to yet another quarterfinals appearance on the Challenge Series. I think she's got the fast track going right now, probably to the championship tour. Kuiper girl, Rosie Hodge, Tanner Gudauskis. What do you think about that, Rosie?
I loved it. I mean, I feel like Eden in the last 2 years has evolved so much. She's like this power woman now. And it's funny because I think of her as this young Grom. And here she is on the Challenger Series pulling out some of the most clutch performances we've seen.
Nowadays generation is like, that's the cutting edge. And then it's like, uh-oh, let's go one step further. Here's Eden Wallace breaking down the door into the quarters for herself. So really radical surfing.
Yeah, radical surfing. Well, we're hoping for more radical surfing here at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We got a matchup for you. Here we go. Sophie McCulloch up against Ziggy, Aloha, Mackenzie. Who's it going to be? Friendly fire for the Aussies, Rosie.
Yeah, that's always tough, but I think both of the advantage to that is that these women have probably surfed against each other, coming up those junior ranks. Ziggy is that newer face on the tour at the moment. She's so fun and refreshing to watch. Spends a lot of time in Indonesia, so it's cool to watch her approach. We love new faces, new energy, and just witnessing new talent.
Yeah, so Ziggy started off the year with a finals appearance over at the Newcastle Surf Fest, where she met up with Alyssa Spencer in that final. So that's been the highlight for her so far. But at just 17 years old, I think there's a bright future for her, Tanner.
Oh, that's so incredible. Again, like, not to harp on the age factor, but it just seems like the level and the bar is getting risen so quickly that we're really truly watching, especially in the women's professional competitive surfing, this moment where these young competitors are able to go against the older veterans. And not that Sophie is a veteran, but she's been around the game for a while. She already has this arcing narrative with her competitive thing, and it's good to actually see her back catching that zest again. She talked about it when you guys had the post-heat interview. It's kind of been a minute for her, so now she's clicking back into that good feeling. So this will promise to be a great matchup.
And I don't know what went on right there.
Sometimes you need to get sucked over the falls. You need to rinse and repeat, and you do a reset, and you head back out and start all over again.
Well, like I said, Ziggy, just 17-year-old, 27-year-old Sophie McCulloch, 25th in Bolito and 41st in Bolito for both of these surfers respectively. So basically both of these women have their throwaway already in the can.
And that's so tricky. I mean, you got these 5 challenger events. 4 of them count. The first one, it's already out the window for you. So you've got to be flawless, especially on this women's tour. It's so tight come the end of the year. Whoa, Ziggy really, that mistake of getting sucked over the falls has put her in a precarious position there.
Yeah, how do you regather yourself, Tanner, after like a kind of a shocking start like that?
Yeah, you know, it is a really weird spot right there at the pier. It's where the pylons come out to the south end, and it creates a lot of like moving water underneath you. And she did a good job of just taking her time to get south again and then get through the pier. But it's a funky spot. Look at right here. She has to adjust, go to the north side as an oncoming wave comes. So of course, when you get to the north side, it's great because you get into that clear water. There's current moving with you. But it's been a factor this whole week, especially with the hurricane Genevieve bringing that south swell from that direction. It just dumps all the water, and when you put something rigid like a pier in the mix, it creates a really interesting dynamic.
Yeah, it affects the water flow, but also affects the sand buildup. That's why this is one of the most consistent waves in all of Southern California. Sophie McCulloch, still with open priority. No waves ridden yet. Nobody got to their feet, so we haven't established priority as of yet.
Yeah, Sophie's got the line up to herself, and just touching on that point, when you speak to an athlete on the glass and they kind of have that little aha moment of I'm getting heat winds, I'm surfing to my potential, and they start to get that tangible hunger, they become a scary competitor in a draw. So I'm so keen to see how Sophie starts this heat.
Yeah, she is not a big person. She's pretty petite, but she charges.
Oh, she sends it.
She's just absolutely sends it.
I know. How crazy is that?
You wouldn't think so. Look, you're just like, oh, just a sweet little thing. Just a petite woman, dainty, if you would, but just launches over the ledge.
Yeah, even her disposition, she's quite mellow when you speak to her in person, and she must just have that hunger from deep because she sends it.
And she had, you know, an unfortunate start back in 2023 where she had an injury and prevented her from her rookie year on the championship tour. So I'm sure she wants a reset, getting another chance. Last year for Sophie was kind of a heartbreak year on the Challenger Series. We took the top 7 women. She ended up the year at 9th.
It's such a character-building moment.
Yeah, like
yes, well said
Yeah.
there, Rosie. With a positive attitude, that's what that is.
Well, I mean, what, like to have 2 unfortunate things happen to you kind of in a row, like
Yeah.
you mentioned the injury, and then you're 2 spots out of qualification, and yeah, I think, like I said, surfing is the hardest sport. Like to be on the championship tour, so many things have to go right for you, and to regather yourself every season and get back in the mix, it takes a lot of guts.
Overcoming adversity, I would say, year in and year out, and really eventually seeing yourself get back into the scene. There's been some great stories. You look at guys like Leo Fioravanti, who've actually fallen off tour, broken their back, now is in the mix to be at the top of the game. So you really want to resonate yourself with that kind of an energy, because glass half full, glass half empty, it's all really inside of yourself. And this series, this tour is so challenging, not only for that mental aspect, but then you dump yourself into an afternoon heat in Huntington Beach where the conditions are somewhat deteriorating, and it becomes very apparent that it's not just hard to make the tour, it's hard to make a heat.
Yeah, just the mechanics actually when you think about surfing, especially like high performance surfing, you're crawling, basically paddling, so which is like crawling, army crawling, and then you're doing duck dives, which are basically push-ups, and then just to get surfing, you're doing burpees when you're popping up to your feet. Pretty athletic.
I don't know why I thought of the life cycle of a frog right there, just explaining all of that. But yeah, there's a lot of elements. And I mean, these women are so tough. I mean, I'm thinking about like people like Sally Fitzgibbon surfing with a burst eardrum in Fiji and winning. Malia Manuel, same thing, like fracturing her wrist and surfing. Like your health throughout a season, you are going to sustain some kind of injury, and you are going to have to compete while carrying that injury throughout the year. So yeah, you've got to be so tough.
Yeah, there was a Pipe Masters where Sonny Garcia actually hit his head, had an ambulance ride over to Kahuku Hospital, got looked at, and drove back and surfed his next heat.
Oh, I believe it. I remember. Oh, here we go. First ride.
First ride, Sophie McCulloch. Big snap there, nearly pearls, but is able to salvage that. So that's going to be the first score for McCulloch. Ziggy Aloha floats through that section. Ziggy's zipping down the line, gets a bonus second snap, but gets caught up in the whitewater. Ouch. So Sophie probably got the better of that exchange. What do you think, Tanner?
Yeah, it's so interesting actually watching this with when it gets into the 2-person heat and the dynamic of how you start the heat. There's inertia before it becomes defensive. And I think for Sophie, she's going to be stoked that at least she stayed on her board. I just don't know if either of these waves are scores of consequence.
Yeah.
There was a lot of bump in both of them, but you always just want to have a takeaway that you're building that momentum. So a 3.83 comes in for Sophie, and it's like, who knows? You just don't want to look back at the end of the heat and be like, gosh, I need a 3.83.
Right.
So she's done some work that she can build off of.
And Ziggy with a 2-point ride, trying to gather herself. Looks like Sophie should be getting first priority here, Rosie. And you can see all the kind of the churning water next to the tee out there at the Huntington Beach Pier.
Yeah, and you just mentioned that sand buildup that's there. You've got the southerly sweep, and a lot of that has been compacted right in that little zone, which also comes into play when these women are surfing these waves. You see it kind of almost go below sea level and really get quite throaty and hard to manage.
Yeah, and just on the treadmill, just constantly swimming upriver right here. You can see both surfers. We'll go through some replays, starting with Ziggy Aloha.
I mean, you talk about surfing up a river. She's doing really great to just stay over the chop, make it happen, and eventually gets bobbled off her surfboard. You know, Rosie, yourself as well, you've competed out here. It's wild when you get towards the pier, exactly where they're at now. It feels like you're in the catcher's mitt of the current. And really, you're just trying to get just far enough away to create that open space where there's less current within the wave face. And then you surf it, and then ultimately that current just takes you right back to the pylons. It's really a trippy experience.
Yeah, it's almost like in your dream when you're trying to run away from someone. but you're not moving. That's that kind of same feeling, and almost added to the nervousness of a heat.
9-point ride for Eden Walla. I would love to hear from this teenager on her birthday into the quarterfinals. She's with AJ.
Kaipa, we were just saying there's no place she'd rather be for her birthday than surfing a heat here at the US Open. I was with your mom when you had that 9-point ride, and she said the exact same thing. Tell me how much of a dream come true this is to have your birthday and be here surfing at the US Open.
Yeah, I mean, when I thought I was going to surf today last night, I was like, well, I'm here at the US Open on my birthday, like surfing a heat, no matter what happens. It'll be a great day, and so making it was just a bonus.
And then I came up here and I said, hey, you crushed that heat, and her reply was, well, not for the first 25 minutes, so let's talk about the final 10. How'd you turn it around and find that score?
Yeah, I don't know, I was feeling a little lost at sea. I've kind of just felt off all day surfing, actually. I had kind of a rough pre-surf session this morning, but that one wave for sure made it up, and yeah, I was just happy to get the right wave. I felt like I had bad wave selection for the first couple minutes, so yeah, that wave was nice.
Nice is putting it mildly. How about excellent? What do you carry forward to tomorrow?
Oh, I'm just super grateful to be here, trying to enjoy every moment. I'm getting to compete at home less and less, so I'll take anything I can get, and you know, being in the US Open into the quarters is amazing. A day I've always dreamed of.
Well, we'll let you go enjoy the last few hours of your birthday. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right, look forward to seeing what she's going to do on finals day, Eden Walla. During that interview, we saw Sophie McCulloch kind of get a second wave, so McCulloch is really starting to take command of the seat at this point.
Yeah, and like you said, one step, two step. But I loved in that interview with Eden Walla, she's such a bubbly person, Rosie. You know her really well. Both of us in San Clemente, seeing her come up so quickly. But I feel like being a young girl surfer in California, you have this influence and this effect from Caitlin Simmers, who came on the scene at a super young age. And these girls blow through the Supergirl Pro, which both of them actually won. And I remember talking with Eden that she was taking her as the influence, and you can see it in her punky approach, which, talking punky approach, that's rad.
That was sick.
Yeah, that's a great turn by Sophie, and she's starting to turn the volume up. So here we go.
Yeah, she went TSOL on that one. Just straight to the lip and a little bit of a connection in here. 6.5 we're watching right now, Rosie.
Yeah, really nice start from her. That turn on the outside is where the majority of the points were gained. As we see Ziggy backing it up too, trying to make this inside connection. Don't know if she's going to get it. But you're so right, Tanner. I mean, there's so many women that Eden gets to look up with, even having Sawyer Lindblad. I mean, I'm sure they're surfing lows together all the time. Seeing her success on the tour, like you said, watching Katie Simmers win a world title her way. Katie is so unique, and I think Eden's following that same path.
Yeah. Well, the Katie Simmers story is really, really cool. When she qualified and said, you know what, I'm kind of young. I don't think I want to go on the tour yet.
Yeah.
And stayed on the Challenger Series for a second run and then qualified for a second time. That showed a lot of confidence, not taking your ticket the first time.
I think too, like for her to ride it all the way to a world title, I think showed that entire generation of women that that's actually very possible. You can take it from the goats of the sport. Like, that's a moment where the Carissa Moores and the Steph Gilmore's still in the game, and she's grabbing those world titles. Like, I think for that entire crew, it's had such a heavy effect. And so the younger generation, like Eden Walla, she's looking up at no ceiling. Yeah. She's like, okay, cool, I'm 17. Well, guess what? I actually can do this. And that's so dangerous to compete against, because when you're competing against a younger surfer that believes that there is no ceiling, they don't have that other feedback of heat losses and all this other trauma that you start to build up. We talked about that, like year in and year out. Sophie McCulloch has had these like close calls and this and that. It's almost like lipping out of a putt. You start to believe it's going to go that way, where these younger competitors are like, oh no, I win heats. I actually close events. So it's a really special moment to be watching.
That's so well put, like so unflappable.
Yeah, well, there's a lot to be said for new ankles, new knees, new shoulders.
Oh no.
How the patellas. Just fun.
You know, I mean, surfing's not as bad as some other board sports, but it does grind away at you no matter what, you know? Skateboarding wins for damage, though. All right. This heat has, gosh, look at the clock. 12 minutes remaining and just 5 waves ridden. An illustration of the challenge out there, but also how quickly these heats can go by. And I think kind of like, you know, time management, clock management is also a key to success, especially this afternoon.
Totally, and just heat management at large. And Rosie, I would be actually curious your perspective of, we've now switched 4-person to 2-person heats. What kind of a change does that bring into your game plan before you're paddling out?
It changes everything, right? Like I feel like those first 2 rounds of the Challenger Series, that's where you're grinding. Like that's where you're absolutely running the gauntlet. Now we transition into 2-person heats. There's less to control, but more at stake, especially in this round of 16. You fall out of this round, you get a 9th. You head into the quarterfinals, that's a keeper result and makes such a huge difference, points, money-wise, all of that. You're really staring down the barrel of a great result. So, you know, you're in a position where there's only 2 people in the lineup, so that's a lot easier to manage, but also the pressure and the nerves of being so close to keeper results is intense in this round of 16.
Let's see if we have any takers right through this set right here. One more wave with Sophie McCulloch in control. She's got the lead. She's got priority. These surfers are going to duck dive, and so that means we're going to take a break. We'll be back and see if Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie can come back. At the moment, she needs a 5.94. Huntington Beach, Southern California, a place to be. Surf City, USA. Of course there's surf, but there's so much more. In the afternoons, pretty good kite flying weather. We actually have a kite. Do we still have the kite shop on the pier? I don't know. We'll check and get back to everyone on that.
Probably.
There's something soothing about flying a kite. I don't see enough people flying kites anymore. It's Kaipo Guerrero, Rosie Hodge, Tana Gudauskas, Sophie McCulloch's in the league. Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie needing basically a 6-point ride to take that lead off of Sophie McCulloch. McCulloch in a commanding position with the lead and priority here, just under 8 minutes.
I feel like what we're seeing here is a little bit of a veteran approach, because this is early in the heat and Sophie McCulloch is staying right around Ziggy Aloha Mackenzie. And I think when you know how big of an opportunity is in these results, in these rounds, you just don't want to let things just slip through your fingers. So it's interesting to note, we're not even at the 5-minute marker, and it's not that she's being aggressive about it, but she's just around her.
Definitely, when you have that priority and you have the lead, like just making sure that you're right there in case your competitor finds a little bit of space in the lineup it's crucial, and that's how you manage these women-on-women heats. You want to be right there, and just recognizing today's conditions. I mean, we saw with Eden Waller, right? Like she manufactured that 9-point ride, so people can manufacture these numbers pretty easily if they get that little bit of open face. So you don't want to leave anything up to chance.
And when you're in their peripheral vision, so Ziggy's looking directly at Sophie.
Yeah.
She's seeing her in the lineup, and she's seeing her move around her. So the intention there is she knows Sophie's taking it very serious. She's not giving her open canvas to draw whatever she wants. And I think with these young competitors, it almost can trap them in the corner where they start to feel the tension and the pressure of these heats instead of feeling so free. So smart by Sophie, but we'll see what it ends up entailing.
You feel hunted.
Right? You do. It is the game. It's the chess game. It's predator and prey, and it's just a part of these man-on-man heats. It's a really interesting dynamic that can unfold.
Mitchell Salazar in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. What are you seeing?
Hey guys, just talking about how historically this event has always been good on the young female athletes. I mean, Bailey Turner coming up in multiple heats right here. She's over my shoulder with a couple of her besties, Olivia Storr and Reed Van Wadner, two great surfers from the area too. She's only 17. Eden Waller turning 17 today. You have Ziggy Aloha, Mackenzie, also the same exact age. But I mean, when you look at the veterans that have won this event, veterans per se, right guys? Because Malia Manuel, still the youngest to ever win, 14 years old. A lot of the female teenagers have always done very well. I don't know why it is, but they've always done historically very well. And you got the hometown hero looking to add her name to that list, Kaipo.
Yeah, you got another veteran over your shoulder. He's done really well here at the U.S. Open, Richie Collins.
Yeah, Skeletor over here. He's in the camp right here supporting his pretty much niece, Bailey Turner. Dad Ryan was over here too, so it's going to be a fun one. Action-packed afternoon. Seems like the wave's still nonstop, guys.
Yeah. Thanks, Mitchell. I'm going to support the Turners as well with a big old meal over at Sugar Shack. I got a big old set coming through here. And this is a cleanup on aisle 3 at the tee in the pier.
I'm not loving where Ziggy is at in the lineup. I mean, when you're just in front of the pylon there as it reaches out and you're having to duck dive, it's a lot of water movement that you're dealing with. Obviously, she's handling it well, but it is a part of the experience of the U.S. Open, which makes it unique.
Yeah, another thing is the hop. We haven't seen the hop in a couple days, but the hop came back today. How's your Huntington hop, Rosie?
I haven't served Huntington in a hot minute, but I do like to S my way through to that inside. But yeah, just thinking about the past winners here and reflecting on how well the North American surfers have done, like the Lisa Andersons, the Courtney Conalogs, you've got
Sage Erickson.
Yes. Thank you. 2-time winner here. And how often they win multiple, like Courtney's won multiple. Lisa,
yes.
like those people that have just done so well and able to convert multiple times at this event is always so impressive.
Florida's Frida Zamba. I kind of take it back sometimes, but yeah, Florida's Frida Zamba, a number of wins, multiple wins.
Also, the Hawaiians do so well here. KK, Keala Kennelly, Rochelle Ballard, like they always put in a good, not just on the men's side, we always reflect on Sunny and Andy, but also thinking about the women. Rochelle Ballard was a huge standout, actually made connection with the pier piling, had a significant injury during competition. So yeah, there's
I'm looking at the list. Even Carissa Moore's won here.
Yeah.
Back in the day, Becky Benson. Gosh, that's back in 1982. Good stuff.
I almost wonder, here's a theory. Let's talk it out.
Yeah.
Sure.
You're growing up in an area and you kind of idolize that event. You know, you're coming down as a kid, you're watching it. Maybe for you, you're not directly so close with the JBA event, but I'm sure when that rolled through town, you would always just make the moment and go down and watch it, or at least watch it on TV, and it made a lot of impact in your life. So with the domestic surfers here, I got to compete at the US Open when I was really young, and it was something I dreamed of winning because I had watched my heroes win it. Yeah, I wonder if that's in effect or if it's just something in the water that they feel comfortable.
It is. You have a visceral reaction when you think about being young, watching something that you're aspiring to, seeing people that you idolize, do something so great, and then having that presence in yourself and being like, I want to do that, I can do that, and then being in that moment and fulfilling that kind of destiny. I don't know. I love that about surfing. I love that we have these people that we've got to watch and idolize, and then having these moments for yourself and watching these young surfers like the Eden Wallers like walk that path.
Oh yeah, and heroes are forever. I still idolize Aki.
Aki's a good one.
Aki still rips, so that's happening.
So good, man. How's this? And you know what? With this wave, Sophie McCulloch did improve upon her scoreline. There's a 4.83, Rosie.
Yeah, just so smart competitively, Sophie. Like you said, she's very calculated and knows how to surf a heat, knows how to charge, and then also knows how to grind it out. I mean, you have to say today is super grindy, and it's all about creating that point of difference, and maneuvers like that, it's clear that she's just adding something extra.
And it's a dynamic turn. She's able to get really pivoty off the bottom, but not have it just be a poke vertical turn out of the top. So there's some personality that she's bringing to it, and that's why her scores are reflecting.
So Ziggy finding a left, getting through the pier there, couple of turns, and she's going to be on the fast track on her way back out. But Sophie taking the same paddle, I feel, on the north side of the pier to also get out there and reestablish priority. Yeah, I don't know. Actually, looking at the clock, it's not going to matter. We're down to 45 seconds.
That heat flew by.
It flew right by. I'm just saying, how interesting is it? Like earlier today, I feel like we were kind of saying, did we just call the greatest heat totals of the U.S. Open with 9 6s, 9 that, and now in the afternoon, it's such a different day. It looks really challenging, and that's kind of the virtue of the U.S. Open. It starts as one thing, goes through the midpoint, and then ends as something completely different. So doing a good job of staying flexible with the game plan.
Yeah, and not being, sometimes you can kind of look at early morning conditions and like, I wish I was in early heat. Watching Ziggy trying to make an answer back here. That was a quick turnaround from doing the paddle around on the north side of the pier.
Trying to make the connection here, and she's not going to do it. And we're going to have to wait to see some scores to make it official, but it really feels like Sophie McCulloch is straight into the quarterfinals with some smart heat surfing. Yeah. Yeah, so we're just waiting for one more score to make it official and close this out. But I can tell you right now, it is going to be Sophie McCulloch into the quarterfinals. What do you think about that, Rosie?
I'm stoked for her. I think, you know, we spoke about her career. It's easy to be a Sophie fan, knowing how close she's gotten to the tour, knowing that she had to kind of pull out of the tour because of an injury. So good to see her go on a run. Finals day, keep her results. Epic.
And how cool is it? We all know she charges so hard. So it's like this surfer, like, let's go, Sophie. But she's putting it down in these conditions. If you think about this event specifically, she threw down hammers on the big day. Some beautiful backside turns in critical pockets, and then flips the script and takes it to her forehand in smaller waves and did such a great job.
All right, we're taking a break. We're coming back with a brand new heat after these messages. It's going to be Vahine Fierro up against Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Visit Huntington Beach, Surf City, USA. By Gooder, official eyewear partner of the Lexus US Open of Surfing. By 805 Beer, properly chill. And by Hogue Health, official healthcare provider of the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
There you go. Waltzing, strolling into the quarterfinals. That's Sophie McCulloch. So we're going to see her in the quarterfinals. Great surfing. And I don't call it a comeback because she's been here for years. She's going to continue on. Who's she going to meet up against? We're going to find out in the next 27 minutes because we have battling for another spot in the quarterfinals. Vahine Fierro up against, so good they named her 4 times, Betty Lou Sakura Johnson.
Big heat.
Oh my word.
Hawaii versus Tahiti.
Former winner too, Betty.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, this is gonna be a good matchup. Kaipo Girl along with Rosie Hodge and Tanner Gagausis. Tanner, who do you think has the advantage in this heat between these two?
You know, when you look at Betty Lou and the way she competes, it almost becomes clinical. You feel like you can almost guarantee she's going to get those big scores and put them on the board, and it's kind of unflappable in the conditions. Vahine came into the booth the other day. We were talking. She actually likes competing out here in Huntington. I don't know if she was glazing us, Kaipo, or not, but she was saying that she liked warming up here at the U.S. Open for Tahiti because there's so much athleticism involved. It's constantly paddling. It's a ton of crazy wipeouts. There's current. There's the pier. And so her perspective is staying positive. She even was saying, I'm not looking at the forecast back home in Tahiti because I want to focus on getting a result right here, right now. So she's off to a little bit of a start. We'll see how it looked.
I think this is a pretty good start for the surfer representing French Polynesia. Reform on the inside. Talk about wave selection. This thing gave her all kinds of opportunity. Had a big snap on out the back. I like that start, Rosie, for Vahine.
Vahine is a versatile weapon because she grew up in Tahiti and we all know her prowess there, but her dad is from San Diego. So this woman, essentially California is her second home, has spent so much time in Huntington, and she is just a competitive machine. I mean, she's so smiley and bubbly out of the water, but so fierce when she puts the competitor's jersey on.
Yeah, not to mention the French connection where she's able to compete and train over in those beach breaks in France. She's a 2017 World Junior Champion. Gosh, it seems just like yesterday, but the years have flown by. I remember that one in Kayama where she took the win.
Wow, 9 years ago now. I mean, it's crazy to think of Vahine as a veteran, but that's exactly what she is, and she's competing like one. I like the difference in competitive approach. You got Vahine on her backhand, able to keep it tight in that pocket. Do you think being a goofy footer in these waves at this pier ball right is an advantage?
Well, she does. She's actually serving this textbook. This is exactly how I would approach it as a goofy foot. I don't know if it's an advantage or not, but the way that she's able to place this board delicately but have razor sharp timing to get out of there, it creates a contagious energy, and when you're watching it, it's really attractive. She does have to come up against Betty Lou, who we know her forehand it's a weapon. She uses it time and time again, so I'm sure Vahine wants to create that point of difference going against it, so we'll probably see more of her on her backhand.
All right, so 5.33 checks in for Vahine Fierro. Sakura Johnson getting a wave there. We're waiting for the judges' number coming down from the tower for Sakura, or in her second wave.
Honestly, if you asked me for a favorite in this heat, I couldn't pick it. Like, they both have such lofty strengths and are so versatile too. I mean, Betty, she grew up in Hawaii. She spent a lot of time here in California, won this event before. They both just so similar in their approach as we watch Betty's wave on her forehand here. So smaller wave, but talk about manufacturing something. I feel like Betty's got that edge where she can surf a wave up and really find the number where you wouldn't expect it.
Yeah, well, these two, Vahine Fierro and Sakura, have met up before. It was a semifinal over in Burley where Betty Lou was victorious over that, went on to win the event and had that double rainbow moment.
I remember that. That was like flawless, below sea level. Burley was doing its thing, cylindrical. That was a beautiful heat.
Yeah. I enjoyed having a contest over there at Burley. Maybe one day we can kind of squeeze another Gold Coast event in there. Just a hint. We'll see.
Yeah, honestly, Rosie, I just don't want either of these competitors to go down.
Yeah.
Like, they bring so much to the scene. Kaipo, you would have loved it earlier. We got to talk with Patty Panicha, who actually back in the 70s created the Hawaiian women's surfing hui. And she was talking about, you know, creating the platform and being a steward for the next generation. And I feel like it has gone down into the Hawaiian surfing women, and as well Vahine, because she is the tip of the spear for the Tahitian women in this kind of a scene. And so, I don't know, they do so much more than just compete, both of these two. Like, they bring a vibrancy to the entire ecosystem of surfing. So to see them clash, obviously we all win, gonna be great surfing, but to, at the end of the day, lose one it's such a bummer.
And they're both royalty, because you have the queen of Teahupo'o and you have the queen of Haleiwa. The two queens are out there competing against each other. Both of those surfers at their home breaks are so clearly dominant. It's incredible.
Yeah, I love it. I mean, I remember meeting Vahine at Papara, I think at one of the first Tahiti events that I went to in 2014, and just to see where she's at now, up and riding on the slingshot. Oof, awkward. But it's just been incredible to see her just blossom into the amazing surfer that she is, and it's wild to watch the level that the women are at surfing in Tahiti. Like, it is just so cool. I know that the women competed back in the 90s in that event, going into the early 2000s, but to see this resurgence of the women's tour back in waves of consequences like that, back at waves of consequence like that, and the level that they're pushing every year is probably where I've been most impressed with women surfing.
Yeah, well, young Kealia Galina is on. We're on the trials. She's going to be in the main event when we get to Tahiti. This was, like what you said, awkward. Ow.
Yeah, Rosie, to your point, Kaipo, we were in the booth together and we got to talk to Vahine, and then they showed her highlight reel of like that heat where she surfed against Tatiana Weston Webb at Chopu, and both of us, like, our heart rate started, like, we were just like, oh my word, asking for a friend, but what's that like? So gnarly.
So gnarly. So gnarly.
Yeah. I have to be honest with myself. I'm like, if I was competing now on the tour, would I want a bar of that? Like, you've got to want it. Like, you've got to, like, and my self-preservation says no.
No, it's gonna.
So to push yourself over that fear ledge.
Yeah, if it's big this year, and hopefully it is, there's no hiding. You're gonna see who wants it and who doesn't. And for me, the history of that event is some of the most unlikely characters on the day bring another level to themselves that they probably didn't even know what was in themselves, you know, because everyone's watching. The set goes and you got first priority. Pretty much have to go.
And think about the women. I mean, Courtney Conalog's one out there, and there's some familiar people that have one. Vahine, was she a wild card when she won?
She was a wild card.
That's, I mean, insane. It's just so cool. I love the storyline heading into Tahiti. And what a juxtaposition of going from the US Open to one of the most deadly waves on the planet.
Oh, yeah. Finds a right down the beach. Stabs it up there, and Jumbly Water just grabs a hold of that CI and rushes it from underneath the feet of Vahine Fierro.
Vahine, actually, within the Channel Islands crew, she works really, really tight with Britt. And they have that whole Happy series where they've transitioned it into step-ups. I think it's Happy Traveler. And then there was the Happy Hawaiian, kind of a little secret menu thing. And there was, like, within that, the Happy Tahitian, because it never, I don't believe, came to market, but it must have gone back into the model itself, because Vahine was giving a lot of feedback and pushing the design at Chops because they needed that feedback of, it's a different kind of barrel riding. It's actually just a slab, and you get a lot of sensory within the barrel. It's long, it's intense. So Vahine also is articulate as a person and as a surfer, and it's really cool because we were benefactors at that time. I was riding Channel Islands, and the boards were incredible. You could feel that curve that she was asking for, and she pushes those designs. So now she's doing it in the groveling conditions, and she was talking about this year on the tour, like her performance surfing, she feels like she's unlocking these extra gears, and that surfer shaper like relationship is paramount when you get up to that top level, because you need to be able to keep improving yourself and stay inspired on things you're working for.
Let's hear from the last heat winner, Sophie McCulloch with AJ.
Well, you were just talking about the relationship between surfers, shapers. Tell me a little bit. You're mixing things up here in Huntington Beach.
Well, yeah, I'm still on the sharp eyes, but I picked up a couple from the boys over here in the US, and yeah, I've been riding this HT2 and it feels incredible. So big thank you to the sharp eye guys here and the sharp eye guys at home.
Well, and it's been something we've talked about the entire event, is just like how important that is, the equipment is based on the different conditions. But for you, leaning on your technique and your strategy as well today, how were you so efficient in picking those waves?
Well, I grew up in a pretty average or below average beach break, and one of my coaches from home actually messaged me before the heat and goes, "This looks like a good day at Maroochydore." So I'm like, all right, I'm going to take that and run with it. So yeah, I'm happy I was able to pick the eyes out of it. Unfortunate I was against my housemate and good mate Ziggy, but she's ripping, and I'm sure she'll do incredible in the next event.
For you, what is the experience that you're taking into tomorrow and the next round?
I think I just want to, have the same approach of just trying to be proud of my efforts and just know that regardless of the result that I will be able to move on and I can be happy with who I am as a person and all those cliche things, but I'm gonna do that.
It's an important thing to do. Thank you for sharing. We'll send it back to you.
Yeah. Sophie McCulloch from the Sunshine Coast of Australia, Maroochydore, Mooloolaba. So really cool names for the beaches.
I love that. And also just taking that, being cool, that positive little attitude, bang, paying off.
I feel like I don't want to go too hard in the metaphysical realm, but when you compete,
metaphysical.
When you compete for that long and you've been tested that hard, it means so much to you to get those heats under your belt, create that rhythm again, because you've worked so hard for it. It's the fruit, it just has the most beautiful flavor to it. And so for Sophie, let's just hope she keeps it going. She's a real treat to watch surf.
All right, so right now, Vahine Fierro in the lead over Sakura. Sakura needs just a 2.51 because Vahine does not really have a backup. You can see it on the scorebug, just a 1 point backup to that 5.33. It's going to be dangerous when Vahine does get a backup. It's going to be a lot harder for Sakura to take the lead off of that. So that's got to be the focus right now for Vahine, Rosie.
Definitely, but I do think that in conditions today, when you're surfing for something in the 7-8 range, it almost makes it a little bit easier. Like we saw Eden, she needed the 7, got the 9. Here we go, Betty.
Big, huge effort there, and is going to stick it. Got to run. Well, I'm going to actually ask Tanner. What do you think?
No, don't ask me. Okay, but the thing is with Huntington, that happens so often because that's where the Huntington hop comes in. The sand gets deeper right there, and you're dealing with all this crazy energy coming down from the lip, and then it just peters out. It feels like there's not even a wave underneath your board. And so, I don't know. Betty Lou, I think, did enough for me personally, but sometimes you have to just hang in there, even pump it out a little bit harder to show the judges that, hey, I totally committed and rode through that.
It feels almost similar to Taj Lindblad had that similar situation this morning, and the judges, they called it complete. So
maybe that's the precedent.
She was up for at least 2 seconds after that maneuver. So, you know what? In my mind, I'm like, hey, but this is maybe the event where they made it apparent they want to see the nose of your surfboard right out in front of the white water. So let's have a look.
Oh, I think
that's probably enough.
That's good. That's good.
That feels great, actually.
Yeah. I'm gonna give you a tick. So.
One more look from a different angle.
The fins did disengage on that piece of chop on that bottom turn. So the core strength and the ability to get that board back underneath you and meet that lip late. I think the judges are really going to zero in on the degree of difficulty of what she did there and how well she maintained her control going into that maneuver, Tanner.
Yeah, I was actually liking the point you were making a little bit earlier about, it's dangerous when they need 7s because I think it still is a one-turn recipe. And if you only have the opportunity to throw one turn, like Betty Lou just grunted through a really gnarly section there. So I personally think that was really difficult, and I think the score could reflect that.
Well, they're taking a look numerous times on the replay, I'm sure, up in the judges' towers, because no indication as of yet for that number for Sakura Johnson. Yeah, I had a feeling. Mitchell Salazar, where are you? What are you doing? What's going on?
Guys,
I'm at the Pacifico deck.
I knew
Guess
it.
what? It's popping off right now. We also have not only some incredible micheladas, ice cold Pacificos. It's a great place to hang out in the shade right here. Everything's shaded. We got multiple monitors, 21 plus, pretty much right next to the athlete area right here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Guess what? Presented by Pacifico. It's going off down here. It's going off for a couple more hours this afternoon. And looking at the Pacifico fan picks out there right now for this heat. Pretty even Stevens, guys. Get down here to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, get yourself a nice cold Pacifico, and guess what? They're going to be here all weekend too, ladies and gents.
Wow, there you go. 52% for Sakura versus 48%. And when Mitchell Salazar says Pacifico, it feels so authentic.
I got thirsty for one.
Yeah. I like michelada.
Oh, man. So the number came through 567 for Sakura Johnson. She takes the lead. Vahine Fierro now needs a 4-1-8. Fierro had just up and down, hands the priority back over to Sakura Johnson with the 12-minute mark here. Sets coming through.
Oh, just getting a little cleaned up by the set. Interesting to see Betty take that lead and have the priority. There is also that thing that sometimes happens when the sets can push you a little bit further in and you can lose your priority, but it's not going to happen in this instant. But there are so many moving factors.
Yeah, a lot of motion in the ocean right now, whether it's the wind swell, the wind, the south swell. I think we'd still have, do we still have like remnant hurricane swell as well? Well, here we go. Under priority, just taking a look at that one, Vahine Fierro.
Sometimes with the current, you know, there is the Venturi effect. So the current is ripping and the pier creates this break in that. And the water kind of converges out into the ocean after, in some ways, right? On the north side of the pier, the water's ripping out to the end of it. And so what you're dealing with, when you're paddling on the inside and it's shallower, the current feels stronger. It actually is stronger because it's getting funneled through much less water column. So sometimes if you really need to make space away from your competitor, it's going to feel counterintuitive, but paddle out. Paddle actually a far ways out, and then it'll be deeper and it'll feel more mellow. We talked, a lot of crew was saying the last couple days, when you made it down to the lifeguard tower, the current actually subsided somewhat. And that point is to be made because it right at the pier, it just converges that water and it's funneling. And these two surfers, they're right on the pylons essentially, and you actually feel like, you nailed it earlier, the way you feel, it's like a nightmare. You're trying to run away, but you're like in quicksand, and that's how you feel when you're paddling. So it's just so exhausting.
I think it's time to take a break. I'm anticipating a break and, you know, maybe have a Pacifico. It's time to take a break. It's happy hour. I feel anchors up. Let's go. We'll be back after this.
The buzz in the air when the first horn goes off, people are going to get the waves of their life. The amount of energy
energy that comes over that reef. There's no other wave really like it in the world.
Buckle up. It's going to be happening at Taupo, the outer known Tahiti Pro, presented by IC, coming up August 8th. Vahine Fierro will be there. And right now she is searching for a reform. She needs a 4.18 to take the lead off of Sakura Johnson. Kaipo Girl, Rosie Hodge, Tana Gadauskas on the call here. And a lot of pressure being applied to the Channel Island surfboard to make it through that seam onto the inside, and a nice clean face for Vahine where she's finding some rhythm and gets a finish. 4.18. I think that was it. What do you think, Tanner?
I loved that inside approach. Obviously, I'm a huge Vahine fan. Being a goofy foot surfer, the way she approached that, she created a whip, and she actually got 3 turns on the inside. I don't know. It'll be a mid-range score in my opinion. I think by the end of this heat, it actually could be a big factor to how things shake out. So nonetheless, I think she did a really great job of just staying on her board, specifically out the back. That looks like a water park.
Yeah, got through that kind of like the troubling water there, Rosie, but then really it cleaned up nicely on the inside here.
Yeah, she hangs in for this bonus section, and she did well on the outside section. I think a few things to note when you're reflecting on Betty's 5.67. It's that outside turn that's really the most impactful, but getting through to this midsection and getting those few bonus maneuvers, like you said, that was critical surfing on a section that we haven't seen much today. And when you think about what she's working with and the maneuver choice out the back, it was really nice. And then head on a swivel, goes right, fades left. It was a well-read wave.
And this is rare. What happens here, in my opinion, you get a little bit of a rib off of the pier right in the middle part of your Huntington hopping. And she's able to, right here, and it's starting to get into green water, which is unique because she creates this maneuver out of it. And where normally you're looking at surfers getting 1 hit, she's now got the opportunity to throw 3 hits at it. So it topples over her first maneuver out the back and actually starts to legitimize that score.
I was impressed. The judges were not as impressed. 3.43 for Vahine Fierro, sending the message, I feel, Rosie, that the outside maneuver is the valuable one, because I thought that was tidy work on the inside, but maybe just because it happened on the inside. I don't know. I'm a bit surprised, but that's my opinion. But they're sending the message, you need the outside maneuver.
I think when you read the judges' note, it is committed surfing, degree of difficulty on the outside, big, impactful sections. And the bonus points really come through that midsection. She did get that nice little read on that wave. But when you're comparing it to the high marks of the heat, you've got to keep that score subdued. But it is just a traffic jam of mid-range scores for these women. These score lines have been very low throughout this round.
Yeah, and that's why, you know, really, I mean, I'm going to be honest. That's also why luck comes into play sometimes in heats, especially when it's challenging like this.
Well, you are
one clean wave makes all the difference.
You are still dealing with Mother Nature.
Yeah.
After everything, you go out with a game plan. Especially in these man-on-man heats, you have your specific game plan and how you're going to compete against your competitor, and then the X factor of Mother Nature, where you're now in a rip current or the wave's closing out faster than you can anticipate. So that luck factor that you're talking about, Kaipo, that's a really good point.
Vahine wants to change her luck, rolls into this one, needs that outside maneuver, stabs it up there, gets hung up. I like the intent, Rosie, what Vahine is doing.
I do too, but I would also say, hey, digest what the judges have just given you. On a mid-range wave, you've just got a 3.43. Was that wave better than she had previously? No, it wasn't. It didn't offer the outside maneuver. So, I mean, she's playing under priority and she's looking for those opportunities, but with under 4 minutes remaining, I still think there's time to get a set wave.
We had Jamie O'Brien in the booth a little earlier, and we were watching this heat, and he said his strategy always was to throw his biggest maneuver out the back first hit, because if he fell, he was directly out the back. So I feel like when Vahine is taking off in these waves, it might be a good thing to be thinking about is throw the kitchen sink real quick, because if it doesn't work out, then I actually can still play this game until the end of the heat.
Well, we can see the positioning of the two surfers right now, and Vahine trying to kind of sit a little bit underneath Sakura. And again, after that set too, the water does stay ripped out for a bit before it kind of, the little window of cleaning up.
I will say, what an illustration of how tough it is right now. You've got two of the best surfers in the world out there at the moment, and it's been a struggle to break into double digits in the scoreline, but it's getting competitive. It's scrappy.
Whoa, we got.
I mean, quarters.
We got elbows. We got elbows happening right now, you guys. This is really close. These two. Wow, paddling on top of each other. And priority is already established, so this is going to be. Will Sakura let Vahine go? She does. Vahine with an opportunity. Bag turn and goes down. Well, she had the opportunity, but that was a tough, dumpy section. Here we go. Sakura up and pretty sure-footed.
This is going to be an interesting paddle back out.
Yeah, she wants to keep priority right now. That's why she ejected so early. And here we go. It's going to be on. And
maybe some of the best paddle battles in the history of surfing have happened at the US Open. Like with the priority boy with like Shane Bashan.
Oh yes.
When we had the buoy.
Yeah, I remember Potts would tell us that like you'd be paddling around the buoy and there'd be elbows like in your face because no one could see.
Everybody's hitting each other when you're behind the buoy.
Yeah, that's it. That's when you
But that's also when you used to get interferences if you ran someone over. The person that you ran over actually gets the interference. Yeah.
Blatantly in the way.
No, I mean guys would
him.
aim at the other guy and just be like, if I run him over, he's going to get an interference.
Ooh,
surfing's changed for the better.
Yeah, we've come a long way actually. But no, Rosie, that's such a great point. I mean, that is actually the most iconic paddle battle, probably the Shane Bashan, Kelly Slater one. Like, it's the reference point for so many people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jordy Smith and Gabe Medina had a pretty brutal one at Karamas one year. I don't know if you remember that one.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. I was in the
you were
water.
in the water.
I was in the water.
You were in the water.
I was like.
You got to see it firsthand. There was definitely contact going on with that paddle battle.
Oh yeah.
That's good. It's, hey, it's okay to dirty it up every once in a while, be competitive, I like that kind of passion. Well, 30 seconds and Sakura in control of this heat with priority and the lead. Just one more chance for Vahine Fierro to somehow find a wave underneath that priority. And her positioning looks bleak actually right now for Vahine Fierro, down to 15 seconds.
Oh, let's see. Is she gonna? Oh man, yeah, no. It just boils down to just one of those heats. You take a couple lessons out of it, but you can't beat yourself up about it.
Yeah, that's right. But it will be Sakura Johnson moving on. There you go, 5.67, 3.83, moving on into the quarterfinals. Vahine Fierro with an equal 9th coming out of the US Open of Surfing. More action on the way. When we return in the water, Francisca Veselko Kika up against the local girl, Bailey Turner.
Big thanks to all of our partners here, the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. As we ease into the afternoon here, about 3:30 local Pacific Standard Time here in Huntington Beach. Chris Cote here with Mitchell Salazar. And we've had some wild finishes throughout this event, and I expect a few more of those as we get to the afternoon. I'm Chris, that's Mitch. And Mitch is actually looking cool in his Gooder sunglasses, one of our sponsors. You look awesome.
Thank you. I feel like Keanu Reeves in the Matrix right now. So yeah, these are good. Keeping my eyes fresh out there right now. It's sunny down here in Southern California, so stoked. Thanks, Gooder. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, and thanks to all the surfers for keeping it entertaining. Conditions have obviously deteriorated, but there's still scores coming through. There's still plenty of ripping surfing going down right in front of us. And here we go. We've got a local going up against a world junior champion.
Oh.
Francisca Kika Vasilko is going up against Bailey Turner. And that looks like a great start for Kika. Representing Portugal, you got Bailey Turner representing, well, Huntington Beach, California. She literally lives a stone's throw from the pier. And the Turner family is synonymous with Huntington Beach.
Mm-hmm.
They run the show down here, let's just be honest. Surf Shack.
Yeah.
Pops is an amazing surfer,
Yeah.
so.
Uncle too.
Yeah.
Your generation surfer, Timmy.
That's right.
Well, and in a way, an all local heat too. If you count Kika,
That's
you
true.
know, their dad Joe being from right here. She went to school at Edison High School for a year. She did an exchange student program right there, competed against the likes of Sawyer and Bella back in the day when she was going to high school. Wow, that is an amazing turn to start things off for Kika Vasilko. And she said yesterday she was in the booth with the two of us, Chris, and you know the struggles of really maintaining that energy through the championship tour, the ups and downs, and having to pull double duty, the insurance policy right here for both, you know, Vasilko and Aaron Brooks who are coming up in the last two heats of the day. So a lot of C-tiers doing well at this event, and they've really put their experience, you know, on the championship tour on display right here at the Open. And she won the World Junior Championship just south at your home break, Seaside Reef, a few years ago.
Yeah, that was my first real look at how good Kika is. She has won a Challenger Series event, and she's, like Mitch said, going double duty. So on the championship tour, tough being a rookie, especially with the level of talent we have in 2026. But she's had her flashes of brilliance. I like the call to surf the Challenger Series. So she kind of gave us some insight on, you know, what it's like. I don't think she's been home in 6 months, and you know that can wear on you. She said that you know, she's getting messages from her friends and family about, you know, good times happening at home. You get FOMO, but then you get a good wave, you get a good result, and you remember why you're doing it, why you're sacrificing all this time away from home. Flip side of that, being a pro surfer is the coolest job you can have.
Totally.
So, you know, take the good, you take the bad, and there you have the facts of being a pro surfer.
Yeah, the one thing you got to watch out when you're early is burnout, and I know a lot of people experience that, you know, in their early 20s now, because most of these kids, you know, they're teens when they're making their debuts on the Challenger and potentially even on the CT too. But for Kika, I mean, she's got extra motivation wanting to compete, you know, at a place that is significant and close to her heart. What an excellent maneuver on the outside right there, and she found a diamond in the rough, did Kika Vasilko. So 7-1-7 to start things off. That is a great score and really tight scoreline right there, Chris. You throw out the high and the low, you average out the other three. 7-1-7, the average.
And look for a backup there. Yeah, Kika has really impeccable style.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of power too. She's super consistent. I mean, you have to be to get to this level. I'm almost a little bit surprised that she hasn't had success on the championship tour in 2026. But I think a lot of times when you see rookies struggle a little bit, they come back in their sophomore year and they put it on. You know, that happened with Aaron Brooks. I would say that, you know, like you learn so much in the span of a rookie season. We said earlier on Aaron Brooks, and I hope it's just going to be coming up in the last heat of the day. That's going to be a fun one to watch.
Oh, yeah.
I'm expecting an air show from those two.
Well, the conditions are there for that. So definitely got the talent with the two young women that are going to be paddling out in our final heat after this one. And another topic, you know, of conversation that I've actually had with Kika in Brazil, you know, after she lost out in Saquarema, she might be going on this one. Potentially a left here, Chris, having a big dig. Nope. Well, she told me that, you know, depending on the result there, she was going to make a decision whether or not she'd go to Bolito and here. Ended up being runner-up at that event over there in South Africa. So that's 1 for 1 already. You make it out of this round right here, that's 2 for 2 in the first 2 out of the 5 events that we have on the Challenger Series schedule. Not just that, the surfing's been there, but Courtney Conlog mentioned it in the booth the other day. At that level, if you're not on the right waves, regardless if you're the most talented surfer or not, you're going to lose the majority of heats that you're surfing. And Bailey, you see her number 3 in the QS rankings last year in North America, qualify for the Challenger Series this year. Everything's just exposed a lot more. You know, it's magnified, and you can be considered one of the best talent-wise, but if you don't know how to compete with that talent, there's really no purpose of being on the championship tour.
That's the truth. 21 minutes, 57 seconds left.
Unless you're just okay with being called a CT surfer once. But if you really want to be a top 10 surfer, a contender, a world champion eventually, you need to be putting in those hard hours outside of just the water.
You gotta grind. And I know that Bailey Turner has been out at this venue day in, day out. You know, probably competes here nearly every weekend as a junior. And then you get to the qualifying series. Some big events come through here. You know, the lower ranked QS events that happen in Huntington Beach are always packed with really good surfers because, you know, a lot of really good surfers live around here. And then, of course, get yourself in a Challenger Series event. This is just like huge learning moment for Bailey. And, you know, Bailey is inching closer to a CT level talent every time she paddles out. She's really young, but she's just like so steady on her feet, surfs very fast, great style. And obviously she's going to be feeling right at home. The only difference is she's probably used to competing against other teenagers, going up against Kika, who is a tried and tested championship tour level surfer, former world junior champion. You know, this is going to be a huge test for Bailey Turner.
If you pass this test, though,
if you can beat Kika, you can beat anyone, really.
That's an A+ right there, as we see the CS schedule for 2026. So Haushi and Bombolo, our champions over there in Bolito. So Teresa lost that early at this event. Kika got second at that one. She's guaranteed at least a 9th at this event here in Huntington Beach. And looking towards the rest of the season to beach break that benefits her style in San Sebastián over there in Maresias. They go to one of her home breaks over there in Edeseda in Portugal. And of course, she already won the Challenger Series event over at Newcastle to qualify for the Championship Tour this year. So good experience at a lot of those venues that are coming up. And of course, a brand new one over there in Maresias in San Sebastián.
There is Teresa Bombolo there, winner of Bolito, the first Challenger Series event of the year. Unfortunately for Teresa, though, lost out early here in Huntington. And that is just the perfect example of the highs and lows you go through. You're literally on top of the world. World number 1 on the Challenger Series, and now she's going to slide far down the ranking. So 19:25 to go. We just saw a great performance from Betty Lou Sakura Johnson, taking out Vahine Fierro. She's on the glass now with AJ.
Betty Lou, tapping into all of your experience to come here, punch your ticket to the quarterfinals. Tell me a little bit about what your purpose is in competing here at Huntington Beach.
Yes, you know, it's kind of like a weird position I'm in from my CT season. The start of the year has been a little rough for me, so I decided to come here and just focus on competing, making heats, and getting into finals day and just kind of competing. And that's just the overall picture that I want to keep doing, so yeah.
Well, in finals day here at Huntington Beach, it is a place you've been before. 2022, you won the whole thing. How much confidence does that give you going into the quarterfinals?
It's really exciting. You know, when I came back here, just all those good memories from 2022, winning this event, and kind of just came back to me. And I was like, this place has a special special place in my heart. And I'm really just happy to make some heats and continue to grind because that's what we're here to do.
Looking forward to seeing you in the next round. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Betty Lou making it through to the quarterfinals. I love the sound of that too. It really is a journey when the U.S. Open starts. We had 3 days of longboarding, and then we flipped it quickly to the Women's Challenger Series on that 3rd day after crowning longboard champions. These surfers have made their way through to one step closer, finals day. And I like that we've run a lot of heats in the last few days, including today, because that means that we're going to have a little bit more wiggle room, a little bit more freedom to maximize the best parts of the day, the best parts of the tide. So we go into Saturday, Sunday, and you know the fans are going to show up.
Oh,
this is going to be a huge weekend.
The beach has been packed all day today. I mean, it's, you know, Friday heading into Saturday and Sunday, it's going to be even more packed. And, you know, it's 17:20 right here. Big moment of the heat just happened. Bailey Turner, this is going to be a big learning moment for her in her young career. She did paddle and lose priority and give it away to one of the most dangerous surfers on the women's side. And right here, Veselko, if she capitalizes on another chance to maybe get another 7, something similar to it, it's, you know, a big moment for her to get a lot more rhythm, especially after making that final over there in Bolito. But for Bailey, she's got to regroup. She's got 17 minutes to make things happen. Here goes Kika, though, Chris.
Kika straight into it. That was not an easy turn to do. It's probably not going to be a huge reward, but it'll be a decent backup to get things rolling. As we see Bailey again efforting into that last wave. Just can't quite get over the ledge, but probably helping her out because that wave went nowhere. I'm impressed. I mean, you look at that last wave from Kika in the grand scheme of things, and it's not going to be super memorable, but in this heat, in these conditions, to be able to just crank it off the bottom like that and get up into the lip and ride out, this is a really challenging thing to do.
So many chops, too, and as you said, a bit forced right there to have to get that board to the lip line with 16 minutes on the clock, but she did her job at that point of the heat. Got a backup score. It ain't going to be huge, but, you know, it's enough to add a lot more pressure to your opponent, who's now needing 2 scores to overtake you in first. So big moment right here. Talked about Bailey needing an answer back pretty soon. Might be looking at a decent looking pier ball, right, Chris?
Yeah, look at the ribs and stuff coming up the face of that wave, and it was a quick closeout.
Well, still has priority, which is the main thing right here. 15:30. Regardless of the outcome, I think for either surfer, they're going to learn a lot for each other. But for Bailey Turner right here, first heat, you're really surfing in a head-to-head matchup at the CS level. You don't really see this too much when it comes to the regional QS. These events are smaller. You're usually seeing a lot more forward-person heats, unless you're making it deep into the event. So, you know, these moments, especially for somebody in their teens at home, pressure being on. I know your family and your friends are here, but you want to perform. You want to put on a good show, and you know, the only way by doing that is actually catching waves. So has 15 minutes to do that right here.
You got to go MacGyver mode when the waves get like this, right? I need a paper clip, a piece of tape, corner of tinfoil, and a pen, and then boom, 8.5. You know, you just have to be inventive. You have to be creative. A little bit of luck is going to help.
A lot of luck.
But for Bailey, who hasn't ridden a wave yet, you know, this heat's already halfway over. You know, now it's time to really make your own luck.
Yep.
Just start hunting. Just try to find a little bit of open face. You know, that first wave from Kika, 717, it just really gave her opportunities. And, you know, of course you're going to have to work for it because nothing's going to come easy in the afternoons here in Huntington. But just knowing that there is a 717 out there.
Truly.
Your opponent gets one. You're like, okay, well, it's possible. You got to believe in yourself, and you got to go for it. You got to catch a wave.
We saw a 9 a few heats ago. I mean, for pretty much a single turn by Eden Walla, and I'm of the thought process that every problem has at least one solution to, and especially at a beach break, I think it offers up so many solutions to each problem there is. You can go left, you can go right, you can find, you know, an excellent score based off of different types of merits of how to surf a proper wave out here too, and especially, you know, with the pier bowl being so available this afternoon, plays to Bailey's strengths.
Bailey, on her backhand, goes up and into the lip. Can't quite come down with it. Right behind her, Veselko. He's got a little space to work. She blows the tail. That was a fiery turn. Not a lot of space.
Good energy.
Yeah, that's going to be, I think, higher than her backup 3 for sure. So that's going to mean that Bailey, who's currently comboed, is going to have to get moving. But we're not too worried about her just yet. She is, in fact, a hometown hero, a local here in Huntington Beach. So with just inside of 13 minutes left, surfers are making their way back to the takeoff zone into this vexing lineup.
Well, looking at the replay, she waited pretty much 17 minutes for this wave, talking about Bailey, and you know, just unfortunately a little off timing right there when it came to the one opportunity available on the back end. And I agree with you. I mean, great energy right there, but that wave is moving at such a fast pace, Chris. It's coming down on you real quick, and made a slight adjustment with her footing right there. The bottom turned straight into the lip as soon as she took off. So excellent work by Kika to get a proper backup right now.
We got 12 minutes, 13 seconds left, and we got time for a quick break, so let's do it. Coming up next, another awesome heat. You got Huppets v. Brooks. Don't go anywhere. The round of 16 will continue. We only have 2 more spots in the quarterfinals available. Who's going to get them? Stay tuned to find out. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. There you see these broken up south swell lines coming through. What an experience it's been so far, and you want to know, Mitch, the ultimate VIP experience is happening in Portugal. That's right. The VIP experience Peniche will go down as an incredible journey to one of the most wave-rich regions, a place with some of the best food you'll ever eat. Of course, amazing surfers like Francisca Veselko, and a once-in-a-lifetime chance to basically feel like you are on the championship tour. So, that VIP experience, those spots are going fast. You know, it's only going to be a handful of people. It's very exclusive. I mean, I might just do it.
Well,
I missed the QR code, but I'm sure I can go to worldsurfleague.com for more information.
I don't know if you noticed, but in your contract, part of it is you being, you know, available for hangouts too.
Oh, wow. Big tail slide there for Kika. Her last score was a 3.83. That one felt a little bit sharper, a little bit more action with the tail flying out the back of the wave. Bailey's last score was a 1, and she's got a .27, so a little bit of a rough go, but she does have about 9 minutes left, and she knows this lineup really well, so I'm sure she's going to put up a number of note within the next 8.5 minutes.
Well, I think just the way that Kika was able to approach this heat right before she paddled out, knowing that, you know, Bailey has the experience of, you know, being the bigger local out here right now, and even though Kika's dad and, you know, she partially grew up in this area right here, has benefited her surfing and the way she's competed so far in this event. I just felt a larger sense of urgency from Francisca so far in this heat, and it seems like, you know, Bailey has just really struggled to find anything a lot cleaner out there. And, you know, these are the afternoons that you really need to put in a lot of time. Bailey does, but even because you do that doesn't always guarantee that you're gonna feel comfortable, you know. And once again, there could be that added pressure of competing at home. But really, I mean, for those people that are traveling miles, long distances to be able to come here, maybe there's even more added pressure. I mean, you're putting in all that time, all that effort, socioeconomically to be able to get to these locations too, takes a lot out of you. So that's where we see these hungers from the people that really, you know, are struggling to get those results on tour, have to get these on the Challenger Series. And so far, Kika with the 5.17 right here, the big blowtail on the outside, has really proved that there is a larger desire from her, at least presenting that in the first 22.5 minutes, Chris.
Yeah, I mean, and this is also a case of a very young surfer, Bailey, who's just, you know, she's still competing in junior events. She's going up against Pacifico, who is a tried and true veteran. She's a rookie on the championship tour, but she's been around the block on the CS and the qualifying series. She's been in every scenario. She knows the rule book back to front. So we see now Bailey Turner. She could have some water to work with. That was a really cool attempt, but kind of goes head over heels. Not able to come down with that layback tail slide.
Right idea.
Very cool looking.
Yeah, right idea to be able to get back into the heat right now. She's pretty much needing 2 6s to take the lead. So still has time, 6.5 minutes on the clock. And yeah, still a junior. So was Kika up until a few years ago. So, you know, the veteran out there in the context of the heat, definitely looking more comfortable when it comes to these afternoon conditions. And you just see, I mean, goes for the big blowtail, turns into a layback because, I mean, her board pretty much disengages entirely from the rest of the wave right there. So still has 6 minutes. Given, you know, how short period a lot of these waves seem to be right now, I think that's more than enough time to catch 2 to 3 waves right now, Chris.
Bailey having a look here. Backhand has been sharp. That's why.
Okay.
Quick switchblade turn there. That'll help her get back into this heat.
And it's the first complete wave. It had to come at a certain point of the heat. It came right now, and, you know, that's a point of leverage for her, that there is momentum being built, at least, you know, a small victory being won right there for Turner. And, you know, back to what I was talking about, I almost feel like there's less pressure added on when you compete at home, just because regardless of the result, you have your family here, your friends are on the beach, your business, your family business is right up the road on Main Street too with the Sugar Shack, as we see the replay of Turner. This comes in as a 3.33. And what's the worst that could happen? I mean, it's her first full year on the Challenger Series, your first time qualifying too, and competing in perhaps the biggest event on the schedule, whether it's the CT, the Challenger Series, the QS, at your home break. Like, how many people get to say that, being 17 years of age and doing that right here at home?
It's really cool. This is going to be a moment she's going to remember forever, and I'm sure she's going to be in about 15, 20 more U.S. Opens, right? She's such a good surfer, bright future ahead of her. Back against the wall a little bit, but she's out of the combo now, okay? So that's got to feel good. That's a sentimental victory. 3.33, now she needs a 9.01. She does have time to catch 2 waves, or she could just find that magic wave and drop in your excellent score. She's that good a surfer.
And we already saw it. We already saw it earlier with Eden Walla. So a 9's possible out there right now.
So you're saying there's a chance?
Yeah, always. I mean, anybody that's ever put a jersey on in surfing always goes for the Hail Mary at the end when they know they need an excellent score. And it's been happening a lot more recently too, especially, you know, with the air game that most people have.
Here we go. Turner.
Case
goes
in
to
point.
the air. Yeah, she must be listening to you telepathically. The surfers in the water cannot hear what we're saying here in the booth, but you know who can? The people at the food court. What's up, food court? How are we doing? It's 4 o'clock. I'm sure the food trucks are starting to close, but full festivities happening all around the area. There's a lot of games you can play. You know, food to eat. I had a shave ice the other day. I went and checked out the Lexus vehicles right next door to us.
The Go RVing is over there too.
I popped my head into some RVs. It's a really fun atmosphere. What's your favorite part of the festival, Mitch? Not the surfing, just the festival behind us. What's your favorite part of that area?
Live music's pretty cool.
Okay.
Live music's really cool. And guess what? It started today.
Yeah, we got Alalas about to do a sound check. Real Estate will be playing as well. That's 2 big bands.
Yeah.
On the sand in Huntington. That's a pretty special thing.
And it's 2 days of live music, correct?
Yeah, we got RC Drive and Local Natives tomorrow night. So big things happening, and potentially big things happening for Bailey. That wave was very strange. Nothing she could have done about that. Weird lump came up right underneath her mid-bottom turn. Kika again.
Wow.
She's just so dialed into these little pier bowl rights.
And I mean, you can see on screen, but it's so difficult to find a wave as clean as that right now. And she's found multiple of them so far. The 717 right off of the bat in this heat, and potentially a score that's even better on this last one right here, Chris.
Francisca hasn't fallen yet. She started off with a 717, 383, 517. She just rode another completed wave.
Well, this is amazing. I mean, really finding a diamond in the rough once again, and her timing so on point. Gets there perfectly placed. That sharp eye looks incredible underneath her feet, and you know, already with the second place finish in Bolito, if you get at least a fifth here, you're looking excellent when it comes to conversion on your results so far on the Challenger Series. 5 stops this season schedule. Count your top 4 results, and she is halfway there. She's making it out of this heat right here, Chris.
Minute 30. You got Bailey Turner out the back with priority.
Well, I mean,
9.
Yeah, but gonna drop another big score and gonna go to combination. So this heat's over for Bailey. Yeah. And
well, this is this is a welcome to the big leagues, and these are the level of surfers that Bailey's going to be facing when I'm not even going to say if, when he makes the championship tour.
And again, learning point. I mean, that's the way you got to look at it right now. This is the biggest lesson that you've been faced with in your young career. You're 17, as see Kika right there drop another 7, her best score actually, the 733. But yeah, for Bailey, learning point. Your family's here. You have a huge crew on the beach supporting you. You're competing right at home, and you know, the biggest stage in sports and surfing, doing it right here at your home break. That's incredible. Not many people can say that they've been able to do that yet.
Well, and making the round of 16s, this is the round before the quarters.
Yeah, that's 2 heats.
We used to call this the money round. So once you make it this far in an event, you get a little paycheck, which is sweet. It's not obviously not the reason any of these surfers are doing it, but it can help.
Kika, man. I mean, she said that she struggled with this place for some reason, and it didn't look like it right now. Dropping pocket 7s, 14.5 heat total. I mean, compared to the last heat, the winner won with 9.5 points as a total. She exceeded that by 5 full points.
Yeah, just the perfect read of the conditions. She kept finding those right-hand pier bowl wedges, and every time, the wind-up, smash into the lip. There's Bailey Turner's friends, families, neighbors, everybody down here supporting her. And you know what? She's been surfing great all weekend long. She can hold her head up high. As a young surfer going up against a veteran like Francisca Veselko, she did herself proud, able to go out there and put together a couple numbers. And like we said, Bailey Turner has a huge future ahead of her. And so does Kika, a quarterfinalist, a keeper result here at the U.S. Open. Well, we're going to take a quick break, but we know you're not going to go anywhere because Aaron Brooks and Isla Huppets coming up next. This is the last heat of the day, then the 805 post show. It's all happening this afternoon here at the U.S. Open. Stay tuned.
This new generation never goes outside. This new generation is lazy. This new generation needs to wake up. Wake up.
If you haven't watched Nowadays yet, you're blowing it. It's one of the best movies I've ever seen. Some of the best surfing I've ever seen. And one of the stars of that movie has entered the chat. Aaron Brooks will be going up against Isla Huppets. So this is Canada v. Australia. Aaron Brooks, a championship tour surfer. She had a bit of a rough go the last couple of events. She got really sick in El Salvador, barely able to compete. And in Brazil, you know, you go up against these buzzsaws a lot of times, regardless of where you're seated. And it's like if that surfer's having their day, sometimes it's just like an unstoppable force. But she has a great attitude. She's amped to be here. I know that her social calendar is totally full. She's been going to premieres, doing autograph signings. She's a surf superstar, and you see that when she's walking down Main Street. She's getting stopped for autographs, photos. She knows what it takes to win a Challenger Series event. She has 2 wins, which is huge. Currently ranked 18th on the CT, so this would be plan B. Just not only stay in a jersey, keep the reps going, but also potentially reserve your spot by way of the Challenger Series if, you know, weirdly she stays down in that 18th position. But think of the waves coming up, right? Tahiti. Big barreling left-hander. She loves that. Fiji. She's going to go off in Fiji.
Yep.
And then if you've ever seen any of her clips from lower trestles, stop it.
Well, and she won the event in Fiji as a wild card, too.
Yep.
So that is really the event where I think a lot of people have an eye on her so far. Got a tough cookie out there right now as a customer, though, Chris. And Isla Huppets, this year's current World Junior Champion, too. She is extremely powerful, still super young, and I think when it comes to those one-section waves out there right now, she's having a close look at these pier bowl right-handers at the moment. So great heat to cap off this round, a spot on the into the quarterfinals on the line. But more importantly, as you said, I think the way a lot of people have recognized and competed against Aaron Brooks has really showed how good she is. You know, they've really gone out and surfed their best heats against her because they know that's how talented she is. For Huppets, well, she might have to be doing the same kind of approach right here. Go out there, one major turn on the outside, do the same thing that you did in order to get your World Junior Championship over there in the Philippines.
Yeah, I've seen some crazy clips of Isla, too. I mean, she's got an air game for sure. Like you said, powerful. She's a fast rising star in the world of surfing.
Yep.
When you win the World Junior title, you put your name on the map. You also put a target on your back because now everybody knows who you are.
Yep.
You know, she probably could have flown under the radar a little bit in this event had she not won that big a contest, but the world knows who you are now, Isla, and you can be sure that Aaron Brooks is not going to underestimate this young talent out of Australia.
Not at all. And the value that that event adds not only to your resume, I think realistic and more to, you know, the future that you have in the sport. I mean, there's got to be at least 5 former World Junior Champions just in this round alone. Huppets, Kira Pinkerton, Isabella Nichols is one of them, Vahine Fierro, and lastly, Kika Veselko. So just look at the round. You know, we have 16 surfers right here. Nearly half of them have either won that event or gone on to do great things because of those results at those events themselves. So I think it's a great pathway. And speaking of pathway, Isla Huppets, she's working with Pete Reese-Duncan, who's the pathway coach to developing talent for Surfing Australia. He's in the corner right here.
Aaron Brooks has found a speedy left and, wow, just flew down the line into that section. A little bit awkward off the lip. She winds up in the flats off of her board. Now we see Isla completed snap. So clear there that Isla is going to get the better of the exchange. It might not be a huge number, but when you start with a completion and you get your first wave done, it's like a micro boost to your confidence.
Yeah, and there's Pete to the left, Wade Carmichael to the right. So, talent pathway coach for Surfing Australia. They have an excellent developmental program, if not the best in the world, one of the very best. And Wade Carmichael also putting in a lot of time when it comes to helping out a good amount of surfers at this event as well. I think having somebody like that in your corner whisper, these positive things into your ear right before you paddle out is something significant for these kids. And of course, he has a lot of CT experience himself. He made 2 finals, but Huppet's right here. Drops a decent score. I mean, for the one turn, I'd be thinking, 11, 12 points, you're looking pretty good. So you get a 6 or 7 right there on the board. You might be advancing out of this heat with still 21 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, 4-point ride for Ella to start. That's a keeper number, if you think of the last couple heats.
Yeah, could be.
I mean, you look at what Pacifico did. 14.50 total. That's one of the highest totals of the day.
Yeah. That's
Which, in waves like this, to do that, that's huge.
Monster.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good turn right there from Huppet. It's 4 points, just a single one on the outside. She's, taking her time. It's been a struggle to be able to get to the north side first of all, get through the pier, through the pilings, and then eventually make it back from the north side to the south side of the pier. You can see her right there to the left of your screen. I mean, just barely in the glare. Another big factor when it comes to surfing afternoon heats at the south side of the pier. That glare gets into your eyes real bad when you're watching from the beach. From the water, typically ain't horrible, but still, has a little bit of an element of difference right here when it comes to selecting a lot of your waves, especially towards the pier bowl, Chris.
Yeah, this is the time of day where all your skills are going to be tested. All your decisions are going to be that much more important. Earlier on, when it's glassy and everybody's getting waves, there's corners all over the place. You're not even really thinking about who you're surfing against. You're just out there having a ball.
You're just surfing.
Yeah, and right now, so think about those 4 surfer heats we had earlier on today. Everybody was super spread out, right? Priority wasn't really an issue. Now that we go surfer v surfer, 2 surfers in the water, it becomes that kind of tactical game because you now have that one person to focus on. I equated the 4 surfer heat to like a street brawl, right? You don't know who's behind you. You don't know who's coming to your left. It's like you have to keep your eyes and your head on a swivel the whole time. But this level, you can really focus on your opponent.
Right.
You know exactly what they've done, and you're going to be able to tell what they want to do. So priority is going to come into play here as Erin Brooks has reached the outside, gets the P next to her name. Now she has pick of waves, and she's going to use that priority. Fading into this right. Solid backside hook. Ooh, the second section was nice. Perfect coping on top of that wave for her to lean into that backside turn. 3-turn combo, hair flip.
Yeah.
She knows she just did something cool.
Yeah, that was excellent use of priority right there. Found a true diamond out there for how the conditions are at the moment. 19 minutes to go. And I've always really enjoyed the way she uses her hands when it comes to using, the entire body in order for her to get proper technique too. Because as we all know in surfing, head follow the shoulders, and right here she always brings everything back at the same time too. Excellent technique right in the pocket for both of them, but that second one, mean, just very aggressive. Really like the way she was able to combo things up, and that should be the best score of the heat so far for Brooks out of Canada.
She's lightning fast.
Oh yeah.
She has.
Well, look.
Her backhand surfing is incredible.
Reason why she got flame on the boards, right?
Yeah, she's that fast. 18-18 to go. As Erin makes her way back to the takeoff zone, let's make our way to the glass. We've got Kika Vasilka standing by with AJ McCord.
On to the quarterfinals here in Huntington. Kika, this is already locking in your best results at Huntington. I know the CT has not been the start that you wanted for your championship tour. How have the last 2 events built some momentum for you?
Yeah, that's a tricky question, you know. But you know, the CT is all new for me. New destinations, you know, new experience. I don't know, it's just all new. And yeah, it's been really hard, you know, like not having even like elimination round where I can really see my mistakes and, you know, go out there and try to improve and make it through some heats. It's been a bit hard, just losing a lot first round and not having opportunities to really show my surfing, and maybe sometimes just thinking too much about strategies and stuff instead of just focusing on myself and surfing. And that's what honestly I've been doing on the Challenger. You know, I was debating what to do, and then I knew, like, okay, I just, you know, I haven't done heats this year. I just want to put the jersey. I have the energy. I'm young. Just going to do both tours, you know, and it's in the water that I want to be the most. So just stoked and living the present and just trying to take waves, honestly. Don't overthink. Just catch waves, get my rhythm, and just create opportunities. And I know if I catch waves, you know, I can do the scores in the waves. So that's what happened out there now.
When you come into the Challenger Series with the goal of saying, hey, I'm not going to overthink these heats, I'm going to lean on my surfing, I'm going to trust my instincts, and then it works out the way it has so far, how do you carry that forward in not just the Challenger Series through the rest of the event here at Huntington, but in the CT?
That was actually like too late. I found it out a bit late, but in Brazil, actually, like Isabella, she turned that heat around in the last 30 seconds. That was a tough one. But in that event, I really changed my mindset, and actually it was kind of the heat that I felt more like myself and did some good scores, or I mean, pretty okay. And then I felt more like myself, and I felt happy out there and connected and really just trusting myself, because I was on a left-hander. She went down the beach to a right-hander, you know, and maybe in another event I would have gone to the right to be where she was, and I was like, no, I'm just going to stick to my plan, my instincts. So yeah, I guess just keep doing what I'm doing, you know. It's been working so far.
It certainly has been. Before we let you go, para Portugal, me diga sobre sua batalha.
Muito feliz de ter passado. É sempre difícil também ser aqui o penúltimo hit do dia, muitas horas de sol, muito tempo à espera. As ondas têm estado a mudar o dia todo, está imenso vento, estão ondas difíceis, mas acabei por entrar no ritmo de apanhar várias ondas, consegui fazer 2 sets com uma manobra forte. Tem sido o que os juízes têm gostado de ver, e é isso. Vamos para a próxima ronda, quartos de finais, e bora com tudo.
Parabéns.
Obrigada.
Congrats, Kika. Carving her path into the quarterfinals. I wouldn't be surprised to see Kika holding up a trophy at the end of this event.
Well, and you see her right there, and she doesn't look that intimidating when you're talking to her, and then she goes out and she drops a couple of pocket sevens with a single turn, and it's actually what she explained very well in Portuguese in our interview. I mean, it's hard being the penultimate heat of the day is what she said, but she had, you know, good understanding of what the judges wanted to see right there. Single big turns outside, proper section. She did it twice, Chris. 14.5 heat total, massive by this afternoon standards.
If you want to see the reason why so many surfers from Portugal rip, come to Peniche. That VIP experience is still available. Wow, okay. That's why she is known as a phenom. Isla Huppets, up and under, vertical on her forehand, in the most critical part of that wave. The crew's hyped. Pedro Brazil in the middle, social media whiz kid. The WSL probably thinking of a caption to write, because that's going to be a cool photo.
It is.
What would you put in a caption for that photo that we just saw from Isla?
One big hammer.
Okay, good.
Yeah, we keep it simple, but it's what I told you. You give her the right section, she goes for it every single time right here, and what an excellent way to capitalize on a wave under priority. Brooks had, you know, the option to go on this wave right here, but decided to retain priority, and I think an excellent move just to be able to go and convert on this one. Deep bottom turn, explodes into the lip right there, and the strength in her legs just to maintain that bottom turn with all those chops and ribs, especially on the open face. Once she made it to the lip line, she exploded, Chris, and this should be a huge number right now in the afternoon heats.
So far, Isla comes through with a 4 and a 5.67. Aaron Brooks She's keeping the pace. 4.77 is her high mark. She just needs a 4.91 now.
She's going to need a big score to answer back after this one, though. I mean, if you compare it to Eden's 9, when it was much cleaner earlier, I mean, right now, to find that wave and do a maneuver with that high performance like she did, is going to be highly rewarded.
Yeah, you're right. Here it comes. One more score to drop through. And boom goes the dynamite. 7.17 for Isla Huppets. A huge turn equals a huge reward. The judges loving it, as they should. I mean, that's everything they want to see, right? Speed, power, flow, all in the span of about 3 feet. Like a 2-second ride.
Yep.
But a very impactful 2 seconds.
And there was an element of intention right there, too. There was intent of already going for that turn, and she had that associated as soon as she dropped in on that wave, too. So I really appreciate that style of surfing. It's not something you normally see at a beach break like this, but she made an adjustment on the fly with the conditions, how it is out there.
And now we get to see Erin Brooks on her backhand. Deep bottom turn straight up into the lip. That was massive.
Let's turn it into a great heat.
Gosh, that was a hammer.
Yeah, it was.
Unfortunate ride out in the second turn, but you know, still you're gonna get full credit for that big backside snap. I loved the mechanics here. This bottom turn into this vertical backside hook.
Look at how dirty that wave was too. I mean, pretty much whitewater rafting going into it, but an excellent way to just use the bottom turn to your favor right here in a wave that's ever changing, ever moving too. So expecting, you know, a good answer right here from Erin. Would have been even better if she would have been able to, you know, get the second one complete too, but that'll be a big answer right now for what Huppets just dropped with the 717, Chris.
Well, we'll see what the judges give Erin Brooks right after these brief messages. Who's going to take this one? Can Isla hang on, or is Erin going to mount a comeback? You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. And this is how it went down. Isla Huppets shredding her way to a World Junior title. Mitchell, I was watching this event like a hawk. This is the best scouting report you can get to see the future of surfing unfolding in front of your eyes. And it was really fun to watch Isla get the win here.
Yeah, it definitely was, and they had to go through multiple different types of conditions too. It was big at the beginning, got a bit grindy at the end, but she was able to call herself World Junior Champ at the end of the waiting period, beat one of the nowadays surfers, Sierra Kerr, in that final, and going up against another nowadays surfer in Erin Brooks. So, you know, so far doing very well against, you know, these surfers in that film, Chris.
Yeah, thinking about the bracket, not exactly sure, but we could potentially see an Isla v. Sierra rematch.
Sierra's going to be in quarter one, and as of right now, Isla would be in the last quarter, so they couldn't match up until the final again. Rematch?
Oh, the stories just write themselves. Imagine what's next, Mitch.
Hey, Going back to the point about the juniors, though, that event truly is the best scouting report, and for the surfers, it's an introduction to the format that we have on the Championship Tour. You get a lot of exposure with the broadcast being there, too. And how fun is it to see a lot of these new names, a lot of these kids from different parts of the world get that chance to eventually call themselves World Junior Champs. The most important part, though, 1, 2, they get a slot into the Challenger Series.
Dane Henry won for the men.
Yep.
And Isla has they both have the same airbrush.
Yeah.
On those sharp eyes.
Yeah, true. Nadav Attar, unfortunately, he was runner-up to the title, but injured his ankle right before this event started, so he had to pull out. But yeah, there's.
So did Dane Henry.
I know, bummer, because I felt like that kid was on his roll to qualify.
Big snap for Erin Brooks. She's a surfer you can guarantee will never quit. I mean, she is going to battle till the bitter end in this heat, and I will not be surprised if she finds that wave to get that 6.42. She's so fast. I think she's one of the few surfers still left in the draw that actually can go fast enough to make these waves multi-turn affairs.
Yeah, and she's got an air game that we still haven't seen be attempted to use so far in this heat. Saw one of her best friends, Ryder Biolas, one of the great artists that we have when it comes to the Lost Surfboards team. Erin been running those boards for a super long time now, so 6.43, 4.93, and then a 3. So she's been building off of her scores lately. Pretty much needs replica of that one major turn that we saw a few waves ago, Chris. And Huppets, it seems like she's going to be playing some defense right here, potentially using priority. No, she's going to let Erin go on this one.
Here we go. That might be a mistake. Erin's backhand is explosive, and she dodged one there, because if Erin would have come down with that, yeah, that could have been the number on one big turn.
She was on her way, too. I don't know if it was a slip or, she just wasn't able to puncture the lip the way she was expecting to. 6 minutes right here, though. And once again, I think going left isn't that bad of an idea. Really, they've only been presented with, opportunities on the right, at least, outside of the first wave of Erin where she got that one. But I think it's an option out here. Show the judges something different, especially, everybody's tired at this point of the day. They want to get excited. They want to be able to feel those emotions that they felt when those barrels were going off this morning, when things are really getting spicy out there. So try to get that joy out of them at this point of the day, too. Because let's be real. For pretty much everybody at this event, this is day 7. It's day 3 for the Challenger, but this is a long one for everybody, including our staff. Just wanted to say a big thank you to everybody involved for doing such a great job so far, the first week of the comp.
You think I've done a great job, too?
Absolutely.
Oh, thanks so much, Mitch.
You do so every day.
5 minutes to go. Here we go. And every time I say 5 minutes remaining, you know who I think about? Rockin' Fig.
5 minutes,
yeah,
5 minutes remaining.
He was a beach announcer here for many, many years, and he had a way of saying 5 minutes remaining, 5 minutes remaining, that just got you excited. So this place is filled with legends.
Yeah, I love you, Fig.
In front of the scenes, behind the scenes, on the streets. We had, Joe Wood was in town last night from the legendary punk rock band TSOL. There's movie premieres happening. There's live music tonight and tomorrow. Unofficial parties going down. We got video premieres. But Zeke's premiering a video tonight. Yeah. We got Koa premiering a video. This is Surf City, USA for a reason.
Music stage going off today, tomorrow. Great stuff.
You know what? You can get yourself into as much trouble as you want in Huntington Beach. The nightlife is wild. The people watching is incredible. And it's a real fun, family-friendly atmosphere down here on the sand at the U.S. Open. Come play games. If you're going to come this weekend, come early.
Yes.
Get a parking spot, post up, and just plan on spending the day. The weather is going to be beautiful tomorrow. The waves are going to be great throughout the day.
Jake's AK right there. Zeke is what they call him. He's coming off of, I forget, air show victory at 9th Street.
What information do you think he's getting here? Maybe an Instagram handle? This is a good look behind the scenes of what's going on, and we're totally blowing up his spot right now.
Oh, goodness.
This movie's going to be rad. That's going to be tonight.
Truly good PSA, though. Pretty much a guarantee every day starting at 7:30. Get here early, because Saturday, traffic traffic parking is really difficult already. Sunday, nearly impossible to get a spot after 8 a.m.
Good luck, right?
Get here as early as possible. These are the best surfers on the planet. Whole ton of things going down outside of the water too, but you don't want to miss finals day especially. That's the one day we crown champions. Could be seeing some new champions this year too, Chris.
Yeah, and there's a lot of media around. We've got influencers running around making fun videos. We had Jamie O'Brien do a live stream earlier. We had the couch show yesterday. So just know when you come to the U.S. Open, you're probably going to be on camera at some point. So try not to do anything too weird. Save the weird stuff for private. 2:30. Isla Huppets in the lead convincingly right now with a 7.17 and a 5.67.
She's got 3 waves.
Yeah, that's
efficient.
That is efficiency. Peak efficiency at the right time. 2 minutes left.
And she's pulled back on a couple of waves with priority because, that was the work that Pete did with her before she paddled out. There's no need to go on a wave when you have her up against the ropes. Probably with 4 or 5 minutes remaining, you're thinking to yourself, is this really going to improve my backup score that I have right now? If it don't, just let that wave go. And that's where, these decisions at a young age, eventually they pay big fruition when it comes to making it to the championship tour or not, Chris.
And we get a little paddle battle here. Do you think they call him Performance Pete? That might be
It's a good nickname. Yeah. I don't know if anybody's thought about that yet, but yeah, sure.
We got 1 minute, 35 seconds to go. And this is the last heat of the day. And that gets me excited because that means the 8:05 post show is going to be coming up next. They break down all the action from the day, and they're going to have their hands full because there was a lot of really cool stuff that went down today. The Board and Brew Top 5 is going to be full credit to the crew picking the Board and Brew Top 5. How do you pick only 5 moments when there was about 115 insane moments from today?
Yeah, today was epic. Still is. And stoked on the wave, stoked on how good, the consistency has been throughout, the first 3 days of the CS competition too. Non-stop, really, for the most part. It is going to get a bit smaller this weekend, but, 2 people out there in the water at a time, it's going to be perfectly fine for them. Authentic Huntington Beach, later this afternoon too. Really, the pier will be on display the majority of the time, Chris. It's been super fun. 30 seconds, though. Can Brooks get a wave?
Having a look. Problem is, Isla has her in her sights, and Isla has that top priority spot, and she is going to block Aaron. I think we'll have to keep our eyes on the priority situation. Yeah, that was an easy call for our priority experts. They're perched up on top of the scaffolding right next to the judges, so there's a lot of communication going on. And of course, the technology that's being used, these surfers look in at the board, see their name, and just like that, Australia rests its collective hopes on Isla Huppets, who just took out a surfing titan in Aaron Brooks. Give it up to our reigning World Junior Champion, 7.17 and a 5.67. Isla Huppets is now a quarterfinalist here at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. So watch out, rest of the field. Isla's coming for you. Aaron making her way in. And Aaron's most likely going to be boarding a plane pretty soon here, heading to Tahiti. Can't wait.
Absolutely.
To see what happens next. We're going to take a quick break, but don't go anywhere. The 8:05 post show is coming up next, and I guarantee you it's going to be awesome.
Welcome to the 805 post show here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Isla Huppets getting some advice from a knowledgeable surfer, Brad Gerlach, with the declassified download after her heat. She is into the quarterfinals. Quarterfinals are set for women, and we are set for the 805 post shows. Myself, Kaipo. That's Rosie Hodge. That's Tanner Gudauskas. And Rosie, another 16 heat day. A lot of action going down.
So much action. I think the word for today, just adaptability. Watching the conditions from this morning all the way through the afternoon, the surfers that were able to be versatile, light on their feet, and adapt to today's conditions did extremely well.
Watching those last heats, it's almost hard to believe that the morning conditions, guys were getting shot out of barrels, getting spit out. So Huntington's showing us everything that it can offer.
Oh, wow. That's right. This morning conditions, we had some highlight heats. It started on the round of 32 for the men. Heat number 3, a high-scoring, dramatic affair out here southside Huntington Beach. And we can take a look at what went down this morning, Rosie.
Yeah, it was insane. And it started off with Lucas Cassidy locking in this first 8.87. And he went absolutely mad, but so did everyone else in this heat, Tanner. I called this the heat of the century at the US Open because it was just nuts.
Oh, it was insane. There's fireworks. Alonso Correa breaks his board, comes back out on his backup, and gets this wave right here, which was a 9.6, and put him back in the conversation, but the scores were so high, he ultimately came out in third.
9.6 for Alonso, unfortunately not advancing on. Neither did Al Cleland Jr., but Al is solid surfing. Finding the barrel, but Cleland just got outscored. Lucas Cassidy, David Silva moving on into the round of 16. But it was a highly entertaining heat all the way around.
Something about Lucas Cassidy, he's an alternate into this event, so that's pretty cool, getting the call up.
Yeah, well, there's the numbers, and we've been talking a lot about Lucas Cassidy at the 805 post show, so he's been making the highlights daily. And look at those numbers, 8.87, Tanner, and an 8.16. That's an excellent heat total.
It's funny, we've heard a lot of competitors saying they were surprised by the conditions and they didn't have the equipment. And I was talking with Britt Merrick, of course, Lucas Cassidy riding Channel Islands, and Lucas is on a trade-in from George Pitar. It's a Mikey Phelps shortboard, so it's not even his quiver.
Wow.
He just needed something to get under his feet, and it looks real good.
Amazing.
Sometimes you get like lucky circumstances that happen that way, you know? I remember that happening with trade-in boards on the championship tour often.
It actually happened with Lucas Macinas. Kano Garashi gave him some of his boards that were a little bit too narrow for him, a little bit too less leaderage, and Lucas Macinas and Kano Garashi both made it through their heats riding Kano's equipment.
Yeah. Well, for the surfers that did make it through their heats, now we're set up for the round of 16 for the men. Let's take a look at some of the matchups because we're going to go man-on-man now through the rest of the comp. Rosie, you got a favorite one?
Ooh, this is my first look at this. I mean, I'm loving the way that Taj Lindblad is surfing, as well as Gabriel Klausner. He's been very surprising this event. I love that heat number 2.
You know, I'm seeing a lot of Colapinto in this heat draw right here. And for me, I mean, Crosby is one of my personal favorites, but for him to come up against juggernaut Jake Marshall from San Diego, feeling right at home as well, that's going to be a great heat. And Griffin having to go head-to-head with Jackson Bunch, who in these kinds of conditions is so hard to beat. He has every move in the quiver. Great heats.
Heat number 4, that's my pick. 2 surfers in opposite weight divisions, but they're both heavy hitters when it comes to surfing. Cole Hausman up against David Silva. I'm looking forward to that matchup. Of course, I always gravitate towards the goofy foot matchups. It's just built in you.
A lot of St. Clementians, though, I have to say. It is heavily weighted with St. Clementians being very successful in this event.
Yeah. Well, quarterfinals for the women, they're all set, and our world junior champion, Isla Huppets, she's in the quarterfinals. Let's hear from her with AJ.
Well, and to go back to what Rosie said, all of the San Clemente folks who have made it so far, they talk about the experience that they have here in Huntington and how that helps. Isla, we've already seen so many faces of Huntington here for your first time at the US Open of Surfing as a full-time member of the Challenger Series. How are you able to adapt?
I mean, yeah, the conditions have been really tricky. They're changing a heap every day, but I mean, I don't know, you just like free surf in the morning, watch before your heats, and I'm staying with Brad Gerlach, a family from here, so he's been giving me a few tips, and then obviously got the coaches down here, Pete and stuff. You just, yeah, take it heat by heat and adapt.
You're doing a great job adapting even in the interview when the lifeguards started going. How are you going to carry this momentum during the quarterfinals?
I'll just keep taking it, like I said, heat by heat. I mean, when it changes a bunch, that's all out of your control. So you just like do your surfing and yeah, stick to that.
It's worked so far. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, there you go. And we're all set up for the women's quarterfinals. We got some veterans. We got some new blood coming through. What do you think, Rosie?
Oof, quarterfinal number 2, Joanne DeFay, new mom, back on tour, former winner out of here, and Eden Waller. I mean, she was a standout today.
Yeah. Quarterfinal number 4 is going to feature a couple of world junior champs going head-to-head for a spot in the semifinals. Which one do you like, Tanner?
Well, that first one, for me, Sierra Kerr was giving some insight in that post-heat interview where she's never in the WSL been a buzzer-beater character, but she's been this entire event. So she's into being challenged. And Alyssa Spencer, of course, we all know her. She rips. She's on the tour. So Sierra's coming up against these big names. I've been loving that narrative. You see it in quarter 1 and 2 where the David and Goliath story of these young upstarts being challenged and rising to the occasion.
Yeah. Eden Waller, I mean, the turn of the event so far in my book. Let's see how she got into the quarterfinals with this kind of surfing. 9-point ride.
Absolutely insane. And she needed a 7-point ride up until this moment. Another clutch performance in this round of 16 from the women. I could say it all day. The maturity level from Eden in a short span of time over the last 2 years, watching her come through the ranks, Tanner, has been so amazing.
Yeah, and you know, she's putting everybody on notice here, not just the people in this contest. I think the surfing world at large, the World Tour surfers that are watching this broadcast, they're looking at turns like what Eden Waller did in that heat, and they would be amazed. That is pushing progressive surfing forward at her young age. So I mean, the sky's the limit.
Yeah. Anat Leilior was in command for most of the heat, but then Eden coming back and celebrating her 17th birthday. So happy birthday, Eden. What a present, a place in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, she deserves this. I mean, back in the quarterfinals because she got a quarterfinal finish in Bolito. Can she go deeper into the mix here?
Yeah, there was a fun moment, actually, in Eden's heat in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. AJ McCord was there.
I'm down here with Megan, Eden's mom. What a way to celebrate your daughter's birthday. I know she needs a score right now here at the U.S. Open, but just tell me how special it is for her to get to compete. And there we go. There we go. What do you think, Mama?
I like that turn. She needed that turn.
How special is it to see her here competing at the U.S. Open on her birthday?
It's incredible. Sorry. It's incredible. I don't know. And yeah, it's nothing else she'd probably rather be doing, honestly.
How did she fall in love with surfing at such an early age?
Oh, just surfing on her dad's longboard, tandeming with dad, and then going down to Baja all the time and just having fun in the water. She just, even if she's not catching waves, she just wants to be in the water. She loves, that's her happy place. Yeah.
I feel that. A lot of us do. We'll let you get back to watching Eden, but you know, could be worse. Doing something you love on your birthday. That's what Eden's doing here at the U.S. Open.
That was fun. All right, well, we're going to move on because we're looking forward, not backward. We're looking forward, and to look forward, we ring up Wave Track? No, Surfline. It started as Wave Track, and we're going to go through our Surfline forecasts for the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing. Tanner, what are we expecting here? Looks like we still got some action in the Pacific.
I mean, if you could believe we still have action, yes, that is the truth. It has been so good. Every single day has seemingly improved in these mornings. It's gotten more refined. It's collected itself in a way, and the swell keeps coming. So we're going to go into the weekend looking at 4 to 6 foot, and then by Sunday, it's going to back off just a little bit. But to be honest, as we've seen the conditions come down in size, we've seen the progression go up, and that bar will continue to raise as these sections become more manageable for these progressive surfers.
Yeah, less battling with the Pacific and more performing on the south side of Huntington Pier. So, and we're talking about performance. How we focus on performance is our Board and Brew top 5. Let's get into the top 5 right now. Number 5. how we started off our day. Heat number 1, Jake Marshall, Rosie, he made it look easy.
He was so precise, like an orca taking out a great white shark. The guy was just clinical in his approach. I think he only caught 3 waves. That's all he needed. He got that 817 and then the 7.0 to back it up. I mean, just so refreshing to see someone this professional.
Yeah, just smooth. The wave choice was on point, and the performance just kept it tight right there. Jake Marshall on to the round of 16. That's a nice trot up the beach, too. Number 4, hometown, 2-time winner. Everything goes Kanoa Igarashi's way here in HB.
I mean, you're coming to HB and you're getting to compete against Kanoa Igarashi in his prime. He's looking to make it 3 times at the US Open. I got to call this heat, and to be honest, he did it with ease. He dismantled the entire field with monstrous layback turns like that. Jamie O'Brien was in the booth and he kept calling air reverse is going to happen, air reverse is going to happen, and it's almost like a video game surfer with Kanoa at this point. He's able to bring the variety, every single maneuver, razor sharp, but he just knows this lineup so well. He's been surfing here his entire life, so he's waking up in his own bed and he's hungry to win.
Number 3, Sierra Kerr with a buzzer beater row.
That's been the theme for Sierra Kerr. You know, her last 2 heats, she's had to do it on her last wave. I mean, even when you look at the number, it's a 5.87 on this occasion. Don't let that kind of mid-range score fool you. This woman had to go all grit on this last wave. I think it was about 10 seconds remaining when her hands left the rail, and everyone's celebrating. Sierra Kerr is on through to the quarterfinals. She got a quarterfinals at Bolido. Let's see how she backs it up.
Number 2, it's a roller coaster. Sometimes you rip so hard, you bust your stick. Alonso Correa.
This is indicative of the warrior spirit that we love. Alonso taking a heavy fall, literally breaking his surfboard. Fin gets blown out. He has to find a new game plan and a new strength, and guess what? He gets a 9.6. I don't know if I've ever seen a barrel this good in Huntington Beach. He hit the brakes again, doggy doors out. An incredible performance for Alonso, and ultimately he didn't end up making the heat, but to be honest, it's moments like this that you have great takeaway, that it doesn't matter how you fall, it matters how you get back up.
Yeah. One judge even went 10 on this ride for Alonso Correa, our number 2 moment. Number 1, it's her day, it's her birthday, and she's got the turn of the day, Rosie Edenwaller.
Yeah, this kind of performance is indicative of the heart and the spirit of Edenwaller. So amazing to see her fight her way back in this heat, to have this clutch performance, and that's really going to propel that momentum in her favor as she moves through to finals day and on her 17th birthday. That's just so nuts to see someone so young compete with such composure.
Yeah, and we're scheduled for women's quarterfinals tomorrow, so can't wait to see what Eden is going to do next. It's going to be one to watch. This is going to be one of the heats that you don't want to miss here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Board and Brew, top 5. Well, you guys, it's been good. It's been another great day here in Southern California. Thank you, Rosie. Thank you, Tanner. Let's do it all over again tomorrow. We'll have a little bit of a later start tomorrow, 7:30 call for an 8 o'clock start here at Huntington Beach. Again, thank you, guys. Enjoy the end of day highlights, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Look each other in the eyes. On my heart, I wear it like a veil.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.